that I had been kind of ideating for a really long time. That's why you see him with the blindfold and the bloody shirt aesthetic and the bow tie. I'm really big into anime and I'm really big into manga. And I wanted to make my own manga series at one point, and I was writing a lot of poems and writing a lot of things for it. And a big part of that manga was an evil version of me named Atami, which means pain in Japanese. And he wears his blindfold, and he's basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego. And the story of the manga went like I was a detective, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as a detective. So like when I was as a detective, I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself.
In this unreleased song, David sings, "Nobody ever caught me, but I've spoken too soon in the back of a police car. I forgot whatever I knew. I ain't telling nothing. Do the same if they ask you about her."
Nobody ever caught me, but I've spoken too soon. In the back of a police car, I forgot whatever I knew. I ain't telling nothing. Do the same if they ask you about how you made me feel.
You know what they say about hindsight being 2020? This interview with David, the singer David, feels, at least based on what the prosecutors have said, and we know that's just their side of this alleged crime. But based on what they have said, when you hear this interview and the things that David said, especially when you consider that this interview it came out on April 28th last year, and prosecutors say that she was killed the 24th, his album 23rd, and his album came out on the 25th. Right. So he's doing this interview to promote his album. He's talking about his songwriting process, and one song in particular where there's a singer, a female voice that's saying, "I love you," and he's not responding to that person. So he gets into this conversation with Zach Sang, it's his podcast, about how he feels about love and how he writes about it. This is kind of chilling.
I believe the last time you were here, didn't you say you never experienced love or hadn't been in love? You didn't?
Yeah, I wasn't in a relationship then. No.
But today you are? Or you
No,
are?
I've been through a couple. I'm single there right now, but I've been through a few. And they've taught me a lot of things, and they've shown me what love is and what love isn't, and how to approach it and how to be human with it and not be so artist. You know, that's a real conversation that happened. And the irony of it was that person that was saying, I love you, she's not in my life anymore. So it's like people say that the string can't be cut and the connection cannot be severed, but I feel like it can sometimes. And that's why I wanted to put, Afterlife and all these songs that feel like endings and conclusions.
He was in deep decomposure. She was also dismembered.
You're peeking behind the curtain here of what investigators have uncovered is probably a lot of communications and digital evidence around this conspiracy.
We may never get a COD cause of death. David Anthony Burke, a.k.a. D4VD, thrown into segregation, had to move jails after charges and arrest in a grisly murder of a then 13-year-old girl. And the allegations are disturbing. According to the prosecution, he murdered her with a sharp object because she threatened to come forward about their sex relationship, knowing it would destroy his music career. Why thrown into segregation? Straight out to Caitlin Becker, senior national correspondent, New York Post, and host of a hit new podcast, NY Postcast. Caitlin, thank you for being with us. Why segregation?
Well, Nancy, it's because of his notoriety. They're keeping him protected because he's a well-known person. Now, I use that term as loosely as I possibly can. I think it's this case that has really added to his notoriety. I mean, he wasn't exactly a household name coming into this investigation, but within the system, it does seem that they're a bit concerned that something could happen to him if he was maybe in Gen Pop or with some of the other inmates while he's awaiting trial. Because, of course, he did not get out on bail because these these charges are so incredibly egregious. So it's definitely for his protection. I do wonder how much that has to do with just the optics and the fact that he has a crack defense team of celebrity attorneys who would really hammer them if anything happened to him behind bars. So he is segregated. He's alone just basically because he's kind of famous.
Once at the jail, D4VD is now segregated from other inmates for being a, quote, noteworthy person. Now, you mentioned that he may be more popular behind bars than he is on the outside, but isn't it true? He was pulling in millions of dollars and had just launched his worldwide withered tour when Celeste's body was found in 2 different trash bags, her head in one trash bag. Actually, they're called body bags, so I'm not sure they're trash bags. And the rest of her body dismembered in the second bag in his the front trunk of his Tesla. Isn't that true? Just before that happened, he was leaving on a world tour.
1 year ago today, 14-year-old Celeste Rivas, that's the victim here, she was seen for the last time, and investigators say she went to the singer's house. And a newly released report from the medical examiner says Rivas died from, quote, multiple penetrating injuries after suffering 2 puncture wounds to her torso. Now, for more on what happened at today's hearing, we go live now to Los Angeles, where attorney Dina Dahl is outside the courthouse. Dina, thank you so much for joining us today. You were inside that hearing. You are our eyes and ears. What can you tell us came out of that courtroom?
Well, the defense continues to request a speedy preliminary hearing, highly unusual considering the mountain of what appears to be forensic and digital evidence that the prosecutors had. In fact, prosecutors say they have a significant amount of child pornography evidence on the singer's phone that they plan on handing over to the defense.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Hochman. I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. With me up here is Los Angeles Police Department Chief Jim McDonald. Also at this podium on the DA side are the Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez, who oversees our special operations. We have John McKinney, who is our Director of Specialized Prosecutions. The Assistant Head Deputy District Attorney is Habib Balian of the Major Crimes Division. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman of the Major Crimes Division will be the lead prosecutor on this case. From the Los Angeles Police Department, we also have Captain Scott Williams, who's the commanding officer of LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, the Chief of Detectives, Alan Hamilton, the Director of Specialized Prosecutions, Mike Rimkunis, and the LAPD detectives on this case, Josh Byers and Corey Farrell. Today, I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke, the musician known as David, spelled D4VD, in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time. These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. The determination on whether or not the district attorney's office will seek the death penalty will be made at a later time. Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Burke, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body. Before I get into the description of these charges and their seriousness, I want to look at this as a parent. I am a parent of 3 children, and a parent's nightmare is a situation where your daughter goes out one night and never comes back. As we will show in a court of law, and what I also want to make sure about that the understanding of these charges is clear, is my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Berg.
Anything from the people?
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case.
Thank you. So the matter will be set. Plea of not guilty has been entered on behalf of Mr. Berg. The matter will be set in Department 105. The matter is ordered assigned to Judge Charlene Almeida, Department 105, for all purposes by the judge of the supervising judge of criminal.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may just put on the record, we have, as soon as the people arrive, delivered a informal discovery request consistent with Penal Code Section 1054. We have been given almost no discovery thus far. We've received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I've indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. He knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel plans on going to a preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives. In addition to that, the coroner's report was sealed in this case in order to prevent it from hampering truthful testimony from witnesses that testified at the grand jury. So an order will also have to be obtained in order to get the coroner's department, which is now the medical examiner's department, to release those materials.
Are shouting commands to him as he is walking slowly out toward the street.
It's going to obscure my view from the gate. It's good.
If you try to run, we'll take out.
All right, so the gate is locked. Well, open the gate. Sir, open the gate.
That's David communicating to the officers. You heard them say, if you try to run, the dogs will bite you. But he came out and was arrested without incident. And now the police say that they are going to, like I said, being held up bail, and the police said they're presenting their investigative evidence, all of their files, to the DA's office.
And here's the
problem.
And here's the problem with that. And here is the most puzzling thing that I've heard in a long, long time. The LAPD says they are going to present the case to the DA on Monday. The DA has had the case, in fact, for 5 months.
The DA has been, they've been presenting the case.
DA has been before a grand jury. The Major Crimes Division, Beth Silverman, has been before the LA County grand jury for almost 5 months presenting evidence. So she's presenting the case to herself or something like that.
I mean,
but it doesn't really make sense because, and we're going to get into that in a minute, but why wouldn't the DA, if the DA is going to do it, why wouldn't the DA just charge him and then arrest him? That could have been done, but it's weird to say we're going to present it to a DA that's had the case for 5 months. We'll get into that.
Yes, we are going to get into that with someone who may understand how this is going down, how the DA and the police made the decision to arrest him this way, is Matt Murphy. He is a former prosecutor, not far from where we are. He was in Orange County, and he is joining us now. Matt, welcome to TMZ Live.
Happy to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it. So, Matt, help me out here because I don't get it. The DA has had this case for 5 months. The LAPD arrests him, presumably the DA, since they've been presenting evidence to the grand jury for all this time, they're going to file charges. Feels cart before the horse to me. Why wouldn't they just file the charges and then pick them up? They didn't even have, they could file the charges without them even becoming public and picking them up. It doesn't make sense to me why they're saying we're presenting it to the DA.
But you know, I've heard some criticism, but I want to take a slightly different, more optimistic viewpoint on this. And there's two ways a grand jury can investigate a case. One is when a prosecutor comes in and presents evidence asking for an indictment. The other is a purely investigative function. And you know, working the grand jury as they have, Lisa Silverman was able to take advantage of grand jury subpoenas during the investigation, which I think is a really clever sort of thinking outside the box, to use an overused cliche approach to it. So they're very aware of all of the evidence. They would have been, she or another representative of the DA's office would have been in there when they're compelling people to testify, which is kind of awesome, for lack of a better word. It's almost never done that way.
Introduce a character that I had been kind of ideating for a really long time. That's why you see him with the blindfold and the bloody shirt aesthetic and the bow tie. I'm really big into anime and I'm really big into manga. And I wanted to make my own manga series at one point, and I was writing a lot of poems and writing a lot of things for it. And a big part of that manga was an evil version of me named Itami, which means pain in Japanese. And he wears his blindfold, and he's basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego. And the story of the manga went like I was a detective, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself.
In this unreleased song, David sings, "Nobody ever caught me, but I've spoken too soon in the back of a police car. I forgot whatever I knew. I ain't telling nothing. Do the same if they ask you about her."
Nobody ever caught me, but I've spoken too soon. In the back of a police car, I forgot whatever I knew. I ain't tell them nothing. Do the same if they ask you about how you made me feel.
We've been following this very closely for so long. I just can't believe that he's finally arrested for it. And I hope that some justice does come for it, because Celeste was just 14 years old. It was so heartbreaking, and her family just needs some type of closure. And I feel like hopefully this is getting them a little bit closer to it. Yeah. But I don't know what evidence that the LAPD really has to show and to make sure that he still stays behind bars. Right. And they were there for what, an hour after the arrest? Yes. The gang, narcotics, homicide, robbery, all the different types of LAPD department were there searching the house high and low.
Which they've done before too. Months ago.
Yeah. So it's like, what do they think that they're going to find now that they didn't find before?
Right. And you know what? Honestly, because this case is so fascinating to me, that this is just happening now. You know, I listened to Harvey, and I don't know all the technical terms when it comes to legal and everything like that, but I heard him say that this will come down to cause of death.
Of the 14-year-old whose body police say was found in singer David's Tesla is speaking out. He's now under arrest in connection with the alleged murder, and due to on Monday, David's attorneys maintain his innocence. Celeste Rivas Hernandez was reported missing back in 2024. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Tonight, the family of Celeste Rivas, the 14-year-old girl's body was found in the trunk of singer David's car, is speaking out for the first time. The family saying they will be at the singer's upcoming arraignment. Good. Committed to ensuring that Celeste's voice is heard and her memory is honored throughout this process. David, whose legal name is David Burke, was taken into custody Thursday on suspicion of her murder. The tense moments caught on this TMZ video.
They got him, guys.
Open the gate. His arrest coming 7 months after police made the gruesome discovery of Rivas' body dismembered and decaying in Tesla, registered to Burke, saying she had likely been dead for weeks. The car found in an impound lot after workers noticed an odor. Friends and neighbors of Rivas holding a memorial.
This is so sad.
He clicked his neighbors. She'd see me and she'd wave, and she was nice, nice person.
David, the platinum-selling artist known for hits like Here With Me.
Okay, guys, we're not going to be able to play that because I don't want my video to be taken down. Let's see.
Million streams on Spotify. At the time of the body's discovery, a source said his record label paused all promotion and his
Good.
world tour canceled.
Nobody buying that shit anyway.
In a statement, David's attorney saying his client is innocent and did not kill Celeste Rivas. Investigators are expected to present a case to the district attorney on Monday, who will weigh formal charges. What?
Just a disturbing case. Jacqueline Lee.
It is. So it is apparent that the family finally breaks their silence after David D4VD, guys, was arrested on suspicion of the murder of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, this was actually put out on April the 19th, 2026. Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, unfortunately, guys, was only 14 years old. I keep saying this. She was only 14. People don't know she was 15. She was not 15. She was 14 years old. And I tell anybody this, guys, this is my great belief that David D4VD stole her childhood. Guys, they met on the damn internet when she was roughly about 10 or 11 years old. We are really not sure when they first started going out. But guys, there's a big 5-year age difference between David D4VD and Celeste Rivas Hernandez. To this day, guys, we're not really sure why he did what he did. I'm not really sure what was going on. Guys, there's speculation after speculation going on with this particular case. And on Monday, guys, all hell is going to break loose. What I am not liking about this whole situation, guys, and I have said it before, what I am not liking is that they're saying that they arrested him. However, there has not been any formal charges being charged against him. I have said this time and time again, guys, that California has this silly ass law. And guys, this actually happened in the state of California. They have this silly ass law, guys, that if you are found concealing an unalive body, all you're going to have to do is pay a $10,000 fine. And guys, there's going to be a year in prison. There is a lot of people, guys, who can do that with their damn eyes closed. And this whole thing, this makes this whole thing sad. I want so bad for the family to have justice for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, let's read on. It says Celeste Rivas Hernandez, evidently the silence was broken by the family after D4VD was arrested in connection with her death. The Los Angeles Police Department announced the arrest of the 21-year-old singer on April the 16th, months after Hernandez was found dead in the trunk of his impounded Tesla September of 2025. Hernandez was 14 years old at the time, guys. Actually, she was found in the trunk of his Tesla one day after what would have been her 15th birthday. So I'm thinking that people get a little confused when they say she was 15. No, she was not 15. She was already decomposing in the trunk of his Tesla. Already, guys. Already. She was already decomposing. So there's no way in hell that she could have turned 15. She was found one day after her 15th birthday in the trunk of his Tesla. Celeste Hernandez, her family, they broke their silence, guys. Finally, the LAPD announced that they arrested a 21-year-old singer whose real name is David Anthony Burke on Thursday, April the 16th, months after Hernandez was found dead in the trunk of the impounded Tesla that belonged to David D4VD, guys. She was 14 years old. 2 days after Burke's arrest was announced, Hernandez's father, Jesus Rivas, said, "Thank God, justice for Celeste," according to a statement family attorney Patrick Seinfeld provided to TMZ. Okay, guys, you can't get no sadder than this. You can't get no sadder than this. Now, I have said this time and time again, and I'm not here trying to blame anybody. But guys, I believe that Celeste Rivas Hernandez sort of kind of dating too soon. Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on. Evidently, David D4VD, guys, was not her first boyfriend. She had another boyfriend named Gus. And for what I understand, Gus was a little bit older than David D4VD. So I'm thinking, when did she have time to date Gus? Because Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guys, she was only about 10 or 11 years old when she met David D4VD. So I'm not really sure when Gus came into the picture. Okay, this whole thing is weird. I have said this time and time again. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it, and push that notification button, guys. I would greatly appreciate it. And my contact information is right here, just in case you want to buy me a cup of coffee. And guys, we have this new feature out. If I am live, guys, you're able to call in. The number here is right above my head, guys. 682-812-9713. You could go ahead and call in, guys. It is just audio. Okay, it's no video. If you got the rollers in your hair, whatever the case may be, guys, it is just audio, not video. But the whole thing in a nutshell, I don't know what happened to Gus, but Gus is unalive. Nothing to do with David D4VD, I do not believe, but Gus is unalive. But evidently, and I have to say allegedly, guys, because the people that I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until we find out that they mofo bias is guilty. Okay, so I have to say allegedly, guys, that David D4VD unalive little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I don't know, guys. She was found in the trunk of his Tesla, chopped up into little pieces in 2 bags, decomposing in the front of his Tesla. And what they got his ass. They got him. But I'm not really sure how long they're going to keep him. That is the sad thing about this whole thing. I'm not really sure how long they're going to keep him, but we're going to find out what's going on Monday, guys. All of my videos, guys, are for educational purposes and educational purposes alone. And guys, my views and my videos are my views and my views alone. Take it or leave it. Do what the hell you want to do with it.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these messages between someone on IG and Celeste's brother.
Break it down.
Now, he seems pretty adamant that David did this to his sister. At first, I was not going to share these messages because this was a private conversation, but they are starting to circulate online. And I do feel like we need to bring awareness to this because this was a huge system failure. And this is something that we see a lot.
Horrible.
This is something that I talk about on my page a lot while covering other cases. And because this case is so high profile, I feel like we definitely need to talk about this and get more people aware. So the conversation starts with this person asking Celeste's brother why David is following him and asks if it was really him who did this to his sister. And he responds back, yes, it was him because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. He says he only met David in person once. This person asks him if the family knew about Celeste being with David and how she was living with him even though she was missing. And he says, I knew and went to the police about it, but there was, quote, lack of evidence, so it was waved off. He goes on to say that with all of the stuff circulating online about David now, he still doesn't think that law enforcement is going to do anything. This is what I'm talking about. Huge failure in our system. All authorities needed to do was put in a little bit of effort, and they would have been able to arrest this guy at least on statutory RAPE charges in order to protect this minor who he was living with. But instead, it seems like it was swept under the rug. Was it because he's a celebrity? Was it because he had money? Who knows? They then ask, how long has Celeste been gone? And Matthew responds, dead? Question mark, 2 weeks. And this correlates with the timeline that I put together where David actually had a 60+ hour of free space in between shows. Between, I think it was August 24th and August 26th. During that break, he could have gone anywhere. He could have done anything. He could have plotted something. This person then goes on to ask, was your sister in love with him and choosing to stay? And Matthew says, yeah, she was always saying that he was waiting till she was 18 to get married and stuff like that. Now, do I think that Celeste was really in love with this guy? I don't think so. I think that this is just an example of Stockholm Syndrome. She met David when she was 10. If you guys have been keeping up with the videos I've been posting here on my page, it did seem...
You know what, guys? That's what I want to say, and I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. How in the hell that you are dating somebody who you told your parents he was a musician? Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez told her parents that her boyfriend was a musician. As you this guy just said, they started going out when she was 13 years old. Too young, in my opinion, guys. Too young. Okay? So how in the hell is your daughter dating somebody at 13 years old? She tells you that he is a musician. Guys, put it in the comments. Go ahead, like, comment, share, and subscribe. But she tells her parents that her boyfriend is a musician. Okay? She's only 13 years old. At one point, do the parents be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. If you're 13 and your boyfriend is a musician, then, and guys, I'm sure she told him, this guy was, playing music. He has already arrived. He wasn't arriving. He had arrived. Why didn't the parents like, no, I need to meet him? I do not understand that. Okay, they said the last time that they saw little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was back in April of 2024. And she told her family that she was headed to the movies with a guy named David. And then also, guys, they had matching tattoos. Now, yesterday I said the matching tattoo said David on it. And I stand corrected, guys. It said shh on it. Both of them had matching tattoos that said shh on it. Okay, how is it that your daughter is getting a tattoo? I don't give a damn what it said on it. Hello Kitty, whatever. I don't even give a damn if it said Celeste on it. How is your daughter doing all of this stuff at 13 years old? This is weird, guys. Please, guys, I have grown up in a different era than a lot of you guys, but that would not have flown in my damn household. Okay, when I was young, that would not have flown in my household. Going to the movies and your parents don't even know who the hell he is weird. To me, it is weird. Guys, go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. Make sure you push that notification button. Please tell me, guys, what you think in the comments.
Seemed like Celeste started following David and joining his Discord server as a fan of his, and it seems like he just took advantage of her young vulnerability and the state that she was in of not wanting to be at home, which is typical manipulative behavior. Now, before everyone starts saying, like, how do we really know that this is Celeste's brother's account? Well, prior to all of these photos of Celeste circulating online, he actually sent photos of Celeste from his account to this page right here of his sister to prove that he is actually her brother. Of course, I'll keep you guys updated as information comes out. What are you guys thinking? Obviously, more could have been done, more should have been done by law enforcement. And I also feel like this is a situation where more should have been done by the adults in Celeste's life as well.
Yes, I believe more should have been done in the adults in Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, the brother that he is referring to is Celeste Rivas's full brother. Okay, they have the same mother and father. I'm about to show you a video that I created months and months ago regarding Celeste Rivas's half brother. Okay, they share the same father, but not the same mother. Okay, very devastating. Okay, and so, guys, this is weird to me that you would allow your daughter to go out with a guy and you don't even know who the hell he was. Guys, back in the day, I couldn't even be on the telephone unless my mother and my father knew who the hell I was talking to. So this is bewildering to me, okay? And little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guys, after she met David D4VD, allegedly, guys, she was running back and forth, running away to Lake Elsinore, back to the Hollywood Hills to be with David, allegedly. Okay, and to tell you the truth, guys, when David D4VD, when he was arrested, I was very shocked that he was arrested in California. I was thinking that he was hiding out in Texas where his parents are from. So this whole thing is weird to me. It is really, really weird. So I'm about to play you a video, guys. It's a blast from the past from a video that I put out concerning Celeste Rivas Hernandez. This is her half-brother. They shared the same father, but different mothers. Guys, if you want to get on here on the mic, guys, there's the phone number, 682-812-9713. You can get on the mic and make some comments regarding this particular case. If you are not watching this live, guys, you could go ahead and text me and let me know if you want to eventually get on the mic, and I will contact you back for future videos. Make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe, guys, and also push that doggone notification buzzer.
Last time I talked to her,
sad.
Last time I talked to her, she was like, she wanted to come home.
That's sad. Wow.
She said she wanted to come home. I want justice for my sister.
Celeste's brother finally confirmed what many had whispered. Celeste's life at home was far from peaceful. He said that Celeste didn't like it at her house at all. She always wanted to come live with his dad. He described years of tension between their parents, separation, resentment, and control. According to him, their father fought hard to get Celeste to live with them, but her mother didn't let it happen.
We don't like her mom. Her mom used to abuse her.
Wow.
Like she always wanted to come, with our dad. She always wanted to live with our dad.
He didn't sugarcoat it. He said that Celeste was abused and she felt trapped. Running away became her only way of escaping. Because of this toxic environment, Celeste ran away on and off. It was a cycle. Celeste's half-brother also revealed that their dad was in a deep battle trying to get her. He wanted her safe. He wanted her away from whatever was happening in that house.
It's so sad.
Her right there. That's my dad. Well, we got the same dad, but that's her right there.
But every time they tried, the situation turned into conflict. He said the mother kept her isolated, that she didn't want her to have contact with her father's side of the family. He framed it simply, you know how it is when parents separate and don't want anything to do with the other side. That's how the distance grew. And that distance created a gap wide enough for danger to slip in. With a heavy heart, he revealed that by the time Celeste was in her early teens, she had already run away several times.
So, guys, she was running away from her problems, and she ran into the arms of David, the devil, in my opinion. Guys, who does this to a 10-year-old? You rope her in a 10-year-old, and allegedly you guys start seeing each other when she was roughly about 13, up close and personal when she was 13. Come on now. You saw what was going on in her life. She probably divulged it to you, what was going on with her, her mom, her dad, her family. And you took advantage of that, dude. She probably just wanted somebody to talk to, and you just took advantage of that. That's what I'm saying. David is a sick MFer. He's sick. That girl needed help. Her life has never been right. To tell you the truth, guys, I didn't think it was this bad. I thought it was a young, poor girl who sort of kind of didn't get along with her mother, just like a bunch of other teenagers don't. But her stepbrother half-brother is saying that her mother was abusive. And this is sad. This is really sad.
Each time, it got harder for her family to track her down. She got a new number, knew everything. He remembered getting back in touch once by chance, not through police or parents. And at first, she sounded okay. But when he pressed for details, like where she was or who she was with, she wouldn't say anything.
I don't even know where to start from. It's crazy. I wasn't expecting my sister to be dead, but
wow.
Still was seeming all right. I'm like, tell me where you at? Where is you at? Where's you at? She's not telling me.
He said she was slowly telling him things, like someone afraid of being overheard. And then came the last conversation, the one that keeps echoing in his memory. The last time he talked to her, she said she wanted to come home. That was it. No coordinates, no goodbye, just the same words repeated over and over. I want to come home.
I guess that he was holding her hostage.
Wow. Sad.
Crazy.
So the brother is thinking that Celeste might have been being held hostage by David. Okay, even though he never said David's name, but there's a great possibility that's what was going on. Let's make this whole thing sad, guys. This whole situation is sad beyond belief. You know, she had troubles at home, and it looks like when she started going over to David's house, allegedly, there was troubles going on over there too, guys. It's horrible. I feel so sorry for the family. I feel so sorry for her little brother. I don't know if it seems like he might have been older. I don't know, because Celeste just had her 15th birthday, and I'm not really sure how old this guy is. If he is older, it's probably not by much, but it's sad, man. It hurts my heart to see this. This is sad.
Justice for my sister.
You should get justice, baby.
He said she sounded scared. desperate to leave wherever she was. He also added that he believed she was being held hostage by someone.
Wow.
It makes sense why he said that, because when someone says, I want to come home, that many times it's not just homesickness, it's a cry for help. He said that was the last time he ever heard her voice. The brother pieced together what little he knew. Celeste ran away after another argument at home. She stopped talking to family. She changed her number. And then she met a dude. He doesn't say David's name, but it doesn't need to be said. Everyone watching knew exactly who he meant. He kept coming back to that car. The Tesla's gonna catch everything, he said again near the end. He's not wrong. Modern Tesla's record inside and out. Cameras, sensors.
That's what I'm telling you guys. David picked the wrong, allegedly, okay? Allegedly, David picked the wrong car to do all of this in. Okay, he should have picked a hoopty without a hoopty. I said a hoopty. He should have picked a hoopty without all this modern technology, and he left that car right outside where it's a bunch of mansions, and the mansions had a bunch of camera surveillance. Guys, this is where he's really gonna hang himself. You picked the wrong car. This car will tell you everything. This car will tell you whether or not your breath stinks early in the morning. Okay, this car does everything. You picked the wrong car to do this in, bro, and you're about to get caught. Wait, see, guys, he's going to get caught. Now, whether or not he's going to pay for what he did, that's another story. All right, guys, we got a caller waiting. We about to listen to this caller, and just like this caller, guys, you can get up on here too. Just like I said, guys, it's going to be all audio, no video, so you don't have to worry about if you got the rollers in the hair, whatever the case may be. Just audio, no video, guys. If you missed the live, guys, you can still message me if you want to get on here and say something, and I will contact you the next time that we go live, guys. The number is 682-812-9713. All right, let's get this call on here.
Hi, Kelly. This is Braylon from Fort Worth.
Hey.
I want to say thank you for putting this content out on Why I Killed You TV, because a lot of people are paying attention to this case because of you.
Thank you.
The arrest of D4VD in connection to the Celeste Rivas Hernandez murder has really shaken a lot of people. My question for the audience is, do y'all think this arrest happened when it should have, or should it have happened much sooner?
All right, guys, that was Braylon, and I greatly appreciate him getting on here. Guys, if you want to get on here too, as long as I'm live, it's 682-812-9713. Just like I said, guys, if you missed the live and you want to get on here at another time, go ahead and text me, guys, and I will contact you when the next live is going to happen. Okay? Thank you, Braylon. So the answer to this question is, do we think that this happened, not soon enough, guys? In my opinion, this did not happen soon enough. I have always said this, guys. I've always played the race card with this little girl. It is sad, and I ain't calling her a little girl because that's exactly what the hell she was. Okay, even if she was alive today, she would still be a little girl in my opinion. Okay, why in thy hell was she on the computer anyway, being unsupervised? Not trying to be here blaming anybody, guys, because I'm sure the family feels already distraught about this whole situation. Okay, why wasn't she being supervised when she was on this damn computer? Because this is when she met David D4VD. She met David on the damn computer. Okay, on the computer, guys, on the Fortnite website, TikTok, wherever the hell she met him at. She met him on the computer, guys, and it was unsupervised. Guys, you got to watch out what the hell your kids are doing on the damn internet. Okay, this could have been, and guys, when things happen, people like, oh, woulda, coulda, shoulda, guys, guys, this could have been avoided. Okay, this guy was 5 years older than her, and I had said this in other videos, is the reason why he unalived little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Is the reason why he unalived her was because she was going to rat him out because they were in an inappropriate relationship. Like I said, there was a 5-year age difference. Okay, I'm not really sure. Okay, I have said this in other videos, guys. There's other celebrities that have done this. Okay, not unalive somebody, but have dated people who are underage. Okay, so if that's what you were afraid of, David, you could have packed her shit up and take her back to Lake Elsinore, where you got her from. Okay, and tell her, hey, well, good luck proving that. Okay, because from what I understand, they don't have any video footage of them actually having any type of relation. So how in the hell was she going to prove that? Okay, so you unaliving her was if that was the damn reason, if you unaliving her for that reason was weird as hell. Okay, now we already know that David D4VD had a very strange relationship with his friend Neo Langston. Okay, now I'm praying that you did not unalive her for that, because Stevie Wonder and two more crazy people can see that y'all were having some type of relationship. So I am praying that you didn't unalive her because she threatened to tell everybody that y'all were on the DL. Allegedly. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think about this whole situation. So either reason, if you were going to unalive her because she threatened to tell everybody that she was underage, okay, and she was a minor, which she said in your Discord, okay, I don't know what was going on. If y'all were going to break up, if she was going to break up with you were going to break up with her, if she was going to tell everybody about you and Neo and your relationship with Neo on the DL, allegedly, I'm not really sure. Or is your ass just plain evil? Okay, were you a member of this crazy ass cult everybody is saying? I really don't know. But for you to sit up here, David D4VD, and make these videos, and I've seen this in other videos, for you to sit up here and make these videos of somebody being unalive and thrown in the trunk by two other people while you sit there with a white shirt on with blood on it. You sit up there and you watch it. This happened in your damn video. I ain't making this shit up. For you to sit up there and make that type of video, and then later on in life, the shit happens to you in real life, and you are supposed to, we're supposed to sit up here and think that is a coincidence? That is weird. That is weird. Guys, as long as I'm live, you can get on here. 682-812-9713. We're just using your audio, no video whatsoever, so you don't have to worry about that, guys. I thank Braylon, the caller that just came in. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it.
Excited to hear. Well, I mean, right now it's Saturday, April 18th, and I was actually able to connect with the Hernandez family attorney. And just backing up for a minute, Thursday, David was finally arrested after a grueling 7-month investigation, after a reported grand jury convened in Los Angeles in November. Now, what we have been told essentially is that this arrest, again, not based on indictment, not based on a complaint, based on probable cause. So David is being held in a Los Angeles County jail, no bail. Reportedly, he will be arraigned on Monday. And the family attorney, Patrick Steinfeld, by the way, he's a wrongful death attorney, so we can pretty much expect a civil suit coming, concurrently, I'm assuming. Obviously, that hasn't been announced yet. But he said they don't want to make a statement yet out of respect to the DA's office and the LAPD, but they will be there on Monday for the reported arraignment. And the DA's office is expected to also hold a press conference where the family will actually be taking some questions with the attorney as well. And her father actually said something in this press statement right here. Very sad, Mark. I mean, one can only imagine. But it says, in learning of Burke's arrest, Celeste's father, Jesus Rivas, said, quote, "Thank God, justice for Celeste." And this was sent, again, by the Steinfeld law firm. That's Patrick Steinfeld.
So it's for those who aren't in the weeds on this, and actually, even if you are in the weeds, there's been a lot of disinformation that has come out. And it's fascinating to me because...
First of all, guys, before he even gets started, and I love her show. I love her show. But anyway, it's a lot of play on words that's making me nervous up in this camp. It's a lot of play on words, guys. I don't know all of this lawyer jargon. I don't know all of it, but it's a lot of play on words. It seems like David is just being held there. Okay? No charges whatsoever. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think about this whole situation, guys. And push that notification button if you would, please. Anyway, guys, it seems like to me, I'm getting nervous because, guys, from what I understand, they can only hold him there for like 2 to 4 days. That is the rumor. I'm not really sure how true that is, but I am getting nervous. I really am. And like I said before, guys, I don't think, and I'm praying that I am wrong, but I don't think that we are going to get the prison time that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez the justice that she should get. I don't think that David is going to be in there for a long time. Could be wrong, and I'm praying that I am.
When this first was reported on Thursday, the knee-jerk reaction I had was, well, it's a grand jury indictment. It was unsealed.
Break it down.
Thursday, and I've been saying to you, Lauren, for weeks that it would always necessarily or almost always be a Thursday arrest if there was an arrest in this case. But then shockingly, Lauren texted me immediately, and she went and, like the enterprising reporter she is, found out there was no case number and found out. See? Lauren found out, and you, weird, if I'm not mistaken, called LAPD, who told you?
Yeah, they told me just a booking number, and he wasn't even booked at the time yet. He had just been arrested. This is Thursday. He was arrested at 5 p.m. His booking didn't show up until about 10:12 p.m. PST. And
so I went onto the website. This is kind of what you can sleuth it up. Mm-hmm. And if you take a look at the website, that confirmed exactly the information that Lauren had.
You know what? I have it pulled up. I have everything pulled up, Mark. My tabs are insane. So this is the Inmate Information Center. This is the information about David. I'll kind of zoom in, but there's
zoom in on it, girl.
Wow, little guy, 125. Wait, I haven't seen
light
that
in the booty.
High school. There you go. Robbery Homicide Division,
that's cold.
LAPD 77th Street. And there you go. Look at that. No bail. And then bottom, nothing for the court. Look at that.
Right. So that was what I had mentioned to Lauren. If there's no case number, then this would mean that LAPD arrested without having a criminal filing document.
Whoa.
Now, what can we gather from that? What we can gather from that, number one, is that a grand jury did not indict unless they're going to unseal an indictment and that it was sealed. But it does not appear that that is the case. They did not file a criminal complaint. And because if they had filed a criminal complaint, which is pre-probable cause hearing, they would have that case number.
Guys, do me a favor. Type a 1 if this seems like this is going to be a solid arrest. Type a 1. Okay? And if you don't think that this is going to be a solid arrest, type a 2. This shit sounds shaky than a mofo. It sounds shaky. I don't know. I don't understand what is going on, but this sounds shaky as hell.
Associated with it. So the next conclusion one can draw is that LAPD was tired of waiting, and what they did is they arrested on a Thursday to give the DA, even though I find this to be offensive and unconstitutional, there's a Supreme Court case out of California, the U.S. Supreme Court case that says you have to be in front of a magistrate in 48 hours. That's honored in the breach in California. So they always arrest you on Thursday afternoon so you can cool your heels, no bail until the following Monday. And they did not take him to the county jail. They took him, and he's being kept as of right now in the 77th Street LAPD jail, which is not run by the sheriffs, which is run by LAPD.
You know, I actually just thought of Diddy, because I remember specifically when Diddy was arrested, it was late at night, and it was a Thursday or Friday, and I was like, they did it on purpose, the late at night thing, knowing that he'd have to, you know, and at the time we didn't know if he would make bail or not, but I just remember thinking.
All right, let's stay focused. We ain't talking about Diddy today.
He was arrested this time. It was a federal arrest, so and he got in front of a magistrate. 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when he was arrested in LA in connection with an incident at UCLA, I had to chase him from UCLA, where he was arrested, to the county. They took him straight to county jail. There's a picture that somebody took of me on the internet at the county jail booking center getting Diddy out 11 years ago.
Stay focused, y'all. Stay focused.
That is normally what happens. This is abnormal. It's also abnormal that unless there is a grand jury indictment that is under seal, and that's the one thing, if there is, but it does not appear to be based on what the DA's office and LAPD is telling you, correct? They told you specifically what were the words they used.
They said he was arrested on suspicion of murder. And this is, listen, this was.
Did they tell you probable cause arrest?
So listen, I was going to say, this is when I called the jail, this is what the woman told me, who clearly just works the front desk. She goes, oh yeah, Burke, arrested on suspicion of murder. Like, and then she said, I just found out about that, but he hasn't come through yet. That's what she said. But
you know what, guys, it's like, I'm like really shocked at the information that you could get just by calling. She just called and they said that. That is weird. That is weird to me. But guys, all of this lawyer jargon, arrested him on a Thursday talk, guys, that is weird to me. In my opinion, it does not seem like this is going to stick. I'm praying that it does, but it does not seem like it's going to stick to me.
What you're referring to, I think, about these docs, I was able to obtain these through a Texas appellate court because David's family, they were subpoenaed to testify in front of the grand jury, and their attorney filed a writ of habeas corpus saying that their due process was violated because basically the filings and documents they got were redacted. They had this whole thing, and a judge, I guess this judge rejected it, and then they moved it up to the Criminal Court of Appeals, and they never got an answer. So I had just kind of said this, Mark, early on, literally.
Let me tell you something about David D4VD, David Anthony Burke, whatever the hell you want to call him. His father is an attorney, and evidently he had something to do with Epstein. Okay, so we not fooling around with no dum-dum. We not fooling around with no dum-dum. Somehow or another, the family did not talk to the grand jury about their son, about David D4VD. Okay, you cannot tell me as a mother, you cannot tell me that they did not know something was going on with their son. Okay, you cannot tell me. I think that's weird. If you believe that your son actually did this, for you to keep him in hiding. Now, I originally thought that David D4VD was hiding out in Texas where his parents live. But come to find out, he was still in California. And that is weird to me. Maybe, guys, there are a lot of stuff, and I believe this. There's a lot of stuff the police are not telling us. Okay, because once they tell some of us, guys, we just go running with it. Okay, and that's probably why they haven't told a lot of us a lot of stuff. But guys, you cannot tell me that the parents don't believe that something is weird going on with their son. Okay, I know they got to believe that their son allegedly might have did something to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, it's sad.
Days ago, I just said, because I had reached out to the family attorney, I said there's still a chance that David's family could testify in front of the grand jury. I also said I think their testimony is imperative for this arrest to happen.
And that's why, look, for people who, so far, the DA's office last week was, they were very upset when I did the Two Angry Men with Harvey, because they didn't like the fact that I'm identifying that this is highly unusual and it's clearly LAPD forcing the hand of the DA's office. And anybody who says differently has never practiced criminal law, because what has happened here, and if you look at the history, and I'm so glad I hadn't even added that to my little calculation, Lauren, they've gone out of their way. They've extradited from other jurisdictions, correct? Neo was.
Yep.
That's right. Then they put him in front of the grand jury secretly, and then he's off in less than an hour. They then redact everything in LA. They go to the unprecedented step of going to see a judge in LA to basically shut up the medical examiner, which you reported on.
See, all this is weird, guys.
Yeah. So, well, this is another thing that's actually really bothering me. So TMZ has, and we love TMZ. We are so friendly with them, and they've done an incredible job in reporting on this case and staying on top of it. However, I am finding their reports to be a bit conflicting. So
there you go.
Just going back, they had reported, I think it was Friday.
So those of you who haven't been following this case, TMZ, and I've said this in other videos, they ripped their draws, guys. They said little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, that she had been beheaded, she had been cut up, she'd been frozen, and then she had been thrown in the front of the Tesla. And evidently their informant might have been a little wrong. Okay, and I've said this in other videos, guys. Depending upon what timeline you are looking at, little Celeste Rivas Hernandez has been gone for quite some time. So where in the hell has she been? If she hasn't been frozen or whatever the case may be. Now, my whole thing is, was she held? And I said this, guys, this is my mindset, guys. This is my opinion. Take it or leave it. Do whatever the hell you want to do with it. But my whole thing is, I was thinking, was she held in some type of captivity? That's what I'm thinking. Because where has she been all this time? Regardless of which timeline you're looking at, where in the hell has she been? You have the timeline of April 2024. You have the timeline of September the 8th of 2025, when she was last seen talking to her, and I'm sorry, September, I'm sorry, guys, I'm getting shit all mixed up. Anyway, September the 8th of 2024. We're looking at that timeline too, because that was the day after what would have been her 14th birthday. Okay? So my whole thing in a nutshell, where has she been? She was on Nest Cam arguing with her parents' neighbors. Okay? And then Steve Fisher comes up with this picture. I've said this before, guys, when she's wearing a hoodie, a very distinctive hoodie. And then guess what happened, guys? Steve Fisher is saying that that picture was taken on January the 2nd, 2025. Okay? And then the very next day, she had that very distinctive hoodie on. The very next day, David D4VD took a selfie of himself in front of a mirror, and guys, the reflection from the mirror hit the floor. And on the floor or inside the hamper, whatever the case may be, was that very distinctive hoodie that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was wearing. So my whole thing is, was David with her on January the 2nd, 2024? Because that hoodie is in the hamper January the 3rd of 2025. Do they have the same hoodie? Did she leave the hoodie at the house and went somewhere else? Guys, there's a lot of timelines going on with this particular case.
That the medical examiner's office ruled Celeste's death a homicide. You open up the article, it says a source close to.
This
fine.
is sad.
That's fine. I decide to email the medical examiner's office myself to see if perhaps, this can be verified. And look, I don't have any doubt that it will be ruled a homicide based on the grand jury docs that actually say murder. Like they are, he is suspected of murder, the People versus David Burke. So I believe that. Again, obviously we want verification. So I'll pull up, which is, gosh, this was so interesting to me.
Pull it up, girl.
The response I got from the medical examiner's office, I mean, I found it to be slightly sassy as well, Mark. You can see they say, the case is still on, I'll click this, the case is still on a security hold per the court order. Therefore, the Department of Medical Examiners cannot comment or provide information about the case. This part. Please contact.
Take a look at that and look at the date.
Yeah.
4/17. So as we sit here, this drops on 4/19, and they are specifically saying they're under a security hold. And to that's exactly what I was talking about. And do you have the press release by the medical examiner? In fact, believe it or not, I actually used that in a trial recently and showed the press release to a medical examiner who was on the stand and said, "Have you ever heard of this before?" He testified under oath. He's never heard of that before.
Oh my God!
Release and screenshot that into this. They went not once but twice, because they got rebuffed first, to go and shut down the medical examiner.
Wow.
They being LAPD,
Interesting.
in cahoots, if you will, with the DA's office. It's unbelievable, the shenanigans in this case.
It is.
And all they want to do, and apparently, if you believe what I'm being told, the prosecutor, who I haven't seen in years, but I know, Beth Silverman, wants to decapitate me herself for calling this out, because I'm telling you what's happening. This is literally the defense lawyer's petri dish of what they're going to attack on this case, the way it's being handled. It's stunning to me that they're handling the case and they think they can control and engage in disinformation, and that they're going to just assume that the public is stupid.
Well, if you caught the last line of this email, they're like, please contact the LAPD to see if they will be asking the court to lift the hold. I was like, oh, seriously? Like, that's a sassy response. Like,
of course it is, because they've never seen anything like this. First of all,
this is
the
weird.
medical exam. Here you go. Read it.
Yeah. So, I mean, gosh, my eyes, but here we go. It
Fix
says,
your eyes. Fix it.
At 10:54 a.m. on Friday, November 21st, the County of Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiners received a court order initiated by the LAPD to place a security hold on the medical examiner's case number XYZ Celeste Rivas Hernandez. No records or details associated with the case, including the cause and manner of death, and medical examiner's report can be released or posted on the website until further notice. And then they go into how the department's mission is to have full transparency with the community by providing information.
Guys, put it in the comments. Put it in the comments. It's a lot of play on words. It is a lot of play on words. Guys, you got my contact information there. You got my Venmo. You got my Cash App. Whatever you want to do with it, I greatly appreciate it. You want to buy me a cup of coffee? Cool, guys. Also, right above my head is a new feature that we have here at Why I Killed You TV. And why am I saying we? Like, this is a big organization. We have, guys, it's me all day long. I'm doing this shit by myself. Anyway, guys, if you want to get on here, guys, we're only using the audio. If you want to call in, as long as this is live, guys, you can call that number at 682-812-9713. Now, if you are watching the replay, of course, you won't be able to call in. But, guys, go ahead and text me anyway. So, guess what? If you want to get on here next time, I will tell you when we're going to be live, and then maybe you can get on the mic then. Guys, this is a lot of play on words. It's a lot of play on words, guys. I told you I am not an attorney. It sounds like this mofo about to get off. It sounds like he about to get off, guys. It's a lot of play on words. It's a lot of stuff that ain't never been done before. And I do not understand it for the life of me. I mean, the guy, David D4VD, he was making some money. But after this happened, and I said this before, a lot of celebrities stopped fucking with him. Okay, because they said this whole shit was weird. The thing is, guys, and I've said this in other videos, David D4VD, you cannot tell me that you did not do this, sir. You cannot tell me, because your friend vanished in a freaking puff of smoke. You had been hanging out with her damn near every day around your little crazy ass entourage, and she vanished in a puff of smoke, and nobody questioned nothing about where the hell she was. Okay? Your parents didn't ask. Okay, your friends from your little crazy ass entourage didn't ask. Okay, she just vanished, and everybody is just like la 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 la, and that's how I know you freaking did it. Okay, allegedly, guys. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it, and push that notification buzzer, guys. This is how I know he did it. You don't hang around. God, okay, let's do something hypothetically totally off the chart. Okay, I have 3 little dogs. Okay, my neighbors see me walking around with my 3 little dogs. Okay, let's just say all of a sudden, I don't have 3 little dogs. I got 2. My neighbors used to see me walking with 3. They all, hey Kelly, how's the dogs? Whatever the case may be. Anyway, you mean to tell me that if one of my neighbors noticed that I am now walking 2 dogs versus 3, they ain't gonna say something? You know what I'm saying? They gonna say something. Hey, where's that other dog? He used to have 3. They're gonna say something. And that's how I know the people that you were hanging around, they knew. And David D4VD, he didn't do this by himself. He ain't that damn smart. And guys, I've said this before, gonna say it again, and I know somebody gonna message me with the bullshit. David was weird. It's a lot of people, guys, even at the age I am now, when somebody has told me that they have been homeschooled, please, guys, don't message me. But I notice a lot of homeschoolers are a little on the weird side. Not all of them, but some of them are on the weird side. Sometimes they cannot hold a regular damn conversation to save their damn life. Because 9 times out of 10, and I'm not saying this happened in David's case, but 9 times out of 10, when you are homeschooled with your brothers or your sisters. And that's all you know. You don't know anything outside, okay? And when David was homeschooled, he even said it himself that he felt a little lonely. He felt a little lonely in the beginning. I guess he was going to public school at one time, and then guys, when he started being homeschooled, some of his friends still try to stay connected with him. But guys, they dropped the hell off because they don't have time to go to your house to see how you were doing when their friends are all at school. So his friends started to drop off. And then his weird ass got on the internet. That's what happened. Okay? Guys, please don't come for me. Remember, guys, my opinions are my opinions alone. Take it or leave it. Do whatever you want to do with it, guys. Let's agree to disagree up in this camp. But I have noticed when people are homeschooled, sometimes their ability to socialize is not quite there. You know what I mean? But it looks like he might be getting the freak off. Listen to all this lawyer jargon. It looks like this is not a solid arrest. Let's check it out.
About their cases to empower people to make changes that save lives. And this is coming from the chief medical examiner, Dr. Odie Upco. Since becoming the department head, I've worked on eradicating the practice of placing security holds on medical examiner cases simply by law enforcement requests.
This is weird.
The practice of security holds is virtually unheard of in other counties and has not been proven to improve outcomes in the legal system. We are dedicated to serving our community with full transparency. However, the law precludes us from doing so while the court order remains in place. I mean,
by the way, it's an unconstitutional court order. Let me just say that first.
Yeah.
If I didn't have a day job, maybe it should be part of my day job. We should, if they don't lift that security hold on Monday, somebody ought to sue to get it lifted. It's completely unconstitutional. The coroner's office, while constitutionally, and I say that because there's a case, Kyles v. Whitley, which is a SCOTUS case, In re Brown, which is a California case, which says the medical examiner is part of the prosecution team.
It is weird,
but
guys.
From a scientific standpoint, that you're supposed to be standalone, separate, and not just be the handmaiden of the prosecution. They're supposed to give you an unbiased medical evaluation of the evidence. They're not supposed to be muzzled just because the LAPD or the DA doesn't like what they have to say.
I mean, it really is wild. And look, again, maybe they did recently come to the conclusion that the cause of death was a homicide, or I'm sorry, manner of death was a homicide. Maybe they did. And again, going back to the probable cause, maybe that was their probable cause. Or is that enough?
Well,
I mean,
I'm going to wildly speculate again, and this is based on the fact that there's only 20 moves that prosecutors generally use. I am going to bet that as soon as they didn't get what they wanted out of the medical examiner's office, that's why they ran in to try to get a security hold, and they went outside of the medical examiner's office to get one of the usual suspects who was going to volunteer their services to give them the answer that they want. When I say that this is a defense lawyer's dream in terms of the Petri dish, any expert that they hire, the prosecution, prior to this filing or this arrest is going to be immediately suspect and subject to some real scrutiny by the defense because they weren't getting what they wanted out of the medical examiner, so they went and they shopped it around.
I mean,
I'm gonna tell you what, guys. If this does go to trial, guys, I feel so sorry for the family because they are going to have to listen to what happened to their daughter. Okay? And I've said this in at the Mofo video. Why did it have to happen? Why did it have to happen? Whatever she was threatening you with, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and I'm not even saying she was threatening you with anything, but let's just say she was threatening you with, you guys were having an inappropriate relationship, or she was threatening you with, you were having a DL relationship with Neo. Whatever she had hanging over your head, was it that bad that y'all had to do some shit like this? Okay? And so if it does go to trial, this is going to be the sad part. I can barely stomach it, and I'm not the damn mama. The parents are going to have to sit there and listen to this shit of what happened to their daughter. That's the sad thing. That's the sad thing about this whole ordeal. It's really sad.
This is alarming because we're talking about a child, right? We're talking about a child who was dismembered, Mark. And I go back to, I said this the other day. I was talking to an investigator on another show about this, and he's like, dismembering a body is not what you see on Dexter. This is bad. Like this. So I go back to, if, and I'm looking at Blair Burke's statement. David he was not her cause of death. He did not cause her death. Okay, fine. Let's say, for whatever that.
I think it's entirely reasonable. Remember, what a criminal case is, and the standard, so we understand. LAPD's standard.
First of all, before he get finished, David is saying he didn't do it. His attorneys are saying he didn't do it. Okay. Who the hell did? Who the hell did? And whoever did it, why would they put her in the front of your Tesla? Okay? Why would they do that? And first of all, if you really think about it, they had to have put her in the front of the Tesla by the mansion where you lived. Because there's no way somebody is going to dismember her, put her on all these bags, and then try to go to the tow yard. I'm sure the tow yard has security cameras up the yin yang. So if he didn't do it, explain to me who the hell did. And when did the body get there? The body had to have gotten there when it was sitting outside of David D4VD's house. Boom! Shakalaka. Because it couldn't have happened no other time. Nobody's going to chop her up, freezer, take her out the freezer, and then go to the tow yard and try to put her body there in the tow yard. Guys, there's security all up and down that damn tow yard. You cannot tell me. I ain't never been there, but you cannot tell me that that's not what goes on at the tow yard. You know why I know that that's what goes on at the tow yard? Security up the yin yang. Because when people get their cars impounded, they mad than a mofo. They so mad they try to go to the tow yard and probably take their own car. But anyway, take their own car back. That's how I know it's security at the tow yard. So the body had to have been put in the car. Guys, tell me what you think. Put it in the comments. The body had to have been put in the doggone tow yard. The body had to have been put in the car before it made it to the tow yard. Okay? You see what I'm saying? It wasn't put in the the body wasn't put in the car at the tow yard. Too much security at the tow yard. Talking about getting caught with the quickness. That's not what happened. It doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. That's all I'm asking.
For an arrest is different than a standard for a DA. A DA could file a case based on probable cause, but that's not their ethical duty. Their ethical duty is to only file a case if they believe they can get a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. They are at a higher standard than the officers are. So I get that dissonance between the cops and the DA's office. I get that. I understand that. That's
make
part
sense.
of
Shit.
the roles, if you will, and the checks and the balances. But the problem in this case is that from a defense standpoint, you could make the argument right now that maybe she ingested the drugs herself.
That's what I was going to say.
And they can't figure it out because of the decomposition of the body. And if that's the case, then anything that is done after the fact. And the reason I talk about this, I'm not wildly speculating, but there were LAPD early on in this investigation, you reported on it, was saying we're not even sure there was a crime committed, correct?
What? That was wild, but beyond concealment of a body. But that was BS, Mark, because her body was dismembered. And now we know that for a fact because I go back to court documents telling us that there were 2 cadaver bags, not 1, but 2, and her body parts were inside. Now you tell me, Mark, I mean, I believe you don't do this alone. I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
I don't know.
By the way, there's only one arrest that we know about. It wasn't Neo.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, how do you go through the trouble? Because again, it is trouble to dismember a body, but leave it in a car that's registered to, I mean, nothing makes sense to me right now. Truly, nothing makes sense to me. And if this case is messed up, because like you said, this is becoming.
And guys, they also said that David D4VD was found with his cell phone in the middle of Santa Barbara, just standing around. They also said that it was a burn cage that was delivered to the home using gift cards, okay, and a fake name, okay. My whole thing was David standing in the middle of Santa Barbara with his cell phone? Who brings their damn cell phone if you don't want to be tracked down? Was he standing out there to try to figure out what he could do with this burn cage to finish maybe cremating little Celeste Rivas Hernandez out there? Because you cannot burn waste in the Hollywood Hills. That is my whole thing. Was that going to be the plan? And one of you, I just said this yesterday, one of you actually messaged me and told me that them leaving that car. When I say them, I'm saying that David, he wasn't by himself. There was somebody else. There was somebody else involved. Okay? The whole plan about them leaving that car right outside that mansion and then that person eventually getting on the tour bus while David went on his tour, that wasn't the final plan. One of you guys actually messaged me and said that it was a great possibility. You thought, and then your thought became my thought, that somebody was supposed to come, pick that car up. I don't know if they were going to drown the car, set the car on fire, crush the car, whatever the case may be. But that was the plan. Not just to leave the car out there in the elements and then her decomposing body. All of the fluid would start leaking to the ground. There was already, they said, a funky smell coming from the Tesla just from it being inside the damn car. Somebody was supposed to pick that car up. And the reason why they left it outside the mansion, somebody was supposed to pick it up because that person didn't have access to the mansion, but they had access to the car. And either that person who was supposed to do that, either they already knew that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez unalive body was already in there, or they didn't know. And maybe they was just getting lax on us and they was like, okay, I'll go pick the car up later and do whatever David allegedly told me to do with the car. Maybe they did not know that the body was in the car. That David said, hey, I need you to go crush this car. Because from what I understand, David had gotten another Tesla. I believe it was a red Tesla. The Tesla we're talking about now is a black one. So maybe this person did not know that little Celeste Rivas' body was in the front of the Tesla. And they were supposed to come pick it up and, I don't know, steal it, burn it, catch it on fire, drown it, whatever the case may be. Maybe they did not know. And by the time they was like, okay, let me go get the Tesla like David wanted me to do, the Tesla was gone. Because it got so many tickets on it. It was dusty as hell. It had a dent on it. The neighbors started complaining and it was driven to the tow yard. And then by the time the person came to go get the car from right outside the mansion, it was gone. And maybe they called David and said, hey, dude, I know I said I was coming to get the car, but the car is gone. And David probably, if he did it, probably pissed his pants. Okay? Probably said, I told you to come pick them up on Tuesday. Here it is Friday. Okay? I'm believing whoever was supposed to get that car did not have access to that mansion. That's why she was left inside the house, inside the freezer, where she could not decompose anymore. That's why, because the person who was supposed to come get the car didn't have access to the mansion. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. Let's finish this off.
A defense attorney's dream here. I mean, it's very troublesome. And I have to say, the DA's office, the LAPD, they're going to be a laughing stock. It is going to be worse than it's going to be horrible. Literally.
They've only got 2 DA's offices. And by the way, they got very upset yesterday when I said they were having an all hands on deck meeting, which I know. And do you know what I heard after the fact?
What?
They went around the office saying, who's talking to Garrigus? Who's talking to Garrigus? Can you believe? Okay, how many times have you heard that when there's a leak, when you go around to try to plug the leak, all you're doing is basically confirming the fact. And the reason there is an all hands on deck in the DA's office is because LAPD arrested, and the chess move is, okay, DA, the ball's in your court. You make a decision. We don't have a case filing. We don't have a case number unless you already got a grand jury indictment and you're unsealing it. And by the way, if that were the case, the reason I don't believe that happened, because if that were the case and they arrested him and they had a grand jury indictment, they would have been obligated to take him to Department 100, and have a bail hearing immediately, because that would have been constitutionally what was mandated.
This is weird, guys.
All of this scurrying around saying, oh no, we're working in lockstep together, blah, blah, the LAPD. They're spending the weekend figuring out how to craft the message for Monday.
I was just going to say, Mark, I mean, they have to file these charges. They have to. If they don't, can you imagine if they come out Monday and say, well, and I don't think this would ever happen, but they say we don't have no,
they gonna look stupid.
That can't happen, right?
Well, let me tell you, because I've seen this movie before. Almost 15 years ago, I had a special circumstance murder case in LA, and with the LA DA's office. I had developed evidence before the preliminary hearing that it was not my client.
Come on, break it down now.
Evidence, I had witness evidence. The DA's office, not to be dissuaded, they moved forward with the prelim. I said before the prelim, I told the DA, you're going to bring the victim's mother into this courtroom. They're going to identify my client, because my client's in an orange jumpsuit, and then you're going to taint the entire case. They did it anyway. He identified my client. Guess what? We then got DNA evidence. We found the person who actually committed the crime from the DNA evidence. They took the same witness who identified my client into the county jail, put the real person in the lineup. That mother of the victim threw up in the lineup, threw up when she realized that and we ended up suing the Glendale Police Department and getting a multi-million-dollar verdict. That jury wanted to hammer the DA's office, but they had immunity, so they hammered the cops instead. That's how they taint this when they get into these situations. History repeats itself, and I hope you're wrong, Lauren. I hope you're wrong for everybody's sake.
Let
me ask you one more thing. What are the chances here that, let's say, Monday comes and Hochman says, okay, this is not what we expected. We will be filing charges for, concealment of a body, or what if there's no murder charges filed? What if this is what I'm so nervous about.
That's why
see, I'm nervous too, because if it's just concealment, guys, he ain't gonna get the time. Him and his little entourage, they not gonna get the time that we all think. Okay, go ahead and put it in the comments, guys. Tell me what you think, but he is not going to get the time. If they're just talking about concealment in the state of California, is weird as hell out here, and he is not going to get the time we all think he should be getting.
That's why they're this chess game.
Yeah.
And they're denying it at the DA's office so that you understand, they're denying that they're not in lockstep with LAPD. Well, you already just saw that the medical examiner is still, with your email, is still saying lift the hold, and so shenanigans about, and that's what's happening here. And for anybody to say differently, they'll spin. Hopefully somebody's at the press conference on Monday to ask probing questions, because what is happening is not commonplace, is not usual, and is frankly, I think, counterproductive to the criminal justice system.
Title of one of David's most popular songs. I mean, this guy was kind of everywhere. He had a song in the Invincible soundtrack called Feel It that was a huge hit, and as a big fan of Invincible, I enjoyed the song. I enjoyed a few of David's songs in general, but now it just feels like, oh my God, was that a confession? I don't mean to make light of that in any way. It's just that it kind of irks me that in all cases it feels like we could never use lyrics. I understand that there's been a precedent set. There was even a court case back in 2022 that says California specifically passed a law designed to protect an artist's First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and expression. And of course, since this occurred in California, it seems like there's very little chance that they will actually be able to use his lyrics in a track like Romantic Homicide against him. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's trace it back to the beginning, starting with a missing person report for the girl that David was reportedly dating. Confirmed by her mother. We're talking about Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was only 14 at the time of her disappearance. I'm sorry, it's actually even worse than I thought. She was only 13 when she went missing in April 2024. It's just like my mind doesn't even want to process that. It just keeps getting younger. And clearly, David was like 18, 19 years old, already involved with a minor this young. It's incredibly sketchy behavior, to put it lightly. Any relationship like this is going to have a massive power imbalance, especially when you have somebody as prominent, as famous as David, pulling in all of these fans, monthly listeners, sold out tours.
That's what I'm saying, guys. David knew exactly what the hell he was doing. Okay? She was a poor little girl from Lake Elsinore. Okay? Do not message me telling me Lake Elsinore is not a poor area. Okay? It is. It is. Do not fake the funk. Fake the funk on your own time. Guys, I'm not just talking to be talking. Okay? I live in 2 different states. I'm retired military. I've lived everywhere. I'm in California right now as we speak, and I have been close to the Lake Elsinore area. I could have spit on that town. Okay? The towns do not change like that drastically. Okay? I was a couple of miles away. Okay? It was in the hood where I was, and it's going to be in the hood in Lake Elsinore. And one of you had the nerve to message me, and I don't mean to laugh, but one of you had the nerve to message me and said, well, her family made $200,000 a year or something like that, or $100,000 a year. Let's just inflate the freaking numbers. One of you messaged me and said her family made $200,000 a year. Okay? $200,000. Guys, that is not a lot. So you got the father making 100, I'm supposing, and then you got the mother making 100. Okay, so that's $200,000. Okay, guys, that is not shit in California. You are still struggling like a mofo. You are still struggling like a mofo. Gas prices is up to like six and a quarter or something like that right now. Got up to $7. Thank God where I work at, because I travel for work, but thank God where I live at now, I'm only right down the street, so I only had to put gas in my car like every 2 weeks, because I'm not even 20 minutes down the road. It's expensive as fuck out here. It's expensive. So I forgot what one of you messaged me. I think you were like, oh, they made 100,000, whatever the case may be, guys. I don't know, 100,000, 200,000. You're not going to be comfortable in the state of California, okay? David knew exactly what the hell he was doing with this young girl, okay? He picked her out because evidently she contacted him on the internet because evidently she was impressed with his music, okay? And that's what happened. He was picking her up. He has picked her up from Lake Elsinore in the very damn black Tesla that she was later found unalived, decomposing in 2 separate bags. He picked her up in that very same car, allegedly. And I've said this and going to say it again. Why in the hell was that necessary? Okay? He was showing her stuff she never thought she would see. She was living in places, going to places that she never thought that she would live, eating at places she never thought she would eat at. Okay? Why did this have to happen? This is weird. David knew exactly what he was doing, and this guy is absolutely correct when he sets up there and says, and thank you, Beyond Art TV. He sat up there and said, guys, David D4VD, guys, I believe he was doing this shit on purpose because it was a poor girl, and he probably had it in the back of his mind that he was going to eventually unalive her, because he probably figured out that the family dynamics was a little off, and that if he did whatever he planned to do with her, regardless if he was in a cult or whatever the case may be, that nobody would miss her. Nobody would miss her. It is sad.
And of course, that can be attractive to a young person, especially if maybe their favorite artist starts talking to them. I'm not sure how David and Celeste's relationship began, but it was inappropriate, and I really wish that somebody had intervened before this tragic outcome. That the poster even says, last seen wearing gray pants and a black sweater, a hat, and Hello Kitty sandals. This is a literal child we're talking about here, barely a teenager. LAPD finds body.
And you know what? The Hello Kitty thing. Okay? David never thought that Celeste Rivas Hernandez was going to make him as sprung as he was. He had it bad for that girl. He had it so bad for this little girl. Guys, put it in the comments and tell me what you think. But he had it so bad for this little girl that she loved Hello Kitty. And guess what? David started liking Hello Kitty. He started wearing Hello Kitty, the whole damn get-up, the hat, the goddamn backpack, the pullover sweater, the damn shoes, Hello Kitty, guys, there a kitty, here a kitty, everywhere a damn kitty. He didn't think that she was going to be, he thought that he could turn her out, but he got turned out. He had it bad for her. He had it bad for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. You cannot tell me. Ain't no grown man gonna sit up here and wear all this shit. This Hello Kitty shit. David was sprung.
Inside impounded Tesla that's registered to singer David. Of course, this is his car. This was reported in September of 2025. That's when the news broke to the public, despite this allegedly taking place a decent amount before this. David's car was found in a lot in Hollywood. It had just been sitting there, like quite literally just collecting dirt and grime, and somebody eventually reported a foul odor coming from it, and the police investigated, got into the trunk, and they find the body of a missing girl, later confirmed to be Celeste Hernandez. Authorities said human remains were found in the front trunk of course, the front trunk. I forget that it's a fucking Tesla. Thanks, Elon. Which is registered in Texas to David, real name David Anthony Burke. A huge smoking gun came our way with the report about a week after the initial breaking news. September 17th, 2025, we see a report that David reportedly has tattoo on finger like one on dead 15-year-old found in his towed Tesla. Apparently this guy's out getting matching tattoos with underage girls and just branding her. It's another power dynamic thing like I'm talking about, I'm sure. So they find that he's...
So anyway, guys, they said that that was the only way that the mother could identify her was from the tattoo that she had on her finger. That was the only way. Guys, that makes me want to throw up just thinking about that.
She's got a tattoo that matches the one that was on her finger, on the decomposing remains.
Disgusting.
And dismembered also. Just absolutely cruel stuff. I can't imagine what she must have gone through in those last days, in those last moments. And who knows how long they had her just like bound, gagged, or kept somewhere dating back to her being missing in April of 2024? Romantic homicide is starting to sound less and less like just a fantasy that he had and more like something that he actually played out possibly in real life. David seems to also have some sort of unhealthy obsession or fixation on blood. It shows up.
Look at this weird shit. And guys, this is the very video. I think it's called Last Dance or whatever the case. I don't know, guys. Look the shit up. This is the video that I'm talking about. Okay, that I have talked about. David D4VD is sitting there, standing there with a bloody shirt on, and he's watching two people throw what appears to be somebody who's unalive in the trunk of a car, not a Tesla, in the trunk of a car. He's sitting there watching this. He's got the blindfold on. Okay, this is one of his videos. Don't tell me he don't have no input in his damn videos. He does. And guess what? We're supposed to believe after you make this video, okay, later on the same thing happens to you in real life? And that's just a freaking coinky dink. Is that what we're supposed to believe? That is weird. That is weird, guys. We already know, believe it or not, and I've said it in other videos, guys, we already know what happened to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. David has already told us through his songs, through his video, through his artwork for his songs. He's already told us what he did to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Believe it or not, we already know, but we have yet to decipher the entire thing. Wait and see, guys. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Throughout his music videos, Romantic Homicide being a major one, but also One More Dance, featuring him in a bloody shirt, the shirt of which he went on to sell. And you could see it in the thumbnail for this video. He's selling the shirts with blood. He was, obviously, it was pulled when, you know, the murder stuff came out.
Yes.
Tell me you're 1,000,000% guilty without telling me. Come on. Earlier this year in February, more information started coming out about the case as court documents revealed new details in Celeste Rivas' murder case, saying that newly unsealed documents filed in Texas show that LA County prosecutors demanded the testimony of singer David's father, mother, and brother to come and speak in person and give testimony as they investigate the murder and dismemberment of the 14-year-old or 15-year-old. I'm seeing conflicting reports here of Celeste. It seems like all of the recent reports are confirming that Celeste was 14 years old at the time of the murder, and they're alleging also that the body had been in there for a considerable amount of time, rotting inside the Tesla. I wonder what his family are going to break out on his behalf, like, oh, he's just a promising young man, or he has such a bright musical future ahead of him. This all leads us to April 16th, where it's revealed that David's finally been arrested in the murder of the teen found dead in his Tesla. The child's decomposing body was discovered on September 8th of 2025. God knows how long she had just been left there, completely alone and abandoned and isolated yet again. And an abandoned Tesla registered to David, and it had been parked there for more than a month. It all just seems like a crock of shit and kind of a joke when it comes to the justice system and the way that the legal processes here in America work. But with her body being found September 8th, and David not getting arrested till mid-April of this year, that is a long gap. And it's like, what more evidence do you need to see at this point? It's like blood red hands are all over it and continue to be all over it. The imprint is obvious. We can't forget that David didn't immediately cancel his tour. He was literally playing a show.
Well, I don't know why in the hell he would not cancel his show, because ain't nobody going to that shit. After they figured out that's what he did, and I've said this in other videos, he used to open for SZA. SZA don't fuck with him no more. A lot of celebrities that had him on their social media, guys, they pull all that shit off the shelf. Nobody wanted to fuck with David D4VD anymore. Nobody. But I want to address something that this guy said about the family, you know, and the parents, you know, trying to say, oh, you know, he did this because whatever the case may be, whatever, trying to be on his side. A real mama, I'm talking about a real mama, not a fake mama. There's a big difference between a real mama and a fake mama. A real mama, if you know your son did this, you know what she gonna say? Son, you need some help. We're gonna get you some help. We're gonna get you an attorney first. but you need some help and you need to serve some time for what you did to this girl. Okay? Let's call this attorney. Get the attorney and let's call the popo because you're about to get arrested. That's what a real mama do. A real mama don't hide your monkey ass out. A real mama don't hide your monkey ass out. If a real mama knows you did this, son, you need some help. Okay? Let's call this attorney. Okay, go ahead and take you a shower, get you a good meal, and then we're gonna call the popo so they can come arrest you. Because, son, the help that I can give you is not gonna help you. You need some real help. That's what a real mama gonna do. Okay, not hide your ass out. That's not what happens. And I tell you what, guys, I've said this earlier. I was very shocked when they arrested his ass in California. I thought his ass was still in Texas. That's what I thought.
Like the night that this broke and people are still just out there. And if this all turns out to be true or that he's involved in some major way, it's like, what kind of whiplash does that leave you with as a fan that was there for those nights? And also, what does that say about the singer's lack of conscience? The fact that he's still just going out there playing and performing to tens of thousands of people like it's nothing, like he's not being alleged as a murderer. Weird that after police searched his house last September, all of his live events were suddenly canceled and the collabs are done and no deluxe edition of the album either. And it seems a little strange to me that the timing on that, it's almost like they uncovered some massive amounts of evidence, allegedly. Obviously, it's still alleged as to exactly what went down with David and the murder. And there may be other suspects, maybe other people in his circle that end up coming forward. We'll have to see what the trial and court process is like. But I feel like it's...
He just said other people who might come forward. Guys, I've said this. He ain't done this by himself. It's somebody else in his entourage. It might be 1 or 2 people in his entourage. Guys, I have the same 5 people for months. David D4VD for sure. His little brother Khalid, Neo Langston, and his 2 managers. Okay? I had said those 5 people. Okay? And since we sitting up here talking hell, let's just throw in his little goofy ass friend Asia Collins. Let's throw her ass in there as well. Okay? He ain't done this by himself.
Gonna be a media circus, and I really hope it isn't for the sake of the Hernandez family. At the time of recording this video, David still has more than 20 million monthlies on Spotify. It's gonna be interesting to see if that gets affected and to see if DSPs start deplaylisting him even more or start shadow banning his music or something along those lines. I guess some good news to end on is that David is currently being held in prison without bail. That probably won't last very long. It's unbelievable to think that David or whoever else may have committed this murder are thinking that they can just get away with this and leave a body in a trunk somewhere. How negligent can you be? Especially if you're committing a crime of that nature, you're just going to leave it rotting in a lot in Hollywood.
Singer David's arrest late Thursday afternoon captured by TMZ, the 21-year-old taken into custody at a home in the Hollywood Hills. The California Post also releasing this footage showing officers in tactical gear handcuffing David before putting him inside a patrol vehicle. The musician, whose full name is David Burke, has been on LAPD's radar as a suspect for months in the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas, whose decomposing body was found in the trunk of David's Tesla last September. Although an investigative grand jury was convened in the case late last year, it never returned an indictment. At this point, it's unclear what finally prompted his arrest on suspicion of murder.
Eventually, he surrendered. He was arrested around 5 p.m. and taken into custody.
Good.
And as of now, he is being held without bail. That alone tells you how serious this situation is.
This morning, singer David is being held without bail after he was arrested in connection with the death of a 14-year-old girl.
The case now heading to the LA District Attorney's office, where prosecutors will decide whether to file charges.
Now, immediately after the arrest, his legal team came out swinging. His attorneys released a statement saying, David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez and was not the cause of her death. So right now, his team is flat out denying everything. And here's the thing. Authorities have not publicly revealed all of their evidence yet. which means what they have behind the scenes must be strong enough to make an arrest. But they're not showing their full hand just yet. And that's where things start getting even more complicated.
David's defense team releasing a statement maintaining their client is innocent,
How
saying
is
the
that
singer
possible?
hasn't been charged with any crime. Quote, the actual evidence in this case will show that David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and he was not the cause of her death.
So guys, we have a new feature here on Why I Killed You TV where you're able to call in. The number is 682-812-9713. As long as this is live and you're not watching the replay, guys, you can call in and tell me your comments about any case that we are discussing. Today, we're discussing the David D4VD case. So, as of right now, guys, we ain't got too many callers, but that's okay. I'm praying it's going to be picking up very soon. There is the number, guys, 682-812-9713. Guys, we will only be using the audio, not the video whatsoever. And today we are going to finish talking about the family of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez and what's going on with them right now. And we're going to give a quick update. Guys, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. If you do not catch the live, if you catch the pre-recording, guys, you're still able to text me and let me know, hey, Kelly, next time I want to get on the mic. Okay, let's continue with this case.
As many of you may know, David was finally arrested last night for the suspicion of murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And we are finding out that he was in LA probably the whole entire time since this investigation started. And the police came hot and heavy, and neighbors were catching video of David actually being arrested. TMZ also got their hand on video footage of David actually talking to the cops when they came to the residence that he was staying at to arrest him.
It's going to obscure my view from the gate.
They ain't playing with his ass. Unlock it then. Yeah, do that.
Now, based off a little bit more information that did come out, we are finding out that the LAPD did just arrest David without a grand jury. So they didn't use a grand jury indictment to arrest him. LAPD has been giving statements saying that they got probable cause to arrest David for the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And this is a huge deal because it leaves a lot of people confused, wondering what did they get all of the sudden that they now are saying that they had probable cause to believe that he committed murder. Now, it is important to note that David has not been officially charged for murder yet, but they are going to take whatever evidence and probable cause that they are talking about to the...
Guys, is this going to stick? Somebody please help me, Jesus. Is this going to stick? I'm praying it's going to stick. Is this going to stick, guys? It sounds weird.
District attorney on Monday to see if they can get murder charges against David.
Let's
and
pray.
Monday will be a huge day because this is where we're probably going to find out a lot of information. We are probably going to hear what evidence that they are saying they got to use for probable cause to arrest David and not even use a grand jury. And it is possible that we will probably even hear the cause of death if the medical examiner was able to get one for Celeste Rivas Hernandez, because we know that the police have had it sealed. But we don't even know if the medical examiner was able to get a cause of death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, because we do know now it has been confirmed when the grand jury documents came out a month ago that she was in fact dismembered. And on top of being dismembered and being in two different bags, she was also very badly decomposed because they believe that she died in the spring. And mind you, she wasn't found until September. Now, David's attorneys have also put out a statement. They slammed the LAPD for arresting David. They said, you didn't even use a grand jury to indict him, but now you are arresting him on probable cause. They also said that the evidence will show that David did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and that he was not the cause of her death. Also being reported that the district attorney told the news stations that they are going to be holding a press conference about what is all happening. Based off what they're saying, it sounds like there might be a possibility that there is a press conference held today, but it might not be until Monday. But if it happens, I'll definitely let you know.
It's Monday.
It looks like the majority of information that we have all been wanting to know, we are finally going to be able to hear. And we are also going to see if they charge David with murder.
So guys, on Monday, hopefully David D4VD is going to stay his ass up in there. We about to see. We about to see. So, guys, I cannot wait to figure out what's going to happen on Monday. But, guys, it does not seem like he's going to stay up in there. That's just my personal opinion. I could be wrong. I'm praying I'm wrong. Okay, if he did do this, guys, I got to do the fingers, guys. If he did do this, I pray that his ass stay up in there. But, guys, I was on X, and I found this very disturbing post. It says, Celeste is a liar. Sky message appears above Coachella after David D4VD's arrest for murder. Guys, this was posted by the New York Post on April the 17th. Guys, this is weird. And when we open it up, guys, a lot of people have commented on this. A lot of people love this. Guys, over 2,300 people love this. A lot of people reposted this, 477. And it had over 2.5 million views. And a lot of people are saying the same thing that I am saying, like, yapping Lord. She's not even alive to be lying. And that's what I'm saying. Frida, brother, she's not even there to lie. This is crazy, guys. Magical says she's a 14-year-old girl. What is wrong with people? Guys, this is weird. This is weird. Celeste Rivas Hernandez K-Way. Celeste Rivas. Celeste never even had a freaking, I'm going to say freaking, guys, chance to lie. And I totally agree with guys. This is disrespectful as fuck. I don't know who posted this. And Latino says, just goes to show you how much these uneducated fools worship these low-life celebrities. Guys, this is weird. I do not understand why somebody would post this, guys. This is really weird. But if you look on X, guys, you will see that this was posted by the New York Post, guys. This is weird. I do not understand it whatsoever. And then as also, guys, they had this post here as well. And let me make sure, guys, you're able to see the same thing that I'm seeing. Evidently, somebody has posted disturbing look into a $3.5 million house where David D4VD was hiding before the murder arrest. So they said this is where he was hiding out at. And guys, like I said earlier in my previous commentary, guys, I said I could not even believe that David was still in California. I thought he might have ran back to Texas, where his parents are. Let's say, Hugh says, I do not understand how this, we're going to say freaking guy, had a $3.5 million house. What the hell is going on? He's a nobody rapper who murdered a teen. What kind of culture do we want in this country? This is weird, guys. This is how they said he was living. Now, I am sure David could not have left that house, okay? He had to have people bringing him food. I don't know if he DoorDashed or whatever, Instacart, whatever the hell he did. There's no way that he could have left that house, guys. He was in deep, deep, deep undercover. I don't think there has been any sightings of David D4VD whatsoever. And as you can see, guys, this is the video footage that I really like. And let me blow the hell at. I want to blow that up for you guys. Let me make sure you can see exactly what I see. We have a picture of David D4VD. We have a picture of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And at the time, guys, when he met her, she did not look like this, okay? She, in this picture, I don't even care when this picture was taken. I don't even care when this picture was taken because she couldn't have not been any older than 14. And there was a 5-year age difference between David D4VD and Celeste Rivas Hernandez. But as you can see, they are carting his ass off, okay? So, guys, she couldn't have been any older than 14 because she didn't live to be any older than 14 years old, guys. She was found in the trunk of his Tesla that was registered to him. She was found a day after what would have been her 15th birthday. And I know, guys, I might sound like a broken record, but, guys, that's what happened. And this here, guys, let me see here. This guy is, I forgot what his name is, but evidently, let me rewind that. Let me make sure you guys can hear.
David. Somebody, hey, I'm gonna say this right now. He didn't kill anybody, bro. He didn't kill anybody. There's no way. There's no way he's been on tour. He didn't kill anybody. He's been on tour. He literally performed yesterday. Bro, do you see the videos that he makes? There's no way he's killing somebody. He was framed. Either he was framed or...
Who would frame him?
Or my theory is somebody killed someone, and stole David's car and left it in the trunk. but I'm also not a detective. So, David.
Okay, so why in the hell? Just listen to what he said. He has since, Jason the Ween has since retracted that comment. Okay, he has since retracted this comment. Guys, this is weird. Now, in his theory, guys, he sat up here and said somebody stole the car and threw little Celeste Rivas Hernandez unalive body in the trunk. Why would somebody do that? Why would somebody do that? That makes absolutely no sense why somebody would do that. I don't know what Jason was thinking about when he made the comment, but guys, I guess he had some time to reflect. And now he has said, oh, he don't want anything to do with David. He said he don't want anybody to think that, and I'm paraphrasing like a mofo, guys. He said he didn't want anybody to think that they were friends. But guys, this is really weird. And then we have the arrest here again. It's TMZ. TMZ, guys.
Yes, sir. Hi. Robert Gossick with NBC.
Oh, I watch you all the time. How you doing, Robert?
Finally, guys, they got his ass. Okay, we ain't gonna keep watching that. This is the arrest again, guys. The video footage of David being arrested. Guys, this is like way over freaking due. This is way overdue. This little girl had been missing for quite some time. Anyway, guys, I am Kelly, K to the E, double L-I-E. Kelly, that's me from Why I Killed You TV. Finally, Judgment Day for D4VD and justice for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something, guys. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Then I'm mofo. I'm shocked, guys. Everybody that I talk about in my videos, guys, are presumed innocent till we find out that they mofo behinds are guilty. Okay, let's just call a thing a thing. Guys, my videos are for educational purposes and educational purposes alone. Okay, these opinions are my opinions and my opinions alone. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe to this mofo and push that doggone notification button. Guys, I have a new feature. Okay, the number is 682-812-9713. You can call in live if you want and get on here if I am live. If you want to buy me a cup of coffee, guys, my information is right below here. I got my email address, I got my Venmo, and I have my Cash App. I would greatly appreciate it if you want to buy me a cup of coffee. Guys, I know some of y'all scared in a mofo to get on here and call. If you just want to call and leave a comment, you can go ahead and do that as well. You could text me, let me know ahead of time, because I don't want to answer the phone and then you be like, oh shit, Kel. Oh, I just wanted to make a comment. Guys, go ahead and text me and tell me that you're going to leave me a comment or whatever the case may be. Guys, whatever the case may be, I want to hear what y'all think about this David D4VD case, guys. Those of you who are not up to speed, I'm going to get you up to speed, guys. But we got several video clips that we're going to be listening to, guys. And guys, I cannot believe that they finally got his behind. However, I've said this in other videos, because California has this weird ass law about concealing an unalive body. I'm not really sure if David is going to stay in there for a long period of time, but I was very impressed with the CNN coverage. Okay, because I thought the mofo was going to get out. Okay, I really thought he was going to get out. David D4VD, he was, and now I can say was, because you can't make no music up in the po-po prison. Okay, guys, he was a musician. He made that song Romantic Homicide. And to tell you the truth, guys, I didn't even know who the hell he was until all of this went down. Evidently, allegedly, he was dating little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And guys, there was a 5-year age difference. He was having an inappropriate relationship with Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, it was a 5-year age difference. Evidently, he met her when she about 11 and 12 years old. Maybe 10, 11, 12 years old. On the internet. Okay? on the internet. I don't know if it happened on TikTok, Fortnite, or whatever the case may be. Still, their relationship is sort of kind of up in the air as to when they started meeting. But evidently, she was a young Hispanic girl, poor girl from Lake Elsinore, California. And evidently, David D4VD, they met on the internet and he started going to Lake Elsinore, where she lived, and picked her up in the very Tesla. Wait for it. Wait for it. In the very freaking Tesla that her unalive body was found in. He was picking her up from Lake Elsinore in that very same black Tesla that was registered to him. She was found in the trunk of his Tesla, decomposing in 2 separate cadaver bags found in a tow yard. That car had been towed from around his mansion. They found the car around his mansion. It had been towed. It had a bunch of dust bunnies on it. It had a dent on it. It was collecting a lot of tickets. It was in the Hollywood Hills, and evidently those rich folks over there was complaining, and the car got towed. When it made it to the tow yard, roughly about 2 days after, a funky ass smell started coming from that damn car. And guess what? The tow yard people called. They called the popo, and guess what? When they popped the front of the Tesla, they found the decomposing body parts of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, she never got a chance to turn 15. However, this is where the confusion is coming in. However, a decomposing body, already decomposing in the 2 cadaver bags, was found 1 day after what would have been her 15th birthday. Back it up. What would have been her 15th birthday. She didn't get a chance to turn 15, guys. She was 14 years old. And I have said this in video at the mofo video. Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was only 14 years old. In my opinion, if this happened, if this indeed happened, in my opinion, David D4VD stole her childhood. There was a 5-year age difference between David and Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, all his little friends he used to introduce her to, he was making them believe, including his family members, which I find that very odd, because she did not at the time look like she was 19 years old. He was trying to make everybody believe that she was 19 years old. When in actuality, guys, depending upon when they started going out, she had to been somewhere like 11, 12, or 13 years old. David was 5 years older than her. Come to find out, and we're gonna watch a couple of videos, guys. Hold the freak on, don't be rushing a sister. But anyway, come to find out, guys, evidently there's a great possibility that he unalived her because his monkey behind was already under investigation. Okay, I'm guessing, guys, I'm assuming, I gotta do the fingers. I'm assuming it's because of some other inappropriate behaviors that he was having with some other individuals. He was already under investigation, and evidently he lured her to his home. And there is some speculation. I don't know, guys, maybe there was an argument, this, that, and the third. And evidently she was threatening that she was going to tell that he was having maybe some inappropriate relationships with some other people underage. Now, I can tell you something, guys. He was on a live with little Celeste Rivas Hernandez before she died. He was on a live with her, and they were talking. And little Celeste Rivas Hernandez sat up there and said, "Are you talking about raping kids?" Guys, I cannot say the word. It rhymes with grape. She said, "Are you talking about graping kids?" I'm paraphrasing, but graping kids was definitely in there. So now I am starting to believe the little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was trying to rat him out on the DL. That's what I'm starting to believe. And evidently he was already under investigation, and this could be the reason why little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was unalived. Guys, this is weird than a mofo. But we got his ass. We got his ass. Guys, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. If you want to go ahead and call in, you can. The number is 682-812-9713 as long as I'm live. If you're watching the replay, guys, you could still go ahead and call
and leave me a message. Or you could text me and say, hey, Kelly, I want to be on the next live. I would greatly appreciate it, guys. My contact information is right there. We're about to get down to the bottom of this David D4VD case.
So the preliminary hearing, that's what's next now. What happens next in this case? The preliminary hearing is set for April 23rd of 2026, and David remains in custody without bail. Now, before we continue with that, I want to show you this.
Break it down.
If you don't know anything about this case, please expand the description box. There's a case background right up there for you. There's a link to the playlist. We've done plenty of deep dives, and we watched a press conference yesterday together where they gave us a whole timeline. But we're going to do a lot today. I'm going to show you the criminal complaint, the new one that was just released, okay? I'm going to be showing you lots of things today, all right? Okay, but this, oh my word. Okay, so I've been looking at his Instagram, right? And this was posted on April 20th of 2025. Now remember, prosecutors allege that David murdered Celeste, and remember he's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. But they allege that he murdered Celeste on April 23rd of 2025. Okay, so I went to his Instagram to see, well, what did he post on that day?
Break it down, girl.
Oh, yes, he did. Look at this.
Hurry it up now. Hurry it
If
up.
we go there, this is what he posted on that day. Bro, you posting selfies on that day? Really?
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
April 23rd. It says it there. April 23rd, right? 2025. That's the day they allege that Celeste was invited to his home and never seen alive again?
Wow.
Whoa. And he posted this on that day and was just excited about his album.
Wow.
Which is also why there's that special circumstance, right, of the financial gain. Here he said, I was just playing piano when MGNTR asked me to play Here With Me by David. I didn't expect that David himself would walk in and start singing in the middle of the supermarket. Still in shock. Shame. That was also posted on that day. Okay.
Gee whiz.
And then on April 24th, he said, my Withered World Tour is now officially on sale in every city, and the album drops tonight.
Wow.
That's why they've got that special circumstance of the financial gain, the pecuniary gain. Why? Because clearly they said that it sounded to us like he was being investigated, right, for having a very inappropriate relationship with a
boom, boom. That's what it sounds like. And I have always said this, guys, and I'm going to say it again. David D4VD was an arrogant ass. He invited her to his home on April the 23rd, 2025, knowing that he was going to unalive her because evidently he was already under investigation for doing some other peculiar shit. Okay? That's what was going down. Okay? Now, guys, in the beginning, I was thinking maybe Celeste Rivas Hernandez, maybe there was a great possibility that she was going to rat him out. And it seems like, look at my other videos, guys. I ain't making this shit up. I'm not making it up. Look at it. Anyway, I said it was a great possibility. Maybe they underlie. And guys, I'm still saying they, because you cannot tell me. Guys, put it in the comments. You cannot tell me that David D4VD did this shit by himself. Nope. He ain't that smart. He ain't that smart. He had other people to help his ass out. Okay? And guys, it seems like, just like she said, and I love her channel. Guys, go ahead and check out her channel. I love it. I don't even have to say check out her damn channel. The channel's off the damn chain. Check it out. But anyway, to make a long story short, you remember when David D4VD and Celeste Rivas Hernandez was on that live? They were doing a live, whatever the case may be. And Celeste sat up there and said, and I'm paraphrasing like a mofo. Okay, guys? Guys, my videos are for educational purposes and educational purposes alone. Do whatever the hell you want to do with it. Okay? Anyway, they were on that live. And guess what? She sat up there and said, and I'm paraphrasing like a mofo. She sat up there and said something to the fact that David likes to grape kids. David likes to grape kids. You remember that? And then David said, oh, no. Can we delete that? You remember he said that? Okay. I am thinking there's a great possibility, even at that moment when she said that, she was trying to rat his ass out. I have said, look at my other videos, guys. I'm not fooling around with you. I have said this before, that David D4VD, I have said that before. I believe Celeste Rivas Hernandez knew a little bit too much. Okay.
And I have said this before, guys. Look at my other videos. I'm not clowning around with you. Okay? I said that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez had got on his Discord. Got on his Discord. And she said, and I'm paraphrasing like a mofo. She sat up there and said, I am a minor. Remember, I said this shit, guys. This ain't the first time I said it. Stop playing. I sat up there and said that she said, I'm paraphrasing, and this is what she wrote in the Discord. I am a minor. I am 14 years old. Look at any of my videos, guys. I at least said that 20, 25 times. Look at it. Look the shit up. She sat up there and said, I am a minor. I'm 14 years old. Why would you say that now, Celeste? I've said this. She was in the Discord when she was 10. She was up in that mofo when she was 11. She was in that mofo when she was 12. Up in there when she was 13. And then you're going to turn 14 and you're going to say that? Something in that relationship got rocky in a mofo. Got rocky. I've said this in other videos. I believe that she was trying to rat his ass out because you had never said that shit before. Celeste, you had never said that before. You've been sitting your ass up in there since you was 10 years old. Never said that shit before. But when you turn 14, all of a sudden you get a wild hair up in your ass and you said, I am a minor. I am 14. You was a minor at 10, was a minor at 11, was a minor at 12, and a minor at 13. But you turned 14 and then you gonna tell everybody you a damn minor? Okay. Something was going on in that relationship. I'm not really sure, and I've said this, I'm not really sure if David was trying to break it off with her or she was trying to break it off with him. Maybe his friends was like, dude, or maybe his managers was like, dude, you're doing some inappropriate shit. Okay, this is going to have to stop. Okay, I'm not really sure. And maybe little Celeste, maybe if she thought that David was trying to break it off, maybe she's like, oh, okay, I got something for that ass. I'm going to tell everybody. Okay, and when you that age, and sometimes, oh my God, help me Jesus, sometimes you old women, you sit up there and you gonna tell a man what you gonna do right there in front of his face, and then you wonder what the fuck? Well, why did he do that? And I believe she was running her mouth on that day, or maybe he just lured her over to his house and said, this is the day, because Celeste is running her mouth. And I cannot let this get out to the media that I am having an inappropriate relationship with a girl who is 5 years younger than me and who is not of age. Okay? That's what I am thinking. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. David ain't done this by himself. Okay? It was David. It could have been his brother Khalid. It could have been his friend Neil Langston. Okay? That could have been involved. It could have been his manager, Josh Josh Marshall, and then that other manager, Robert Morganroth. Okay? And shit, hey, let's sprinkle in Asia Collins while we at it, because she is acting strange than a mofo too. Okay? He ain't done this shit by himself.
So, I just want to see if I just want to see something.
Break it down, girl. Okay. Break it down.
So now we're going to go over the criminal complaint.
Do
right?
it. Fast.
There we go. Nightbot is sharing Grizzly Cat's coffee link. If you want to buy a coffee to say thanks as well. All right, so here we go.
Buy me the damn coffee.
Superior Court,
my shit is down
State
here.
of California, for the County of Los Angeles. And there's a few little details in here, hey? I even missed him once. The first time I read, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And then I see articles mentioning they said like a sharp weapon. I'm like, where does it say that? Read it again. It's in here. It's in here.
Break
it. Pay attention. I'm like, really? They actually said that in here? Yeah. So it says, the people of the state of California plaintiff versus David Anthony Burke, aka D4VD.
Break it down.
Count 1. On or about April 23rd of 2025, in the county of Los Angeles, the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, was committed by David Anthony Burke, who did unlawfully and with malice aforethought murder Celeste R., a human being.
Wow.
Notice, the above offense is a serious felony within the meaning of Penal Code Section 1192.7c and a violent felony within the meaning of Penal Code Section 667.5c. Notice, upon a felony conviction for the above offense, prison custody time is to be served in state prison based upon the above felony offense being a serious felony defined in Penal Code Section 1192.7 and or violent felony defined in Penal Code Section 667.5C or...
First of all, they finally got his height. I think they said he was 5'5", or I think they said he was 5'5". I've been trying to Google how big this motherfucker is for quite some time. They said he's 5'5", 125 pounds. This mofo is not going to survive 2 hot days. And I don't mean to laugh, guys, but he's not going to survive 2 hot days up in prison. Okay? In the back of his mind, in the front of his mind, both sides of his fucking big forehead. He is not going to survive. In prison, he is too light in the booty. And he going to be somebody's girlfriend. Okay? In a matter of guys, before the week is out, David is going to be somebody's girlfriend. Trust and believe. When your booty is that light, guys, you cannot go to prison. Okay, he going to state prison. He ain't doing no federal time. He is going to state prison. Guys, they're going to get that booty, and they're going to get that booty quick. Okay, because dude is light in the booty. Okay, he is light. And guys, if he did do this, he deserves everything his ass gets. Because I've said this in other videos. What the hell did she do to deserve all of this? So what? She was going to rat your ass out. Guess what? Take her ass back to Lake Elsinore where you found her. Drop her off out there. Okay, so what? You were under investigation allegedly for something else. Okay, deal with that shit. Now you got this murder case on your dumb ass? This is the dumbest shit I have ever seen in my whole life. Why in the hell did you do this? This is weird. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and tell me what you think. But this shit is weird. Why would you do this? This makes absolutely no sense. Break it down, Grizzly True Crime.
For felony offense requiring registration as sex offender pursuant to Penal Code Section 290C within the meaning of Penal Code Section 1170H3.
Don't sound good.
Then it says, it's further alleged that the murder of Celeste R. was intentional and was carried out by the defendants, David Anthony Burke.
There you go.
For financial gain within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2A1. And the prosecutor, district attorney, said that that was because he continued with his lucrative career. He dropped his album, he went to Coachella, all of that, right?
Selling t-shirts, bloody t-shirts.
So basically, to not ruin his career and start his world tour. That is so crazy.
Priorities.
So then it says, it is further alleged that pursuant to Penal Code Section PC 190.2A10, that Celeste R. was a witness to a crime and was intentionally killed because of that fact.
Check it out, check it out, check it out.
She's probably going to speak out against him. We already saw that clip, right?
So they were pretty much alluding to the fact that she was a witness to a crime. Maybe they're talking about these kids when he was on that live with her and sat up there and said, oh, no. Because she sat up there and said, and guys, I'm paraphrasing like a mofo. She sat up there and said, raping kids. Maybe she witnessed some of that. Okay? And we can't blame her. Shit, she was a kid her damn self. We cannot blame Celeste. She was a kid her damn self. Okay? But guys, depending upon what timeline we're looking at, you cannot tell me that Celeste Rivas Hernandez, there's a great possibility that she might have been held in captivity before they unalived her. This is what I'm thinking. I could be wrong because, guys, the timeline is all over the damn place.
Right? There's that clip where she's on a live stream with him.
There you
go. He said that's controversial, and he said, I've media trained you. And she said, what's controversial is raping children. She said that.
Ooh.
And he's like, what?
Go.
He's like, oh my God. Okay. Delete everything.
Exactly.
And thanks to the internet sleuths for whoever got that, it was not deleted. It's very much out there, right?
Wow.
Okay. So it says now, it's further alleged that the murder of Celeste was committed by the defendants, David Anthony Burke, and the defendant intentionally killed the victim by means of lying in wait within the meaning of Penal Code Section 1902A15. Like literally, they said he invited her
wow.
to his house. She was never seen alive again. So it says it's further alleged that in the commission and attempted, see now I've highlighted in a different color so we can actually see.
Okay, so he lured her to the house. She was never seen again. Put it in the comments, guys. Do you believe that that was the day that she was unalived? You know, put it in the comments, guys, because if this is true, I mean, this is just weird. This is just weird. Guys, like I said, these timelines are all over the place. I'm getting confused like a mofo listening to it. But put it in the comments, guys, and let me know if that's the day that you believe that she was unalived.
See, okay. In the commission and attempted commission of the above offense, the said defendants, David Anthony Burke, personally used a deadly and dangerous weapons, to wit, sharp instrument.
Sicko.
Said use not being an element of the above offense within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022B1, and causing the above offense to be a serious felony within the meaning of Penal Code Section 1192.7C23. There's where it says a deadly and dangerous weapon, sharp instrument. We had not heard that before, right? Charges filed Monday. We've been through that. Now let's go over the timeline. 2022.
Break it down.
Burke's music goes viral. Burke, a content creator who began making his own music to accompany the video game montages he would post online, goes viral on TikTok for his song Romantic Homicide.
There you go.
Wow. Never gonna live that down. The song ultimately peaks at number 4 on Billboard's Hot Rock and Alternative Songs chart, and Burke signs with Darkroom and Interscope Records.
Okay, before she gets too far ahead. Okay. David D4VD, guys, he started on TikTok or the Fortnite website, and he was using other people's content while he was playing them dumbass video games. He was using other people's content just like I'm using us. And the music was playing in the background, and he was getting flagged. That's what happens, guys. Sometimes you can get flagged, and you know the website was like, "Look, we're gonna take your shit down. You keep using other people's content." So anyway, to make a long story short, he went home to his mama and told his mama what was going on. I'm on the Fortnite gaming website. I'm using other people's content. I'm being flagged. And then the mother says, which was ingenious like a mofo, the mother sat up there and said, make your own content. And wow, I guess a light bulb went off into to the back of his head. And he decided to make his own content. And guys, before you know it, he started making his own content. He started to blow up on the Fortnite website, on TikTok, and guys, he blew the hell up. He even opened for SZA. And I've said this in other videos, guys. There is a lot of celebrities that do not fuck with him no more. They don't fuck with him no more. Okay? They taking pictures of him down from their damn social media. They don't want shit to do with it. Guys, go to SZA. Go to her social media, guys, and you will see she don't fuck with him no more. Okay? Because he had opened for SZA. And guys, he had really blew the fuck up. And I believe that if this, I don't know, if this wouldn't have happened, you know, and guys, you know, maybe he don't have no control over himself, whatever the case may be. There was a great possibility they were saying that this fool was in a cult, or whatever the case may be, you know, that targets young kids. I'm not really sure why he did this. Maybe there's a screw loose somewhere. I'm not really sure. But guys, if this wouldn't have happened, I believe that David could have really been like the up and coming person. Okay. No, I did not know anything about his music before all of this happened. And then when I found out what happened, guys, I really was kind of feeling that song, that romantic homicide. It had a catchy little tune to it. Okay. I didn't like the lyrics, but the tune was very catchy. But the whole thing in a nutshell, here we are, fast forward to today, in the midst of some BS, and for what? Let's check out the timeline.
September 7th of 2023. Prosecutors say the abuse begins. Burke allegedly began continuous sexual abuse of Rivas Hernandez, who had just turned 13. They'd already talked online for about 2 years, according to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. The girl has been described by authorities as a runaway, and court documents say she lived with Burke in Los Angeles. April 5th of 2024, Rivas Hernandez is reported missing. Remember, they say it was April 2025 when she was murdered, right? So we're still in 2024. Rivas Hernandez's family reports the 7th grader missing from her home in Lake Elsinore, a town about 70 miles southeast of Los Angeles, for the last time. They had reported her missing several times before. April 11th. Now we go to 2025. See that? They just skipped a whole year. All right. Burke makes his coach.
The thing is, guys, she would run away, come back, run away, come back,
Okay, and everybody is thinking that she was running away to be with David D4VD. Okay, however, people are making a big deal, and I've said this in other videos, that she actually ran away one time. The family said she's missing. Okay, she actually ran away one time, and during that time when she was gone, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, David D4VD, and Celeste's cousin, who's a couple of years older than Celeste, Esmeralda, they went to Six Flags. During their little Six Flags adventure, evidently, Esmeralda did a Build-A-Bear, okay, and got a little certificate for the Build-A-Bear. And when David broke his lease, after all of this went down, he broke his lease, and that Build-A-Bear birth certificate was filed in the home, and it had Esmeralda's name on it. Okay. Everybody making a big deal about that. Okay. Oh, yeah, he had to do it because the birth certificate was in the house, guys. That means absolutely nothing to me. All that means is that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, Esmeralda, and David D4VD hung out one time. That does not mean just because the Build-A-Bear birth certificate was there, that does not mean anything to me whatsoever. Guys, that's weird to even think something like that. But as we can see, fast forward to today, it does actually mean something. And then people were sort of kind of like trying to blame Esmeralda, but like, well, why? Well, she's the cousin. Why would she tell her aunt and uncle, hey, I'm here with Celeste. We're at Six Flags. The reason why, and I've said this in another video, that Esmeralda didn't say shit because she was at Six Flags getting her fun on, okay, eating her hot dog and her cotton candy and her Build-A-Bear. She's not thinking, oh, I need to call my aunt and uncle and tell them I'm here with her, even though, she's been reported missing. She's safe. We right here with David. She's not thinking that. She's trying to have fun. This shit is weird. A lot of people were blaming Esmeralda. Esmeralda was a damn kid, too. She was only a couple of years older than Celeste Rivas Hernandez. It's weird.
Coachella debut. Oh. Burke performs. Oh, yeah, he first performed at Coachella. Damn it.
Get
I thought he
that
performed at
timeline
Coachella
together,
between
girl.
the murder and the dismemberment, but first
Grizzly.
at Coachella. In between, he launched his album. He allegedly murdered Celeste and then launched his album Withered. Okay, so but right
Arrogant
before
ass.
that, April 11th of 2025, Burke performs at the music festival Coachella and goes viral again, this time for face planting hard on the stage during a failed backflip attempt. I gotta find that clip. In an interview with the Associated Press during the festival, Burke talked about using social media feedback from fans to refine his set lists. He said, I am my fans and my fans are me. And we work in tandem with each other. And it's such a beautiful, poetic kind of thing we have. I bet they disagree now, although some of them will still be like,
Exactly.
absolutely on his side. Because these are just allegations, you know what I mean? But I'm sure there's a good, I don't know, 50%? 80? What are we talking that are like, no, we are not the same.
Break it down,
He's like,
Grizzly.
we're the same. They're like, no, we're not. Yeah,
Exactly.
but we're not.
You're weird.
Holly's mom said, woohoo, feeling awesome to be a Grizzly. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a member for 19 months. All right, so April 23rd of 2025, Rivas Hernandez is last known to be alive. The charging documents filed by prosecutors in the case against Burke have few details, but they do allege he killed Rivas Hernandez on or about April 23rd, the day that she was last heard from. Prosecutors say Burke killed Rivas Hernandez because she posed a threat to his career. Then, April 25th of 2025, he releases his debut album 2 days later. So what, did he think, oh no, this can't come out? Maybe she was threatening to tell people. I don't know, he's like, this cannot come out. I'm about to launch an album. I'm going to have to silence this person. Is that what it is?
Wow.
Okay, so he releases his album Withered. Burke releases his first album, Withered. In social media posts and media interviews, he describes using a recurring motif in his music and videos, an alter ego character he calls Itami, also with the 4, IT4MI, like J4IL. After Itami, a Japanese word for pain. He's basically like the evil version of me, Burke said in a YouTube interview with the Tape Notes podcast published May of 2025. Oh dear. Burke's videos sometimes depict the character blindfolded in a shirt that appears covered in blood. May 5th of 2025, authorities say...
Okay, before she get too far ahead. Okay? He made a video. I've said this in other videos. He made a video of himself standing there with a bloody shirt on. I keep saying t-shirt, guys, a bloody shirt on. As he watched two people put somebody
who appeared to be unalive in the trunk of a car. And I almost said trunk. In the trunk of a car. Okay? And then the same thing happened to your ass in real life. And we supposed to believe that that's a coincidence? We supposed to believe that that's a coincidence. She was found in the front of your Tesla, a Tesla that was registered to you. You told us it was stolen at first. And when you saw we wouldn't digest in that, you switched it to say that it was sold. But you forgot to transfer the title, or you didn't have time to transfer the title, or whatever the case may be. You see how this shit is getting weird? Okay? This is getting weird. And then that Tesla was being driven around in the Hollywood Hills by the mansion where David was renting out until it was parked at its last destination, and somebody got out of that car and got onto the tour bus, and then David and all them went on tour. Okay? I've said this before, guys. One of you guys actually contacted me, and you told me what your damn theory was, and then your theory was so powerful it became my theory. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And my contact information is right over there. Okay? Anyway, one of you contacted me and told me your theory, and your theory became my theory, guys. And if you want to get on the mic, guys, there's the number. If you're watching this live, the number is 682-812-9713. Okay? We're using audio, no video, guys. And then if you want to get on the live later, guys, you could text me, whatever the case may be, if you want to get on here now. My whole thing is, one of you actually said, Kelly, that was not the final plan for them to put her unalive body in the front of the Tesla and leave it there in the elements in August and September for it to later be towed. Okay? Because she was found in 2 cadaver bags. Okay? We're in the heat in the Hollywood Hills of California. I said, this is the craziest plan I ever thought of in my whole damn life. But one of you actually said you believe that somebody was supposed to come back, somebody who did not have access to the doggone mansion. Okay, they were supposed to come back, okay, and drive that car away, either to be burned, crushed, drowned, whatever the hell they were planning on do with it. That's what the plan was. Okay, and I'm thinking, damn, that's a plan for your ass. Never thought about that. And I'm thinking that was the case. However, the person who was supposed to move the car, there's 2 scenarios with that. Either they knew the little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was in the car and they didn't want shit to do with it. They chickened out. Or they didn't know that she was in the car and they were getting real lax with it. Okay. And then when the car got towed, they probably called David and said, hey, dude, I know I was supposed to move the car, but the car has been towed. And that's when David probably had a big old boo-boo in his drawers. Thinking, I told you to pick the car up on this date, and now the car done got towed. The car done went to the tow yard. And one of you, I ain't gonna even go there, guys, but let's just agree to disagree. But one of you actually said that it was a great possibility that he was framed. I don't know. Okay, but how in the hell was he framed? Because it's obvious that Celeste Rivas Hernandez, her unalive body, was already in the front of the Tesla before it made it to the tow yard. Ain't nobody gonna bring an unalive body decomposing in 2 bags to a tow yard not with all that security, okay? Because we already know, guy, I don't even know the tow yard, but we already know when a car is in a tow yard, they got tight security up in that mofo because you got a lot of angry people mad because their car got towed. So, guys, there's all kind of video footage at the damn tow yard. So that scenario doesn't make any sense to me, but let's go ahead and agree to disagree up in this mofo. Let's listen to the timeline.
Rivas Hernandez's remains are mutilated. One of the felony charges against Brooks is unlawful mutilation of human remains, and prosecutors say that Rivas Hernandez's arms and legs were severed from her body on or around May 5th.
God.
April 5th of 2025, Burke launches tour. Burke's tour for the album Withered begins with a show in Del Mar, California. He also released an official Fortnite anthem, Locked and Loaded, on September 3rd. The collaboration with video game creator Epic Games echoed his start in the music world, and he would create and post Fortnite montages online. September 8th of 2025, Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body is discovered. On the day after she would have turned 15, her body, badly decomposed, are discovered in body bags. Again, who bought the body bags? What did the Tesla record? What's on his phone, laptop, all of that? Who else knows things? Kathy Mama Bear said proud to be a...
And this is the thing, guys.
This is the thing. Okay. Where the hell did the body bags come from? And then, guys, Steve Fisher, who's the private investigator, I done said this before too. Steve Fisher, who's the private investigator, sat up there and said that there was a burn cage that was delivered to the house. It was never unboxed. It was bought with gift cards, and it was sent to the home in a fake name. David D4VD was found in the middle of Santa Barbara with his damn cell phone, standing out there with his damn cell phone. My whole thing in a nutshell is, was he trying to think, okay, what am I going to do with this unalive girl's body in the front of my Tesla? Okay, should I take the burn cage? Because, guys, you cannot burn waste in the Hollywood Hills. So I am thinking, was he thinking is, can I take the burn cage and little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, her remains, and burn her out there in Santa Barbara? See, this shit is starting to get weird. Okay, and then the private investigator sat up there and said, they said the burn cage, guys, the box was beat up as hell, but it was never open. And then, guess what? They started talking about the damn chainsaw. Steve Fisher said that it was a chainsaw found at the house inside of the garage. Well, why in the hell would David need a damn chainsaw? You don't own the property, sir. If there's a problem with the property, you contact the damn landlord. You do not sit up there and cut the damn tree down yourself, but they said even the chainsaw was not used. So, guys, this is weird as heck. Guys, please go ahead and check out Grizzly True Crime. Amazing, amazing YouTube channel. Go ahead and check it out, guys. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to her channel as well. I would greatly appreciate it.
Grizzly, and if you know, you know. Can't wait to be able to type again. Thank you so much for all your support. All right. So it says the 2023 Tesla model, I think it's an X according to the documents, is TYO Toys here. You just corrected it the other day, and I was saying thank you. I think it's an X according to the document. Had been towed from an upscale neighborhood in the Hollywood Hills, where it had been sitting seemingly abandoned. Police searched the vehicle. They found a cadaver bag covered in bugs with her head and torso inside, and a second bag containing her arms and legs was found underneath the first.
Sad.
September 19th of 2025, Burke's remaining tour dates are cancelled. So he didn't cancel that immediately when the car was towed or discovered, or Celeste remains were found. Only when the remains were identified.
Nobody going
That's
to
when
that
he canceled
shit.
the tour. So did he think that they wouldn't know? Did he think that he could just
He's arrogant.
leave her remains in a hot car?
That's what he thought.
You know, in the frunk.
Exactly.
And that he watched no true crime. He's like,
the
it's
back of
okay.
his
Like,
mind.
it's just, they will never know. They'll
That's
never know
what
who
his
that even
ass
is.
thought.
They're gonna know. There you go.
Break it
TYO
down.
Toy, did you answer the question or no? It's a Tesla Model X, am I right? That he had.
It says
Sorry
a
if
Y.
I missed it.
I thought it was a Y, guys. I thought it was a Y.
So that was September 19th. Then he canceled his tour dates, right? He was even going to come here to Switzerland. Oh my word. Like world tour, yes?
Nobody
Warsaw,
wanna see
Poland
that
canceled.
shit.
The Associated Press confirmed that David was also dropped by his label Interscope Records at some point in 2025.
Good.
October 6th of 2025, a funeral service is held for Rivas Hernandez.
Sad.
Multiple news outlets reported that Rivas Hernandez's family held a funeral service for her at the Queen of Heaven
Unbelievable.
Cemetery and Mortuary in Rowland Heights, California.
Unbelievable.
November 24th of 2025, police block release of coroner's report. We've gone over that. February 2026, Burke revealed as the target of a secret grand jury probe. I've got a whole video on that if you missed it. April 16th of 2026, Burke is arrested. And on
Good.
April 20th, he's charged with murder.
Good.
And there we go.
Today, I am announcing the charges against David Anthony Burke,
Good.
the musician known as David, spelled D4VD, in connection with the brutal and horrific murder of Celeste, a
Sad.
14-year-old at that time.
Weird.
These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. The determination on whether or not the district attorney's office will seek the death penalty will be made at a later time. Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Burke, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body. Before I get into the description of these charges and their seriousness, I want to look at this as a parent. I am a parent of 3 children, and a parent's nightmare is a situation where your daughter goes out one night and never comes back.
Exactly.
As we will show in a court of law, and what I also want to make sure about that the understanding of these charges is clear, is my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Burke, to convince a jury of 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt that each and every one of these charges is true, as well as the special allegations and circumstances that have been alleged. Now, back to this being a parent's nightmare. On April 23rd, 2025, as been alleged by the complaint, Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time, went to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills. She was never heard from again.
Wow.
On September 8th, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, Miss Celeste remains, her dismembered and decomposed remains were found in 2 bags inside of a front trunk of a car registered to Mr. Burke. Thereafter began an investigation. The investigation was to determine who killed, who murdered Celeste months and months before. That investigation was carried out in unison and in partnership between the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division and the District Attorney's Office. At every point in the investigation, through the arrest and the filing of charges, the LAPD and the District Attorney's Office have worked in lockstep. There's been no disagreements amongst these entities in deciding.
How in thy hell did David D4VD think that his monkey ass won't get away with this? I do not understand it. But listening to this, guys, it is obvious that he was already under investigation. And there was a great possibility that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was about to rat him out about this. Guys, this is strange. And finally, we're going to get some justice. I am praying for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. This is truly Judgment Day for David D4VD.
How to proceed with this case, ultimately leading to these charges today.
Horrible.
So what you have as well with these charges is that, again, there are 3 sets of charges that have been brought. The first-degree murder with special circumstances, and again, those special circumstances are lying in wait. That Celeste went to Mr. Burke's home on the night of April 23rd, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, at his invitation, and again, was not heard from again.
Wow.
The second is a special circumstance being that this murder was committed for financial gain. As the evidence will show in court, the financial gain was for Mr. Burke to maintain his very lucrative musical career that Celeste was threatening on that particular night. The third charge, in addition to lying in wait and for financial gain, is murdering a witness to an investigation. In this particular case, as the evidence will come out in court, the witness to the investigation was Celeste. And the investigation was into the lewd and lascivious sexual acts committed by Mr. Burke that is the subject of count 2 of this complaint with Celeste while she was under 14 years old.
Sick. Dude was sick, guys.
I had the chance to meet with some of the family members of Celeste, and their grief is uncalculable as to what happened to their daughter. What they have demanded, what we have assured them that the district attorney's office working with LAPD would give them is the proof beyond a reasonable doubt on who killed their daughter.
Exactly.
On how their daughter was killed, when their daughter was killed, and bring that.
I have said this in video at the mofo video. There is no way that you can convince me that David D4VD did this by himself. And you can see how arrogant he is. Guys, from Grizzly, you saw that he was posting pictures of himself, pictures of him being with friends right after he unalived her, if that is what happened on that particular day. This guy was arrogant. He was arrogant. And I've said this in other videos, guys. I'm not really sure if he was in the code or whatever the case may be, but something has to be wrong with your monkey behind to think that you are going to get away with something like this. Okay? They got his behind. Not really sure how long he's going to stay, but they need to start working. And I'm sure they already have. And I said this in other videos, guys. I'm sure the Popo knew more than what they were telling us. They were just holding a lot of this information close to their damn chest. As you could see, guys, they pulled it off. They pulled it off. I have said this in other videos, guys. I do not like to talk bad about the Popo. I have family members that are the Popo. My ex-husband was the chief, and we're not going to say where because I ain't none of your damn business, but my ex-husband was the chief of police. We're not going to talk about where. They ain't none of your damn business, but they were holding this information close to the vest, and here we are today with an arrest. I have said this in video after video after video. I'm not really sure if this is really going to stick, but guys, it seems like it's sticky than a mofo right about now for David D4VD.
Killer to justice.
Yes.
That killer that we have now charged is David Anthony Burke.
For his behind.
We will have questions after I speak and Chief McDonald speaks. At this point, I invite Chief McDonald to speak.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the parents of Celeste Rivas. No parent or any human being should have to endure what you've gone through.
Finally.
Today, alongside DA Hockman and our partners at the LA County District Attorney's Office, and thanks to the tireless and hard work of our investigators at the LAPD, we're announcing the arrest and prosecution of David Burke for the murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas. Throughout the 7-month investigation, this department has faced criticism for how we handled the case and for our decision not to provide details. I want to be clear about something. My duty is not to fuel speculation, it's to deliver justice, and that requires patience and discipline on everybody's part. This investigation was driven by a single purpose: to secure justice for Celeste Rivas and for those who loved her. We had to be certain that nothing we did or said would ever jeopardize this case. Ms. Rivas was a reported runaway from Riverside County. During the course of our investigation, detectives learned that she had been involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Burke when she was a minor and he was an adult. On April 23, 2025, Ms. Rivas arrived at Mr. Burke's home in the Hollywood Hills. That's the last time she was known to be alive.
Wow.
On September 8, 2025, Ms. Rivas's dismembered and badly decomposed body was discovered in the front trunk of Mr. Burke's impounded Tesla. From that moment forward, our investigators faced an extraordinary, difficult, and complex case. The condition of her remains delayed the medical examiner's ability to be able to determine cause of death.
Wow.
The substantial amount of time that passed between her...
And you know what, guys? I've said this in other videos. Probably already said it in this video. I don't know. What did she do to deserve this? What did she do to deserve this? Okay?
Evidently, it seems like she about to rat your ass out because evidently it seems like they were already investigating your behind. Okay? So what? I would have packed her shit up. Let's just say she was threatening you. Pack her shit up, take her ass back to Lake Elsinore, and tell her, okay, good luck proving whatever you think you have over my damn head. Okay? Guys, and I'm sure, and I shouldn't say I'm sure, unless they got some video footage of him, he might have been dumb enough to video record some acts that they were doing. And if that's the case, that's going to be his ass. That's really going to be his ass. I hope this mofo wasn't that stupid, but it seems like he is on the slow bus. Okay? But my whole thing is, why didn't you just ship her back where she came from? And then you wouldn't have all these other additional charges about unaliving somebody on your damn hands. That is weird. That is weird. David, and I've said this before, is an arrogant ass. And that's why where we are today, because of his arrogance, and they got his ass.
Her death and the discovery meant that crucial evidence had degraded or disappeared. And as detectives worked to uncover the truth, they also had to sift through and debunk a great deal of false information circulating publicly. These challenges were real, and they required patience, precision, and an unwavering commitment to the facts. Despite these obstacles, and despite intense public pressure, our Robbery Homicide Division detectives remained steadfast in their duties. They recovered and analyzed a substantial amount of digital and forensic evidence.
Good.
They stayed focused, disciplined, and committed to uncovering the truth. Their work, in close collaboration with the District Attorney's Office, has brought us to this moment today. I want to thank the District Attorney and his team, as always, for their partnership. This case demanded coordination, persistence, and a shared commitment to justice. Also, thank you to our media partners for showing up today and for sharing this important message with the public.
Good.
And finally, to Miss Rivas's family, we cannot undo the pain you are feeling.
Horrific.
Our hope is that today brings some measure of accountability and a step in the journey toward healing. Please know that the Los Angeles Police Department remains fully committed to seeking justice on behalf of your daughter.
So at this point, we'll take questions.
Break it down.
The details of the allegations that have made, particularly with that special circumstance, will be produced in court.
You believe the difficulty was to determine both the matter, cause, and date?
So with respect to the coroner's report, we will be seeking quite quickly to provide an order to the court that now allows the coroner to release that report to the public.
Do you believe that he acted
from the BBC between the finding of the body of Celeste's body or her remains?
This is sick.
Why has it taken so long for an arrest to be made?
I think the police chief got it right. That in a situation where you don't have an eyewitness account, or we can't point to a video that shows the killer killing someone, you have to go through the very rigorous and thorough investigation to look at all the digital and forensic evidence. You have to speak with witnesses, often who are cooperative, and some who are not cooperative, in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time. That is what we've been doing over the last, between September 8th, roughly, and today when we bring these charges on April 20th. So again, it's a type of case that you want to make sure you get maximum information. And by the way, if there's anyone out there that has material information about this particular murder or any other actions taken by Mr. Burke, please come forward to the Los Angeles Police Department, come forward to the LA County DA's office, and report that information.
Mr. Hochman,
You see what I'm saying, guys? That comment that he made right there, there's going to be a lot of people who were in his entourage possibility who's going to come out and start saying stuff. Okay, they're going to start ratting each other out because they don't want to be in trouble for what happened to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, put it in the comments. Tell me what you think. I think that comment that he made right there is going to have a lot of people running there to open their damn mouths about what happened to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
There are other people who were aware of this relationship.
Yes.
Is it possible that you will be
Arrest them.
arresting other people within his
Arrest
circle?
their
And did he
asses.
act alone in this death?
Again, with respect to whether or not there's any other individuals or we're going to take any other actions, you will know about them if we do, but at this point, I'm not commenting.
Do you believe that you know how she was killed beyond it being homicide? The actual cause of death?
The coroner's report will be released shortly. Because it is not currently released, I'm not going to be commenting.
But was it determined, not that, if you won't say what it was, but has it been determined how she was killed beyond it being homicide?
The coroner has made a determination on how
There you go.
Celeste
Break it down.
died, and at the point that the coroner's report becomes public, we'll be able to comment. on it.
Was there a specific breakthrough last week? Is there physical evidence that ties David to this murder?
There is physical evidence and there is forensic and digital evidence that we intend to present in court to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, you know what, guys? I've always said, where the hell is the video footage from the damn Tesla? Tesla will tell you every damn thing. And to this day, I haven't seen where they said anything was going on with the Tesla. Okay? So that is probably one of the pieces of the puzzle, what they talking about, this digital evidence that they have, okay? Because somebody, come on now, the Tesla had to tell something. We've been waiting for that for quite some time. Even Steve Fisher sat up here and said that, the Tesla was going to tell something. And then he also was alluding to the fact that the last person that drove that mofo car was possibility that was Neo Langston. Okay, but he's not really come out and really said that it was Neil who was driving that car around. But I've said this before, gonna say it again. David too dumb to do this shit by himself, allegedly, if he did indeed do it.
Within your investigation, and just to his question, are you able to tell us exactly what the smoking gun is? And also, if you can address the issue of his visit to Santa Barbara, and how does it connect with the murder?
So with respect to the actual details of the evidence we're going to be presenting in court, I'm not going to do that today. As far as the concept of a smoking gun, the smoking gun is the totality of the evidence that we're going to bring to prove any case, whether it's this case or any case, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Is there any evidence of abuse of underage girls that being investigated?
An investigation is ongoing. If information comes forward on with respect to any additional crimes, we will certainly investigate it.
One more question. One more. There's been so much discussion about the difficulties in this case. The chief talked about it as well. What makes you confident you can prove these allegations?
What makes us confident is the totality of the evidence that has been obtained by the LAPD robbery homicide, by the work that the district attorney's office has done, that has led us to the point where we believe we can prove each and every one of these three charges and the special circumstances and the special allegation beyond a reasonable doubt.
Boom. Bye-bye. They got your ass.
Calling People versus David Anthony Burke. That's case number 26 CJC F02399.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor. Blair Burke, Marilyn Bernarski, and Regina Peter, on behalf of our client, David Burke.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke.
Deputy Attorney, that's the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all potential allegations, enhancements, and priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
And request a preliminary hearing within the period?
Yes, Your Honor. From the media reports, apparently there have been 4 months of secret grand jury proceedings. We believe that Mr. Burke is entitled at the earliest opportunity to an open preliminary hearing and the proceedings not be done in secret. So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. Your Honor, we believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that.
It's coming.
We're asking for April 23rd as a 3 of 10, Your Honor.
Anything from the people?
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case for the last several months.
Thank you. So the matter will be set, plea of not guilty has been entered on behalf of Mr. Burke. The matter will be set in Department 105. The matter is ordered assigned to Judge Charlene Almeida in Department 105 for all purposes by the judge of the supervising.
I look like David just in the back chilling like a mofo, like he got a care in the world. Okay. They go get your ass, and I pray that it sticks.
Judge of criminal.
Look at him.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may just put on the record, we have, as soon as the people arrive, delivered a informal discovery request consistent with Penal Code Section 1054.
Look how short this motherfucker is. Look, he is standing up. These two attorney women are standing up. This dude is short than a mofo. Now, when they arrested him, guys, they said, I believe they said he was 5'4" or 5'5" and 125 pounds. God, they gonna tear his ass up when he get up in there to the state pen. They gonna tear his ass up. Look how short this dude is. I believe he has short man syndrome too. That's the reason why you felt like you had to do all of this to this little girl. This is weird as hell, and I've said this before. Go say it again. You cannot tell me that David D4VD's parents believe that his ass is innocent. Look at his damn videos. Look at his damn lyrics. Look at his damn the shit that he wears. The goddamn Hello Kitty hat, the Hello Kitty backpack, the Hello Kitty polo, the Hello Kitty shoes. Guys, he was obsessed with little Celeste Rivers Hernandez. He was obsessed with her ass. Guys, he's fucking weird.
Given almost no discovery thus far, we received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case.
Oh, that's a lot.
Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel plans on going to a preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives. In addition to that, the coroner's report was sealed in this case in order to prevent it from hampering truthful testimony from witnesses that testified at the grand jury. So an order will also have to be obtained in order to get the coroner's department, which is now the medical examiner's department, to release those materials.
Break it down, girlfriend.
Sure. It's surprising news given the district attorney's office held a press conference this morning where they discussed the cause of death apparently under seal and not released by the coroner's office, as did the robbery homicide unit to the press. So we would again reiterate, we believe that Mr. Burke is entitled to discovery. We have served the people with notice. They have 15 days to produce discovery in this case. We would ask that they do that in conscientious earnestness and as quickly as possible.
They got
I ask the court to make an order today. We'll take a copy of the minute order ordering the Department of Medical Examiner to release their coroner.
Anyway, before we get too far ahead, guys, put it in the comments. What do you think? Do you think that this is going to stick? I am praying that it does. If he did indeed do this to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, I am praying it is going to stick, guys. Just not sure. California got that weird ass law, guys. If you are found concealing an unalive body, what's going to happen is you're going to get a $10,000 fine and a year in prison. I am praying that he gets the time that we all think that he should be getting.
allegedly, if he indeed did this.
Report in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The court will order that the medical examiner release the report in this case.
Oh, this one overlaps. This is Houston Tech 25. So yeah. There's Robbie. This would be 4 freaking days after he kills her. So that means during this, Celeste is still not dismembered. So that means, is she frozen somewhere in his house? Because think about that. He was out doing things that whole 10 days. He kills her the 23rd and he had shows and he was doing things.
Exactly.
So where did he have, where did he have her? I don't think she was just, do you think he would have just left her out? I bet it was in a freezer somewhere. In my opinion, after a week, she would have started smelling that.
Okay, was she actually already deceased then? That's my whole thing. Was she already deceased then? Or was she being held in captivity and then he unalived her afterwards? This is weird. Okay. Zach girl, I greatly appreciate you. Guys, go ahead and check out the channel. I love her content. Let's check it out.
House up really bad. Maybe he did. But I think it would have been so noticeable. I don't know. I could be wrong, unless he just kept her in the car that whole time and then he just didn't.
Weird.
He didn't drive that car after that. Maybe that's when he got a new car. He just didn't drive it. I don't know. But he's out and about doing his things out of town. Celeste's body is somewhere.
Another Tesla.
Mm-mm. Sorry.
Love you from that.
And that's what this was from when he was crying. It was his special.
Sad.
And the because she was going to out you for being a freaking predator, right?
Sad.
And then we have this picture from April 29th. He's out in LA partying it up. But let me show you this other picture that came out.
Break it down.
Hold on a second. Hold on, let me show you. Hold on, I want to make sure that was LA. Okay, so let me show you another thing that came out here. Check this out. April 23rd. He posted this the day he freaking killed her. He posted this.
Wow.
Guess what?
What?
Album release week starts April 23rd.
And guys, believe it or not, people were paying. I'm going to rewind this just a little bit, guys, so you can see. People were paying. Let me rewind it just a little bit. People were paying money for these bloody ass shirts. And guys, there was some speculation there was a great possibility it might have been real blood on them shirts, which I never believed that. Because blood, guys, when it gets old, it starts smelling. Believe me, I know. I'm a registered nurse, guys. I don't believe that it was real blood on those shirts. Said this before. How in the double boo-boo, David D4VD, did you think that you can present a video to us with some crazy ass lyrics? You wearing one of these bloody shirts, okay? And you're watching two people put somebody in the trunk of a car in your video, and the same thing happens to you in real life, and we supposed to sit up here and believe that all of this is a coinky dink. That is weird to me. I do not understand it for the life of me. Guys, go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it, and push that damn notification button. And then, guys, I got a new feature where you can call me at 682-812-9713.
You can call in as long as we're live. Even if we're not live, you can call and leave a message, or you can text me and say, hey, Kelly, I want to be on the next show, guys. I really don't give two boo-boos as long as you get up on here, guys. We're only doing audio. We're not doing video whatsoever. Guys, this whole thing is weird. It was unfreaking called for. He didn't have to do that little girl like that. Little girl. She was not 15. She was 14 years old. This was all uncalled for, in my opinion. So it looks like we got a caller waiting, guys. The number, you two can get on here, guys, as long as I'm live. The number is 682-812-9713. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And guys, my contact information is right there. I got my email, my Venmo, and my Cash App, just in case you want to buy me a cup of coffee. I would greatly appreciate it. We got the caller on the line, guys. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, Kelly. Thank you so much for providing the information here on YouTube. I like how you give it like a comical spin. And even though this ain't no laughing matter by no means, you make this situation, lighten our hearts up just a little bit. But I am so glad that Celeste Rivas Hernandez, her family, is finally going to get some justice. And I know that you said before that you didn't think that this was going to stick, but and I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing, it wasn't going to stick. But it looks like, looking at CNN and listening to, other podcasts and listening to you, I'm really starting to think that there's a great possibility that this is going to stick, and finally it's going to be justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez, because this is horrible. This should not have ever happened. And I totally agree with you. I think she was living life in the fast lane and sort of kind of got caught up. So I would like to see what other people have to say, and other people comment on this situation, because this didn't have to happen. I too sort of kind of blame the parents. It should have been more supervision going on with that. But once again, Kelly, this is Tony out of New York, and thank you for sharing.
All right, guys, just like Tony did it. He was on the mic. You can get up on here too, as long as I'm live, guys. If you do not want to be live, guys, you can still go ahead and send me a recording. The number is 682-812-9713, and I will use your recording. Okay, guys, let's agree to disagree up in this camp. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. And what do you think about Tony's comments? Okay, I've said this, guys. I've said this. I do blame both sets of parents. I just don't blame little Celeste Rivas Hernandez's parents. I blame both sets of parents. I don't know what kind of relationship she had with her mom. Evidently, her half-brother actually got on YouTube and said that the father was trying to get little Celeste Hernandez to live with him. Okay, because I don't think the parents are together anymore. But the mother would not allow it. Okay. The half-brother also mentioned something to the fact, guys, and I'm not really sure if it's true or not, that there was a great possibility that the mother, not only could they not get along, that it was sort of kind of like the mother he felt was abusive. Okay, guys, I don't know. We're talking about teenagers. God, who the hell knows what they're talking about? Okay. You tell a teenager no, and then all of a sudden they think you're abusing them, or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying that this was what happened, but I'm saying their relationship wasn't the best. And I was thinking, when I heard that their relationship wasn't that good, guys, is this a regular relationship that a teenage girl has with their mom? I mean, me and my mom used to get along back in the day. Now I love her to death. Can't get enough of her. Okay. So I was thinking that was the type of relationship that he was talking about, the half-brother, but the half-brother was alluding to the fact that the mother and Celeste Rivas Hernandez, her mother, did not get along, because evidently Celeste and a half-brother share the same father, not the same mother. Okay. And that the father was trying to get Celeste to live with him, but the mother wouldn't allow it. I don't know. And I've said this in other videos, guys. I believe that she was growing up too fast. Evidently, David D4VD was not even her first boyfriend, guys. How is that possible?
when you met David roughly when you was about 10, 11 years old, 12 years old. They said she had a boyfriend named Gus, and evidently Gus was older than David D4VD, and evidently Gus was unalived, nothing to do with David D4VD, I think. But they said Gus was older than David was, and he was unalived in a totally different situation. How is all this happening? And this girl is a teenager, okay, no older than 13 at the time. How is this happening? Where does she meet these people? Okay, I've said this before. The parents said that the last time that they saw Celeste Rivas Hernandez, she was headed to a movie theater with a guy. This is what evidently with a guy named David. How is it that you never met him? You are letting your teenage daughter just go out with whoever, never met him, don't know too much about him, just know that she was headed to the movie theaters? That's weird as boo-boo to me. How does that happen? I do not understand it. And I blame David D4VD's parents because, guys, there is no way. Guys, you see that little bitty picture in the circle? Do you see that little, look, guys, I can't know what I'm pointing. But do you see in the thumbnail, guys, there's a little circle of a little girl. That is how little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was looking initially at 10 years old. Okay? So you mean to tell me I don't know how old she was when David's parents met her? But come on now. You can tell when somebody, even if somebody looks 19 and they're not, you can tell in their damn conversation that something is off. Okay? Maybe they look a little mature for their age or whatever the case may be. But that damn conversation gonna give it away each and every damn time. Okay, so Tony, I thank you for calling in, guys. For the rest of you who want to call in, the rest of you who want to comment, guys, put it in the comments. Guys, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And guys, make sure to push that notification buzzer. And I'll tell you what, guys, if you want to get on here, guys, we're just doing audio, no video up in this camp. Come on, scaredy cat. If I am live, guys, if this is not the replay, you can go ahead and call in at 682-812-9713. I believe she grew up too fast. Okay? Guys, we are in a different day and age. Okay? You can do everything on the damn internet. Okay? I think she got caught up on the internet. She started meeting maybe these older guys. I'm not really sure how she met Gus. From what I understand, she met David D4VD on the damn internet. And one thing led to another. Here we are. Fast forward to today. He was picking her up in Lake Elsinore. David was picking her up in Lake Elsinore in the very same freaking car that she was found unalive and decomposing in the front of. What the hell? He was picking her up from Lake Elsinore and evidently taking her to the Hollywood Hills. And it got to the point, guys, she just kept running away. She kept running away to be with David D4VD. And guys, there was some speculation, there was some allegations. We're not sure how true this is, but it's about to come out. That there was a great possibility that the family was getting paid off to keep their mouth shut about the relationship between David D4VD and Celeste Rivas Hernandez. They said their family was getting to the tune of about $10,000 a week to keep their mouth shut about the relationship. My whole thing in a nutshell, okay, let's just say that's not true. And I'm praying it's not, because it sounds like you guys were pimping her out if that was true. I'm praying it's not true. Let's just say it's not, because I'm praying that's not the case. Let's just say it's not. Let's just rewind. We're going to say that's not true, okay, because we don't, guys, there's a lot of rumors and speculations with this particular case. My whole thing in a nutshell, why didn't you know who David was? Why didn't you ever make him come to the freaking door, ring the freaking doorbell, and introduce himself to you? Okay? I grew up in a different time, guys. That shit would have never flown in my household. Okay? That would have never flown in my household. I have a niece. That shit would never fly in my household. Never. That would never fly. You mean to tell me I'm going to let my niece go to the movies with somebody? And she's a teenager. I don't know who the hell he is. I ain't never met him. He's supposed to be a musician. Guys, that should have been their first clue that this guy was older. Okay, but Gus was old. They said Gus was older than David was. So what the hell? What is going on? But guys, we're about to find out. And it looks like, guys, allegedly, that David D4VD, there's a great possibility he unalived her because evidently he was already under investigation. Guys, they said he had a fetish for young girls. Now, guys, if you have watched any of my videos, I shared a little small snippet of David D4VD, and I mentioned this in a couple of videos. When he is standing on a chair. He is on a Zoom with his friend Asia. Him and Asia is on in one room in the Zoom, and two little girls is in another room on the Zoom. And David D4VD is talking, I'm a gooner, I'm a gooner. I had to look that shit up because I didn't know what the freak a gooner was. But evidently a gooner is somebody who likes corn. Starts with a P but rhymes with corn. That's what a gooner is. And these little girls are watching David D4VD in the Zoom, and he stands up on the freaking chair and he starts flicking his little pecker back and forth, gyrating. And these little girls are just looking. They're sort of kind of in shock, but they're sort of kind of like giggling, like it's sort of kind of funny. And then Asia Collins, who is David's age roundabout, she's sitting, she's like laughing, but sort of kind of nervous, a nervous laugh, like she felt uncomfortable. Then at the same time, she thought it was strange, but at the same time, she did not stop David. This is weird. This is weird. These are kind of cuckoo people that he is hanging around. Okay, and it's obvious that these little girls are in a room watching this fool do this, and their parents probably were nowhere to be found. Okay, guys, we got to watch what our children are doing on this damn internet because we live in a different age. Anybody can rope their asses in. And I already said it, guys, it was a great possibility that David could have been in some type of damn cult. There we go. There's a great possibility he could have been in some type of cult. And that is the reason, that could be the reason, allegedly, that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez is no longer with us anymore. Guys, put it in the comments. What do you think about this case? Is David going to get the time that we all think that he deserves if he did allegedly do this?
That's right. We begin with breaking news in the murder case against singer David. We have Mario joining us now with what happened just moments ago in an LA courtroom. Mario.
Jen, Sandra, we can tell you that the 21-year-old singer did appear in court today, shackled in a jumpsuit, joined by his attorneys. He didn't say anything, and cameras were not allowed in the courtroom. But the big development here is prosecutors have now asked for more time to review evidence before it's presented to a judge, and they'll be back next week. Meanwhile, look at the setup out here. There were about 24 cameras just a moment ago waiting for some sort of update from prosecutors. We were just told they would not be speaking. So let's take you back to the latest court appearance. The now 21-year-old in court Monday pleading not guilty to a series of charges, including first-degree murder and the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Prosecutors adding what are called special circumstances, lying in wait, killing for financial gain, and murdering a witness. And that really opens the door for the harshest possible penalties, life without parole or the death penalty. And prosecutors say David killed her after she threatened to expose their alleged sexual relationship. One they say began when she was just 13 years old. Wow. Her body found in the trunk of that musician's towed vehicle in September. And we spoke to a criminal defense attorney, Mark Garagos, about the possibility of others being involved in this case.
Generally, without getting into the weeds here, there's been some indication that people who knew things were put in front of that grand jury and may have been given immunities and may have made statements. If that's the case, then generally the prosecutor will say, okay, tell us what you know so that we can give context and we won't prosecute you. And mind, you don't have to look that much or that far back. Take a look at the Diddy prosecution. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of people who a year ago in federal court, when they were prosecuting him, said, how come they're not?
Okay, guys, it's obvious that we're not live. If you want to get on here and discuss this topic or any other topics, guys, the phone number is right above my head, 682-812-9713. I am Kelly from Why I Killed You TV. But this is horrific. I do not understand for the life of me why he would do something like this. Guys, you could go ahead and text me. Text me and say, hey, Kelly, I want to get on there. I want to talk about XYZ, whatever the case may be. I really want to start talking about David D4VD case because that's what's hot right now. And guys, we can also talk about Nancy Guthrie if you want, but go ahead and text me, guys. There is the phone number right there, guys. I only be using your audio, no video whatsoever. So if you're interested, go ahead and text me at that particular phone number. But it looks like nothing major really happened today. Evidently, David D4VD's attorneys are trying to buy more time.
Indicting other people, prosecuting other people. Well, it was because a lot of those people agreed under immunity grants or just cooperate to give information that was inculpatory of him. And I suppose the same thing is happening here. It's a page right out of the prosecutorial playbook.
Now, David, whose legal name is David Anthony Burke, was arrested last week. His attorneys have asked the court to force prosecutors to publicly release their evidence that was collected over the last several months since the teen's body was discovered. Now, back out here live just outside the criminal courts building, that hearing again has been rescheduled next Wednesday, the 29th at 1:30 p.m. For now, live, we'll send it back to you, Sam.
It's Chazzy. Hey, JB, let me ask, do you think you will get the death penalty? It doesn't matter if he gets the death penalty or not as far as sentencing, other than perhaps it being a moral victory for the prosecution / Rivas Hernandez's family, provided that, there's a conviction in the case. Again, if there's a conviction, it doesn't matter because California has a moratorium on the death penalty, so there will not be an execution with this case. Can he be sentenced to the death penalty in a very what's the word I'm looking for, in a way that just basically announces the severity of the crime? Yes. But will he actually be executed? Not in the state in which this crime was allegedly committed.
So, guys, once again, California got this goofy ass law. So he can be convicted of this crime. However, when they start talking about the death penalty, he will not actually be unalived. Okay, he won't be unalived. They're not gonna, take him to the electric chair, whatever the case may be, whatever they're trying to do to him. Okay, but on paper, which means absolutely nothing to me, especially if this is my daughter, because of the state that it happened to. California, guys, is whack, is crazy. They got some crazy ass shit going on in California. Because this happened in California, on paper, it says he's going to get the death penalty, but in all actuality, ain't shit going to happen to him. Okay, guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think. That shit is weird. On paper, it will say that, he's going to get the death penalty, but that, guys, because of the goofy ass state, and guys, please don't message me about your state, but because of the goofy ass state that this happened in, ain't nothing going to happen to this guy. Nothing. Probably just going to spend the rest of his life in prison.
Today, singer David is expected to be back in court, this time for a hearing that his team wanted to happen right away.
And this morning, we're also getting chilling details about how Celeste Rivas died.
This is sad.
CBS LA's Rick Monson is live outside the courthouse in downtown LA. Rick, what are we expecting for today?
Chris Kalina, so today is just basically the next step in what is potentially a lengthy court process. This preliminary hearing is where a judge will decide whether there is enough evidence to continue holding the singer turned murder suspect over for trial. Also, this comes one day after the medical examiner was finally able to release its report about what happened to Celeste.
Horrific.
So the young victim, her family says that they are absolutely devastated by hearing the gruesome details in that report. According to the report, the 14-year-old girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, died of sharp force trauma, but the autopsy was made difficult because of the severe decomposition of her body when it was found in the singer's abandoned Tesla last September. Officials say she died 5 months earlier in April. And David Anthony Burke, the suspect known by his stage name David, was arrested last Thursday. On Monday, he pleaded not guilty to capital murder charges. We spoke with a former federal prosecutor about the case. He says the victim's body was severely decomposed when it was discovered, so the defense may claim too much time has passed to know exactly what happened to her. But he also suspects that there is evidence the prosecution hasn't publicly revealed.
They talked about digital evidence
People that are younger, they tend to use their cell phones, and we know that those phones have a treasure trove of information.
There you go. Boom.
So
Get his
if
ass.
convicted, the singer David could be facing the death penalty. But District Attorney Nathan Hochman says that will be determined. Whether they pursue the death penalty will be decided sometime in the future.
So yeah, Celeste Rivas's family were obviously devastated. So the medical examiner finally yesterday released the full autopsy report.
Yes,
which had all the details in it, and we got a statement last night through their attorney saying they were experienced profound emotional pain after looking over the report, which is interesting, which means that they didn't even have the report until they released it to the public. Because
it was sealed.
Because as a victim, I thought maybe they would have access to the report, obviously, before the general public do, but it doesn't seem like they did.
No, because the LAPD got a court order.
Right.
Having it.
Can you imagine being a parent and this happens to your child and you got to sit up here and listen to this shit? Okay, David D4VD, why in thy hell did he do this? This is weird.
Be completely locked down because it was an ongoing investigation. And apparently they found this all out December 9th.
Got
the
it.
medical examiner.
Yeah, no, they've had this done for a while. They were just unable, obviously, to release it to anyone until yesterday.
Yes.
So obviously they described the details as horrible and gruesome, and they're requesting privacy and patience as they process the tragedy of their daughter.
Horrible and gruesome. Like, I didn't even know this person, but to have this details come out and know it to be like your 14-year-old daughter.
Well, they
heartbreaking.
I mean, they had officially, like you said, back on December 9th, ruled it a homicide because they were able to determine that, despite, which I don't really know how they were because of how the body had decomposed, but they were able to determine that the cause of death was multiple penetrating injuries, 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. So AKA like a knife of some sort, I would assume. And yeah, I mean, it's horrific. Her left ring and pinky fingers were cut off. So unclear why that was. I know there's been some speculation online that she may have had a tattoo on one of her fingers. So I obviously don't want to speculate here, but and then the other interesting anecdote from it was they obviously got the toxicology back. So initially it showed up as there was meth and MDMA. Were presumptive positive, and then so how it was explained to me is then they retest it, and then basically it was the MDMA was not detected, and then the methamphetamine it was inconclusive. So it's kind of like how else would that show up on the initial screening? I don't know how
you know how many days apart like they were tested because like
that I don't know. I do know obviously when you pass away, whatever's in your system doesn't keep breaking down. So so if there were traces of that, then that could add another wrinkle to obviously what was going. Could be used in David's defense, maybe also could be used by the prosecutors saying maybe that he drugged her. Who knows? But
now we do have through TMZ, this has been a snippet that has been made public, and we're going to go through this here in just a moment. But before we do, we want to caution our audience that viewer discretion is advised. Some of the things that we're going to be talking about are quite gruesome. It's going to be difficult for some people to hear. We're talking about a victim that is a minor in the form of a 14-year-old girl. Again, her name's Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So some people might find this content to be something that is a little bit difficult to handle, and we totally understand that. So I'm going to give another warning here in just a moment as the audience starts to file in here and people find the live stream. We want to give people an opportunity to find the live stream. But again, it's really important for us to note that viewer discretion is advised because we're going to be talking about some difficult subject matter in relation to the gruesome way that this murder was carried out. And so and also the aftermath of that as we kind of hone in here on the medical examiner's report and show you some of the findings post-mortem in relation to Rivas Hernandez's remains. So I believe we actually just went down on TikTok. Is that correct, Josh? If I'm seeing that correct, or no, maybe not. Are we there on TikTok? I'm trying to find if we're still live or not.
I've had to refresh a couple times, and
Come on,
let's
now,
see.
shit.
If you can hear us there, let us know. If you can't, well, you can't hear us there.
Let's go over to YouTube and just see if we're live on YouTube, because
we are up on YouTube.
Okay, that's great. So folks, we're gonna get into the report here in just a second. Please be patient with us, because we're getting live on a lot of platforms really quickly. We just want to make sure that we are live on all of these platforms.
Break it down now,
Josh, if
break
you can
it
look
down.
into TikTok for me, because I'm not seeing us on
Come
TikTok,
on,
and that might be
shit.
a problem. I don't know if that's a
too
tech
long.
issue or not. We're also going to be live on Facebook. I think we're actually already live on Facebook, but we'll bring that up here shortly. How we're going to do this live stream is it's going to be in 3 parts. We are going to read the full release, the public release that has been put out by the medical examiner's office. Then we're going to go into the first 2 pages of the report. And then we're going to stick around and try to answer some questions as to how this pertains to the preliminary hearing tomorrow, and then the trial, should it happen at some point later this year, or whenever it does in fact happen. We'll talk about some of the legal ramifications of this particular report and the findings of it. So yes, we are live on Facebook. Hello to the audience that is live on Facebook. I can't bring us up on TikTok.
Yeah, we just ended it. We're resetting there.
Oh, okay. And then let's see here. And then I do see YouTube. Hello to YouTube. Good to see everybody there in the YouTube chat. Let me read the public report. Okay, this is the report that I could put the link in the description. This is available to everybody. It's basically in essence 4 paragraphs, and I'll read as follows. The County of Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiner, DME, determined the cause and manner of death for 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez as multiple penetrating injuries caused by objects.
Horrific.
The manner of death is homicide. Miss Rivas Hernandez was discovered at 1100 hours on September 8th, 2025 in the front trunk. Did we know it was the front trunk?
Of the Tesla. That's
It was the front.
From
Okay.
the video.
I didn't remember if it was front or back. So, okay. Front trunk, also known as the frunk trunk of a vehicle in a tow yard in Los Angeles, and death was pronounced by a detective with the LAPD.
Wow.
A deputy medical examiner conducted an examination of Miss Rivas Hernandez on September 10th, 2025 at the DME Forensic Science Center. September 10th, 2025. Is that the day? Oh my God, I know why that. You know why that date sticks out? September 10th, 2025.
Is that the
Charlie Kirk assassination date? So on the same day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the deputy medical examiner in LA County performed this autopsy.
This is also 3 days after what would have been her, I believe, 14th birthday.
Right. Okay. So that also makes sense as to why she's being referred to as a 14 and 15-year-old. The cause and manner of death were determined December 9th, 2025. Okay. So we're going to pause there for a second. That means for a period of, so September, October. So it's 3 months, right? 3 months, September, October, November. Yeah. 3 months total. So a period of approximately 90-ish days. That was when they were able to definitively determine the cause of death, which again, if you're just joining us, is 2 penetrating wounds. I'll continue reading here. A court order initiated by the LAPD previously prevented the DME from releasing its findings. So LAPD did not want this information public, and they did not want this released to the public for... we'll get into that a little bit later. Here's a quote now. And apologies, I'm going to try to pronounce this name. Quote, after several months, I am grateful this information can now be released, not only to the public, but also to the grieving family enduring loss, says Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Ode Ukpo. It is unfathomable they have had to wait this long to learn what happened to their daughter.
Exactly.
The transparency of the information contained in our findings and reports is essential for empowering the community to make informed changes to effectively reduce fear and allowing the community to take informed action. Making the department's information publicly available is not just...
Okay, before he gets too far ahead, guys, I am Kelly, K to the E, double L-I-E, Kelly, that's me from Why I Killed You TV.
Guys, I have a new feature where you can call in if I am live. Currently, I am not live, but if I am live, you can call in at this number that's glowing right there above my head. 682-812-9713. Okay, since I am not live and you do want to get on here, guys, maybe for other topics or maybe for this particular topic, guys, you can go ahead and text me. And then when I do become live, I can go ahead and message you back. This case is sad. How this little girl was done. Okay. And evidently, guys, those of you who are not familiar with the case, David D4VD, evidently he was dating, and I have to do the parentheses, guys. I have to do the parentheses because I'm not trying to get sued by nobody. Okay. Evidently, allegedly, he was dating little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guys, and there was a 5-year age difference between Celeste and David D4VD. The whole thing in a nutshell, she was found unalive in a trunk of a Tesla that belonged to David D4VD. That Tesla was parked right outside of his mansion, and he sat up there and told everybody that that Tesla was stolen. Later on, he changed that story and said that the Tesla was sold, but he did not get a chance to transfer the title. Okay. My whole thing in a nutshell, and I've said this in other videos, if the Tesla was sold, why in the hell is it still sitting, parked right outside of your damn mansion? That makes no sense whatsoever. Evidently, they were saying that the Tesla was being driven around from one spot to another to the next spot until it finally reached its last parking spot just feet away from David D4VD's mansion, and whoever parked that Tesla out there, guys, jumped onto a tour bus and went on tour with David D4VD. So we're not really sure if it was David who jumped on the tour bus or one of his friends, Neil Langston, or whatever the case may be. Guys, everybody that I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until we find out that they monkey behinds are guilty. Okay, my videos are for educational purposes and educational purposes alone. Guys, this is sad. It has taken so long to figure out what happened to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And to tell you the truth, guys, I've said this in other videos. I thought that when they did arrest him, that it wasn't going to stick because California got this strange ass law about having concealing an unalive body. California got this strange ass law, guys. If you are found concealing an unalive body, all you're going to get is a year in prison and a $10,000 fine. So, guys, there's going to be some graphic stuff we're about to listen to. This is really sad how he did this little girl. Evidently, David D4VD is now arrested since the 16th. He has been arrested. The popo got his monkey behind. And we're going to be listening to some very graphic stuff regarding this, guys. This was senseless as hell. Evidently, David D4VD lured her to his home, and then he unalived her. And then later on, he had the nerve to take some pictures with some of his friends. My whole thing in a nutshell, and I've said this before, there is no way that David D4VD, in my opinion, did this by himself. He is not that damn smart. Okay? Guys, make sure to go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. And make sure you push that notification button for future videos. Let's play this mofo right here.
About accountability, it is about social justice and prevention. By ensuring access to this information, we strengthen our ability to learn, act, and ultimately prevent the next tragic loss of life. I want to extend my gratitude to our partner agencies for taking the necessary step of filing an order with the court to make this disclosure possible.
Well, I might have it.
Oh, you might have the...
I might have the
full report? Okay. Let me just, really quick, as he's looking at what could be the full entire report, not just the snippet. Let me just read this from the chief medical examiner. It is unfathomable they have had to wait this long to learn what happened to their daughter. So clearly, from Dr. Ode Ukpo, some frustration here that this information has not been made public sooner.
Exactly.
That's very loud for an agency like the medical examiner's office to put that in a release. Usually, in covering a lot of cases, medical examiner's office normally it's here's the report, make of it what you will. There isn't really much much of a gift wrapper on it. It's more of a here's our findings. They're not an agency known in most jurisdictions to be highly vocal. It's usually we let the science and let our work do the talking for us. Now, I get it. We're talking about Hollywood. We're talking about Los Angeles, California. It might be a different position to be the chief medical examiner in LA than it would be some rural county in Mississippi or Missouri or Oklahoma or some, other section of the country where it's not as high profile.
Okay, he's rambling like a mofo. Anyway, guys, we are now going to be talking about whether or not David D4VD will be getting the death penalty. Okay, California got some strange ass law that even though they are going to quote unquote say that he's getting the death penalty, evidently, guys, he's not going to get the death penalty. They're just going to say he's gotten the death penalty, not that they're going to put him to death. That shit, California got some weird ass shit going on, guys. That is all that's going to happen to David D4VD if they do find him guilty, because like I said, California got this weird ass law. And guys, we're going to be going over the autopsy report, because the autopsy results for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez has come in, and guys, this is beyond strange, disgusting, the stuff that we're going to be listening to.
This is a pretty high profile job, but to say that it's unfathomable that they've had to wait this long, pretty loud. Okay, so what do you have?
We have the
I
full
continue?
26-page document.
Okay. And 16 minutes to break it down? I don't think that's realistic.
We'll do it anyway.
I don't.
Shit.
Let's start with the snippet.
Okay.
And let's go there. And let's show everybody. Again, viewer discretion is advised. Some of the subject matter here could be gruesome. This is a warning to our audience across all platforms that some of this could get a bit unsettling for people, given the graphic nature of the crime. And so viewer discretion is advised to all listeners, watchers, regardless of platform.
So when you say snippet, do you want to go, are you talking the press release they put out, or are you talking
the imagery?
The imagery from...
Yeah,
okay.
let's you know what? Yeah, let's look at this first. And this is something that was originally posted by TMZ.
This is sad.
And now this obviously is in the full report, right?
Correct.
You've been able to confirm
fact,
that. And it wasn't a separate secondary document. So, Josh, can we zoom in here on page 1 of 2? Would you be able to...
I'd like to actually pull this up in the...
Now, before they get into their... Guys, this is weird. This is so sad. Before they get into talking about what happened to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, you remember TMZ was the first ones who sat up there and said that their informant told them, their very reliable informant told them that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez had been beheaded. She had been chopped up into little pieces and she had been frozen. And then later on, it was discovered there was a great possibility that TMZ might not have known what they were talking about, their informant. I have said this time and time again. If she was not frozen, where in the hell had she been all this damn time? Okay, my whole thing in a nutshell was she being held in captivity. Guys, there's timelines all over the place. We're really not sure of what timeline to really pay attention to. But this is sad. And listening to this makes me think that TMZ's informant might have been on the ball. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments, guys, and make sure you like, comment, and share, and push this notification button. Guys, this is really, really sad.
Main page, if we're good with me scrolling
That's
to
fine.
it on the main document.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Just
full.
as long as you can navigate it, that would be great.
Y'all, come on. That's a lot.
Here we go. Here's the 1 of 2.
Okay. So here's the 2 wounds that we are talking about. And it would believe that we have one above the torso, basically between, basically in the rib cage area, the abdomen area. What's the numbers there? So defect is going to be obviously the wound.
3/4 of an inch, it looks like.
So 3/4 of an inch. That's going to be the length of the
defect
of the defect,
This is
of
horrible,
the wound
guys.
itself. 3 to 9 o'clock is obviously the direction of the wound itself. Not that it went 3 to 9 o'clock. They're just describing here in the medical examiner's report the angle in which the penetrating object went in. We see here, I can't read the cursive that well here. I know I had a transcript of it here too. I can bring that up. I believe it says that those are 2 descriptors as to where it is location wise on the body, but is that 1.5 inch depth?
Which one are we talking about? Which
I'm
bullet?
sorry, on the left.
1.5 inch depth.
1.5 inch depth. It's a little small on my
Yes.
screen, everybody. Forgive me. So 1.5 inch depth is how far the penetrating object went in. The actual size of the cut itself is about 3/4 of an inch. On the right, so the right wound now, this is actually closer to the armpit. It's a defect, a wound of 9/16 of an inch, 15 inches from the top of head, 6 inches left of midline, 2 inches deep. So a little bit of a deeper wound
This is
here.
horrific.
That's it, I think, for the notes on the first page, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's scroll down now because the second page is a lot more detail and a lot more information.
Yeah, there's a lot
And a
more
reminder
here.
for those of you just finding this live stream, viewer discretion is advised. A lot of this can get really descriptive and graphic. And
So they are alluding to the fact when I'm talking about they guys, talking about the FBI. They're alluding to the fact that David D4VD was already under investigation, guys. He had a fetish of liking young girls. There was a 5-year age difference between Celeste Rivas Hernandez and David D4VD. And evidently, guys, when they met, roughly, I believe she was on the internet when she met him, and she was only 10 years old. Okay. So there was a 5-year age difference. Okay. When they started meeting up front and personal, everybody is thinking that there was a great possibility, guys, and these are all allegations, guys, that she might have been 12 years old. So if she was 12 years old, that made David 17. Okay. So he had a fetish for dating young girls. He was already under investigation, allegedly, via the FBI. Okay. And evidently he lured her over to the home. And evidently she was having this over his head. There was great possibility that she was going to say something about them having an inappropriate relationship, but he was already under investigation. So he felt, in my opinion, guys, I could be wrong all day long. I believe he felt that, hey, I cannot have this girl jeopardize my career and tell everybody there's a great possibility that we have been going out. So I need to unalive her. I need to unalive her, guys. And also, they were talking about it was a great possibility that he might have been in a damn cult. And that is the reason why he possibly unalived little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, this is horrific. I do not understand why he even did it. Okay, let's just say she said, I'm going to rat you out. We've been going out. Okay, pack her shit up. Let her go back to Lake Elsinore, California, where she is from, and let her try to prove that you were going out. Now you got this big ass murder case on your ass, and for what reason? That is weird as fuck to me. Why would you do that? This was senseless. I have said this in other videos, guys, and I'm gonna say it in this video. It is my personal belief that David D4VD stole little Celeste Rivas Hernandez's childhood. She didn't get a chance to be a freaking teenager because she was so busy fooling around with him. I've said this in other videos, guys. It's my great belief that I believe that the family, the parent, both sets of parents, they already knew that Celeste was a 19 and she was a damn college student. They already knew that. Okay. And then her parents, I believe they allowed little Celeste Rivas Hernandez to grow up a little bit too soon, because from what I understand, David D4VD was not her first damn boyfriend. How in the hell is that possible when we're talking about a 10-year-old girl? That's weird.
Viewer discretion advised to everybody, regardless of platform. All right, page 2 of 2 now. Let's start top down here. And we'll because of that, we'll work on the right side. Long black, that's obviously long black hair, partially skeletonized. That means that obviously parts of her bone structure are exposed. Globe not present means that her eye has suffered such advanced decomposition that it is not there. I mean, that's the way that I read this, unless that there's some other note in the document that we haven't seen yet. Globe not present is the eyeball, and the eyeball could not be there. The reason it might not be there is because of advanced decomp. Intact hardware present in the mouth. I actually don't know what hardware present means. It could be
braces.
Yeah, it could be braces. It could be a gold tooth or a full. It could. I don't know if it would be a filling.
Bridge.
But it says intact hardware present. Then they go down to the defect, the wound itself. Some notes there. And then let's focus. And again, I know this is graphic, but we're gonna focus in on the left hand here. Okay. The medical examiner noting that 2 fingers are absent.
Wow.
Now, I would be very surprised, and I would need another medical examiner or retired medical examiner to explain.
So those of you are not familiar with this case, evidently Celeste Rivers Hernandez and David D4VD had matching tattoos on their fingers that said shh on it. Both of them had matching tattoos. So I'm interested to figure out it couldn't have been one of those fingers, because the reason why I know it's not one of those fingers that's missing, the one that says shh on it for Celeste, is because this is how her mother was able to identify her body, because of the damn tattoo. Okay. I've said this in other videos, guys. I do not understand for the life of me. I don't understand for the life of me how you as a parent sit up here and let your daughter go to the movies, and you claim that's the last time you ever saw her. You sit up there and let her go to the movies with a guy named David, and you never met him. You never met him. That is really weird to me. That's really weird to me. I do not understand it. But she was able to identify her daughter from a tattoo finger that said shh. So I'm sure, and guys, I'm watching this just like you guys are watching this. I'm sure that that is not the finger that is missing.
Blame the notes here for absent, but that, whether or not that could be chalked up to advanced decomposition, I'm going to say that would surprise me. Not an expert, and I want to look in the camera and just let everybody know, not an expert here, but absent. I don't know if they are referencing the fact that the 2 fingers on her left hand there were cut off, or what happened to those 2 fingers. We don't know, but it says absent. All right, so now let's go down the left side. Let's scroll up a little bit here, Josh, and it says globe with extensive postmortem changes. That reads to me as advanced decomposition. So her right eye is present in the autopsy. God. However, extensive postmortem changes means likely just has broken down so much that it doesn't probably resemble much of an eyeball anymore. 9 inches top of shoulder. So let's get over. I think that some of these lines here, and it's probably elsewhere in the report, but a lot has been made of this imagery already. These lines here could be sever points. We understood, of course, that the body was found dismembered, and with these lines that are being drawn, it doesn't say it here specifically in this diagram, but that's very well what that could be. On the right hand, it says shush. Oh,
yeah,
tattoo.
A tattoo of shush.
Okay. And then if you scroll all the way down to the feet, there's a note for obviously the anklet that's around her that basically says that she came in as a Jane Doe initially. And then you have
just like I told you guys, the shh finger. I knew that was not the finger that was missing, because this is how her mother identified her. Okay. And guys, remember, David D4VD, according to the private investigator Steve Fisher, had a chainsaw in his garage, but that chainsaw was never used, allegedly. So we're not really sure what sharp object that he used to do this to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. For the life of me, I cannot understand why this had to be done. Why couldn't he just leave her alone and drop her off back to Lake Elsinore and both of them get on with their lives? He was already under investigation. He was already about to be in trouble. Why did you have to add this to this half-baked bullshit that's going on in your life that you had to do this little girl like this? Celeste Rivas Hernandez was a child, okay? She was a child. And I could tell that she was a child because why in the hell, if he lured you over there, yeah, you did not know what his plans were. I am sure you wouldn't have went over there. But my whole thing in a nutshell is, why did she sit up there and run her mouth and tell him what she was going to do? Okay, if she did indeed tell him that that's what she was going to do, was tell the popo that he liked young girls, and it was a great possibility that they were having an inappropriate relationship because there was a 5-year age difference between David D4VD and herself. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think. This is sad.
Multiple linear abrasions on her right hand here in the second diagram. You see that there, Josh, on the right? Multiple linear abrasions. So some, I'm not exactly sure how to describe that. And then if we scroll up there, I think there were some other notes. Yes, the multiple defects there as well on the right side. Okay, we only have a few minutes left, unfortunately, because of Stream Center availability. So, what else is noteworthy in this report that we can highlight while we have a few minutes left?
Well, it's a long report.
Jesus Christ.
These are obviously going to be what's probably talked about most out of it.
Yeah.
Here's drugs in the bloodstream.
Is it toxicology?
It appears to be.
Okay, so I haven't seen this yet. This is just coming out.
Wow.
So, and I'm trying.
And again, here we go.
And then this is another thing, guys. This is another thing. Everybody was sitting around here saying there was a great possibility that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez had like an accidental overdose. Okay, yeah, let's just say she had an accidental overdose. Okay, fine. Why didn't y'all just call the cops after you found her? Okay, or maybe y'all were partying together and she overdosed right there in front of you. Why didn't you just call the cops? Why didn't you try to render some aid and call the cops? Or did you get scared and start doing all this crazy stuff, chopping her up or whatever the case may be? This shit is weird. Okay? But okay, let's just say it was an accidental overdose. How in the hell did she wind up in the front of your Tesla in 2 cadaver bags? How is that possible? We are talking about a sick individual. And guys, I have said this before. You cannot tell me that David D4VD's parents don't realize that they got a weird motherfucker on their hand. Okay? They got this dude is weird. He's got some major issues. You can't take, guys, his songs, his lyrics, his videos, his album covers, all of that shit, all of that. He has already told us. He'd already told us what he did to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, but we had to freaking figure out, we had to decipher what the hell that he actually did with little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. This fool actually made a freaking video. I've said this in other videos. He made a video of himself standing there with a bloody shirt on, watching this is his video, guys, and I'm sure he got input into the bullshit. He actually standing there with a bloody shirt on while 2 other people put somebody, a woman, it looks like a woman, and it looks like she's unalive, in the trunk of a car. And he's standing there and watching this. Okay? And you mean to tell me the same thing happens to your ass in real life and we supposed to sit up there and think, oh, what a coinky dink. What a coinky dink. Okay? He's already divulged to us what he did to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guys, but now we have to try to figure out exactly what happened, because he ain't gonna open his damn mouth. He's not gonna sit up here, guys. He would never tell the truth about what happened. Okay, I've said this in other videos. This dude is arrogant as hell.
Oh, okay. So here are.
Here's I assume ND is no data.
Yeah, scroll up. Is this the beginning of a section of this report?
Laboratory analysis summary report.
Yeah, the Department of Medical Examiner counter. So does it say
alcohol present?
Right.
Why is she
Okay, scroll
drinking
on
at 14
down.
years old?
Yeah, this is a list of possible.
So bunch of ND, which I not found, no data. The two inconclusive are designer opioids and methamphetamine.
Wow.
Okay, let's continue to scroll only because we have a few minutes left. And all right, so yep, there's and then we have
basically the indexed version.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then here are the redactions.
All right, guys, if you want to get on the mic, there is the phone number right above my head. Guys, you can go ahead and text me for future live videos. Guys, we're just using the audio, no video whatsoever. Would love to get on here with you guys to see what you think about this particular case, David D4VD. I greatly appreciate it. Guys, my contact number is right below. There's my email address. There's also my Venmo and my Cash App, just in case you want to buy me a cup of coffee. Guys, go ahead and text me at this phone number and say, hey, Kelly, I want to get on there. I want to talk about David D4VD or Nancy Guthrie or any other case, guys, and I will get back to you. I will make sure you get on here and get on this live. Guys, thank you for watching my IQQ TV. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and push that notification button.
Case against the singer David, arrested last week, charged and pleading not guilty to the murder of an Inland Empire teenager. Today, prosecutors in court presented new disturbing evidence regarding child pornography.
David Anthony Burke appeared in court in an orange jumpsuit, described as stoic, slumped in a chair, looking directly at the judge and mumbling the single word, yeah, when asked if he agreed to a specific date. This is the second appearance in court this week for the singer known as David, seen here on Monday when he was arraigned in downtown L.A. for the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. That day, her family was in court. Today, they were not, when prosecutors revealed the 21-year-old accused of killing their 14-year-old daughter possessed a, quote, significant amount of child sex abuse.
Now that is very peculiar, that the parents showed up the first day, but they did not show up the second day. That's very peculiar to me.
Images on an iCloud account that belonged to him. Citing the sensitivity of the images involving children, a judge denying cameras in court as the proceedings continue. David has pleaded not guilty. His attorneys, who vowed to, quote, vigorously defend his innocence, seen leaving court today after asking for a preliminary hearing when a judge will decide if there's enough evidence to move forward with the trial, to be held within the next week.
Usually the defense likes to put things off, gives them more time to prepare. But sometimes, as in this case, I think the defense attitude is, all right, you think you got our guy, bring it on.
For now, David, held without bail, remaining behind bars.
Good.
The Lake Elsinore family of Celeste Rivas, according to their attorney, are in, quote, profound emotional pain after autopsy findings left them devastated by the, quote, horrible and gruesome death of their daughter by sharp force injuries exactly 1 year ago today. Her dismembered body not found until September 7th of last year inside a Tesla registered to David Anthony Burke. The discovery made the day after what would have been Celeste's 15th birthday.
Guys, I look at this picture and I'm like, what in the hell was he thinking about? That's what I do when I look at this picture. Young guy had the whole world in the palm of his hands. A musician, opening up for SZA, hanging out with celebrities, was a millionaire, was a musician. How do you get to the point where nobody want to fuck with you no more? That's what I don't understand. Those of you not familiar with the case, guys, I'm going to get you up to par, but we're going to watch this video of David D4VD. We're going to watch this video, guys. If those of you who don't know his name is David Anthony Burke. And evidently, guys, I got to put the fingers up, but evidently he unalived little Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
This case is cuckoo.
Hello, my name is David. Pronounced David, not D4VD. I'm from Queens, New York. I'm in Houston now. I am a gamer. I love video games. I wanted to be a professional gamer before music. That's actually what pushed me into music, was getting copyright strikes on YouTube. And I kind of just used my own music in my montages after my mom told me to, because I was crying to her about it. And now we're here. So how I created Romantic Homicide is basically like every other song in my sister's closet with the Apple earbuds and an app called BandLab on my phone, just going through instrumentals and letting them tell me what needs to be said on them, and basically just going from there. And then I write to contextualize the stories that I tell. I'm scared.
Uh-oh.
It feels like you don't care. Enlighten me, my dear. Why am I still here? I don't mean to be complacent with the decision.
Okay, guys. I've said this in other videos. I played this in actually another video. And I tell you what, guys, how he got a music career, I have no idea. I really do not know how he got a music career. His voice is not the worst, but it is not the best. Okay, guys, it's sort of kind of horrific for him to do this without the music. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's check it out, guys, because this is the official song from the Romantic Homicide. Okay, this is the official lyrics from that. And how peculiar is that? The name of the song is Romantic Homicide, and allegedly there has been a homicide committed by this young man to a little girl who was 14 years old. Little Celeste Hernandez. Let's check the rest of this out, guys.
And you made, but why? So Enlighten Me, my dear, is my favorite line because you can take so many different meanings out of it, and it's an emotion in itself. Everything has a meaning behind it. I think that's what poetry is. It's like an interpretation, and another person can read the same thing and take something else out of it and find new things every time. So I think that's an important part of my process. Is definitely the poetry aspect of it. Really. And all of my songs, I think, are poetry. I started writing as long as I can remember, like seeing graphic novels and Japanese manga, and like taking those stories and being like, imagine if this rhymed. In the back of my mind,
this is the weird part.
You died.
What?
And I didn't even cry. No, not a single tear.
You see what I'm saying? This is some weird shit. In the back of your mind, you died. And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. Okay? I have said this in other videos. Gonna say it again. Okay? David D4VD has already told us what the hell he did to little Celeste Hernandez. He already done told us. But due to the fact that his shit is like on this poetry level, is weird as hell, guys, it's hard to decipher what this fool is talking about. Guys, everybody that I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until we find out that they monkey bias is guilty. Okay, be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe. All of that, push that notification button. And guys, if you need to contact me, my contact information is here. I got the email, I got the Venmo, and I got the Cash App all down here. Use it. Right above me. Before we go any further, guys, it's a new feature that I got out, guys. If I am live, you can call this phone number. And guys, you can either leave me a message or you can get on here on a live with me and discuss this particular case if you want. Guys, we're just using audio, no video whatsoever. But you see what I'm saying? This dude is strange. He is strange. All my videos, guys, are for educational purposes and educational purposes alone. Guys, the opinions that I speak about in my videos are my opinions and my opinions alone. Okay, let's just go ahead and agree to disagree up in this camp, because there's going to be a whole lot of people that I still believe this guy had nothing to do with this situation with little Celeste Hernandez. See what I'm saying? In the back of my mind, you died and I didn't even cry. No, not a single tear. The guy is weird.
And I'm sick of waiting patiently for someone that won't even arrive.
Mm.
Whoa.
It's weird, guys.
So what inspired the hook, In the Back of My Mind You Died, is kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it, in a way that it builds up to the big moment where she died in the back of my mind.
See what I'm
Like,
saying?
I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died. And
Okay, you didn't kill her physically, but in the back of your mind, you killed her. She died. It's weird. Then a mofo. You know what I'm saying? The guy is freaking weird. David D4VD. He started his music career just like he said, guys. His mother recommended that he start his music career, start making music, because he was on the TikTok and the Fortnite gaming website, and evidently he was getting all of these flags. You get a flag. You get a flag over here on a copyright strike, guys. Basically, in a nutshell, if you using other people's content, there's a great possibility you can get a copyright strike up in the camp. And if you get too many, then guess what? Your shit can be pulled off the shelf. So evidently he was speaking to his mother, hey, I'm getting all these copyright strikes. They're about to pull my shit off the shelf. And when he went to his mother recommended that he start making his own music. And here we are, fast forward to today. This is where we are. David D4VD open for SZA, hanging out with a lot of celebrities. Like I said earlier, guys, you can look at any celebrity's page. Ain't nobody fucking with this guy no more. Ain't nobody fucking with him no more. He is weird. Okay? For him to sit up here and allegedly, guys, I ain't trying to get sued by nobody. I got to say allegedly. For him to allegedly unalive this little girl, and she was found in the front of his Tesla after it was towed from his mansion to a tow yard. After it had been there for a couple of days, they started smelling a funky smell up out of that front of the Tesla. And when the popo came, guys, they popped the front of the Tesla and they found the decomposing body parts of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez found in 2 cadaver bags. And David is trying to say he had nothing to do with it. He is trying to say he had nothing to do with it. The car was registered to his name. He first tried to tell us that he was selling the car. Okay, after he found out we wouldn't go in for that shit, he turned around and said that first he said it was rewind. First he said the car was stolen. When he figured out we wasn't going for that, then he said that he had sold the car. However, he did not get a chance to transfer the title. Okay. Now he has since been arrested. Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guys, has been missing for quite some time. And now it looks like, through the grace of God and through the Popo and the FBI, that we finally have a timeline that we can say, okay, yeah, this is what happened. She's been gone so long, and I've said this before. She's been gone so long, I'm thinking, okay, depending upon what time you're looking at, guys, I was thinking to myself, is there a great possibility that she was being held in captivity or something like that? Let's finish this video off, guys.
And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. I've seen people online take different meanings and interpretations from that one part of the song where it's like, it's their past selves that's dying. And they're not even crying about it because they're evolved, they've become better people, or have killed addictions and other different stuff like that. So I think it's very powerful in that way too.
He's weird.
In the back of my mind, I killed you.
Weird, right?
And I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it.
You didn't even regret it, and you can't believe you said it. Guys, that got weird shit written all over it. Weird. Weird. Okay, and I've said this before, and I'm sure one of you guys gonna message me something silly than a mofo. David D4VD was homeschooled. He was homeschooled, guys, and I said this in video at the motherfucking video, and I'm not even trying to be on here trying to be funny. But guys, I do notice that people who are homeschooled, okay, if your kids were homeschooled, fine. There ain't shit I can do about it. But 9 times out of 10, guys, the kids turn out where they are not able to socialize with other people. Okay. They can't socialize with nobody else but their own brothers and sisters who they were probably homeschooled with. I'm not really sure if David was homeschooled with his brothers and sisters, whatever the case may be. The sad thing about this whole thing, he was not able to get out and socialize with other people. Okay, little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guys, she was 5 years younger than him. He didn't know how to socialize with somebody his own age. He did not know how to ask a girl out on a date, his own age. Okay, and I'm really, guys, I'm not trying to be funny about it. I'm really blaming the fact that he was homeschooled. He did not know how to communicate with a woman his own age. There was a 5 year age difference. They met roughly when she was about 10 years old on the doggone internet. And then at one point, guys, they got up front and personal up in the camp. Roughly, everybody is saying when she was about 12 or 13 years old. So if she's 12 or 13 years old, that makes what? That makes him 17 or 18 years old. Things start getting physical with David D4VD and Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The whole trip about this whole thing is that David used to pick up Celeste right outside her home in Lake Elsinore, California. Pick her up in the very same Tesla that her unalive body was found in, decomposing. Picked her up in that damn same very car. I've said this in other videos. Her parents said back in April of 2024, that was the last time they saw Celeste, allegedly, and she was going to the movies with somebody by the name of David. Okay, I've said this in other videos. How in the hell is your teenage daughter going to the movies with somebody and you never met him? You never met him. Guys, they had matching tattoos on their fingers, and it said shh on each finger. It said shh. He had one, she had one. What does the shh mean? Keep it a secret? Whatever the hell. What does shh? Somebody please help me, Jesus. What does shh mean? I do not understand it. But they both had tattoos. Okay, how is your young daughter getting? And I believe little Celeste Rivas Hernandez had a tattoo also. She had two tattoos. One that said shh that matched his tattoo, and the other tattoo had David on it, on her finger. And from what I understand, guys, from the autopsy report, at least one or two of her fingers were missing. And I believe the finger that was missing that had David written on it, that was one of the two fingers that was missing. And the finger that said shh on it, that was not missing. Her mother was able to identify her with that tattoo. Okay? There's no way in thy hell my 13-year-old daughter is going to come home with a tattoo, period. But let alone one that says shh on it, and I'm not going to question it. Okay, I am not going to question it. Are you serious? No, that's not going to fly in my household. I've said this in other videos, guys. I strongly believe that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez grew up too fast. Everything that happened to her, I blame both sets of parents. I've said this in other videos. I ain't about to rehash that whole thing. But in my opinion, she grew up a little bit too fast. Let's finish this off.
But it's true. I hate you.
I wanted you to feel the emotion in this part of the song, not just to repeat the hook, but to say it in a different manner with the same feeling that the first part of it conveyed, which was in the back of my mind, but then you think that I'm going to say you died, but I say I killed you. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did. It was something that I decided to do. And I killed her in the back of my mind. It's really more of a figurative I killed you, especially in the back of my mind. I try to stress that in the back of my mind. That's why I say it so loud. In the back of my mind, you died. In the back of my mind, I killed you. So it's all in the mind because that's the most secure place you can be is in your mind. So if you can expel that thought from your mind, then everything else will just come together. Puzzle pieces will just align.
Anyway, guys, thank you, Genesis, for this. Shit is weird. Weird off the chain. Weird off the chain, guys. Put it in the comments. Let me know what you think. This shit is weird off the chain. But they finally arrested his monkey ass. They finally arrested him on April the 16th. And I really, guys, when they arrested him, I said this before, when they arrested him, I didn't think this shit was going to stick. But the shit getting sticky than a mofo. it is getting sticky than a mofo for David D4VD. Okay. And guys, I tell you what, listen to any of my videos, guys. I never say anything bad about the FBI and the police because I have said this before. I have family members that's part of the police. Okay. My ex-husband was the chief of police, and we're not going to bother as to wherever he was the chief of police. I have relatives that are police officers. I have mad respect for them. They have a hard ass job. Okay. But I did believe, okay, that the LAPD might have dropped the ball, but guys, they have redeemed themselves like a mofo. They have redeemed themselves like a motherfucker, guys. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think about this particular case. I want to know from you guys. Guys, you could go ahead and message me. You could go ahead and text me if you do not catch it live. You could text me at the phone number blinking right above. Text me and say, Kelly, I want to be on the next live, or Kelly, can I call you now? Whatever the case may be, or just straight call me. I don't give a damn. Call me and tell me what you think about this particular case, because this is beyond sad.
We have been continuing to cover the David situation from earlier this week. Of course, being arrested. That happened late last week. We found out the news, though, on Monday, and now we are learning new information through TMZ as the medical examiner is now saying the cause of death and how it has been revealed here. So for more on this, let's go on to TMZ's Branson Quirk joining us here with the latest. Branson, and this is just a very sad and horrible story, and you guys are continuing to get new information.
Right. Well, for some time, the medical examiner revealed that he was not able to pin down an exact cause of death due to the nature of the way that Celeste Rivas's body was found. As we know, her body was chopped up into 2 bags, black trash bags put into the Tesla that they found abandoned David's Tesla. And now they are getting more details from the medical examiner. They were able to pin down with a chart showing that it was due to multiple penetrating wounds. As we know, as we had reported, the medical examiner said that this was done with a, quote, sharp instrument. This was done in the torso a couple of times. There's also some injury to the liver as well, an incision into the liver. On TMZ.com, there's a chart that the medical examiner had put into the docs in which David was charged with. And you see in that chart, you see the multiple injuries on her body. Just a horrific situation here. Again,
you know what, guys? This is really horrific. Okay, the way he did her. Okay, and the FBI is thinking, and the LAPD is thinking that David D4VD did this for financial gain. He thought, and I have always thought this. Okay, I believed, and now the FBI has confirmed my belief that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was about to rat David ass out. That's what she was about to do. She was about to rat him out. He lured her over to his home. He lured her over there, and evidently, guys, I wasn't there. Speculation like a mofo. I wasn't there, but I could just assume what the conversation was about. Evidently, David D4VD was already under investigation. He was already under investigation. And evidently, little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, by him having an inappropriate relationship with her because of the 5-year age difference, she was about to rat his ass out. Okay? The thing about being young, I've been there. Been there. The thing about being young, and I'm not blaming her for her own death. Don't get me wrong. But the thing about being young is you don't know when to keep your damn mouth shut. And I bet when she got to that house, they probably started discussing this already ongoing investigation, because David D4VD, evidently, guys, I got to do the fingers. David D4VD had a fetish for young girls, and he was already under investigation for liking young girls, evidently meeting them on the freaking internet. And I bet you when she got to that house, one thing led to another. And he was probably trying to feel her out, probably trying to figure out what the hell she knows or what the hell she could possibly say. And guess what happened? She starts spilling her guts about what she's going to do, what she's going to say. And next thing you know, he unalived her, allegedly. Guys, put it in the comments. Let me know what you think. But that is my belief. That's my belief. That's what I believe happened. This is weird.
They claim that this happened on April 23rd and that David was basically lying in wait in a sense where she came out.
Horrible.
And that this was a special circumstance of financial gain.
Yeah, just a terrible, terrible story as you're getting more information out there. And was this a situation too where David, the suspect, of course, was hoping that because there was just so many wounds and it was taking so much time that maybe this person would never be identified?
That's the big question
It's
right
horrible.
here. I mean, when you look at the entire ordeal here, the Tesla was driven around for months, allegedly. It was parked, and then the body had been in there for some time.
Wow.
It makes you wonder, what was the plan here? What was David's plan? Did he hope that it would just go away? Did he hope that he would dispose of the body eventually? They did list also the nature of the body in which they found it. Total disclaimer, by the way, these are gruesome details. They found that her skull had been partially skeletized
Christ.
inside of the trash bag there with just one eye remaining. They
Jesus.
also found that her one of her fingers had been cut off, amputated, but the pinky was left on the hand that had the matching tattoo, matching tattoo between her and David. So a lot of gruesome details here. You can read the full details on TMZ.com. But yeah, this is moving really fast though, Mike. I'll say the preliminary hearing just being on Monday, him pleading not guilty, his lawyer saying that he is not the cause of Celeste Rivas's death, which is interesting because those sound like really deliberate and choice words here in a response by the defense.
Yeah, that's so true. And lastly here, are police looking to see if there was any help that he had here? Because, I mean, the way that you
First of all, and I've said this in other videos, in my opinion, David was not too smart, okay? And the way I know you're not too smart, you were already under investigation for, I guess, I'm assuming, guys, it's an assumption, a speculation, liking younger girls. I believe that's the reason why you were already under investigation, okay? Why would you unalive this girl? Now you got a murder case on your damn jockstrap. Why would you do that? Okay, that makes no sense. See, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, if I was David D4VD, I've said this before, guys. If she would have started running her mouth about what she was going to say to the Popo, FBI, whatever the case may be, I would have packed her shit up. First of all, she wouldn't have been with me at all in the first place. Okay? But anyway, I would have packed her shit up, took her back to Lake Elsinore where she came from, and I would have said, good luck, Celeste, trying to prove whatever you're trying to prove. Okay, unless they got some video footage of them actually having some type of relations, if you know what I mean. Guys, these little still pictures and stuff they got, unless on those still pictures it shows them having some type of relations, guys, it's going to be very hard to prove that, that they were having relations. Okay, when they first found her decomposing body in the front of the Tesla, guys, everybody was speculating there was a great possibility that she was pregnant, and come to find out she wasn't pregnant. Because if she was pregnant, then we would have got his behind. And then that would have been our proof that we needed that they were having a relationship, okay, a sexual relationship, okay. But because she was not pregnant, guys, we don't have that proof, okay. Now, I'm sure the FBI got more proof than I know about. I've always said that the police, I thought, was holding a lot of stuff close to their chest. And it looks like that is true. Okay. But I do praise the private investigator that was hired by the homeowner that David was renting. Okay. That mansion that he was renting. I do praise Steve Fisher for everything that he did. But it looks like the LAPD, it looks like, guys, they were keeping their mouth shut and they were just waiting for David to slip up and make a big mistake. Guys, this case is off the chain strange.
painted just what happened to her poor body. It seems like it'd be very hard for one person to do that.
Well, in the past, they had looked at a potential person who may have assisted David. He was arrested, but they are looking at all of it. I mean, just to name one thing here, there was a house that David was staying at, and at that home, a lot of people had come in and out of this home in which this Tesla was found. So it's very possible that there was help here, and I imagine
think
with
so.
something like a Tesla, they're able to knock down a lot of that with the cameras, the sensors. Who knows what the prosecutors
Exactly.
have that we haven't even seen yet? What hasn't been revealed?
Where is the Tesla footage? I said it's in every damn video. We still ain't got no Tesla footage. Where is it? Where is it? Because if they have footage of somebody putting her in the front of that Tesla, then voila, case is closed. Now, the person that they were saying was arrested was David D4VD's little friend, Neil Langston. Evidently, Neil went to his mom's house in Montana, and evidently the FBI caught his ass over there. Okay. However, they brought him back to California. He testified in front of the grand jury after he made bail because the bail was set too damn low. He made bail, and everybody was starting to think there was great possibility that Neil pled the fifth. But come to find out now, guys, a great possibility that Neil might have said something that made everybody believe, including the Popo and the FBI, that David D4VD might have unalived little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now everybody is saying that Neo and David D4VD aren't even friends. They have unfriended each other on social media. Okay. And these people are big on social media. These young kids are big on social media. These YouTubers or Fortnite gaming people, TikTokers, guys, they were big on social media, but it looks like they are no longer friends on social media.
Revealed. We're only in the first week. It's very possible that there were people that helped David do this because, like they said in the report, in the documents, they're alleging that David had waited 2 weeks after April 23rd to then cut up Celeste Rivas's body.
Sad.
And they also looked at a trip to Santa Barbara that happened in the middle of the night. Potentially, he had done that there in Santa Barbara, but there could have been somebody there with him. So it's very possible.
So let's talk about this Santa Barbara trip. Okay, I have said this to death. David D4VD was in the middle of Santa Barbara with his cell phone. He took his cell phone, and the police are saying, no, it's not somebody else that took the cell phone to Santa Barbara. They know that it was David D4VD that was in a remote area in Santa Barbara with his dumbass cell phone. I have said this time and time again. That is the dumbest shit I have ever heard of in my entire life. Evidently, guys, there was a burn cage that had the capacity of burning, getting up to 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. You only need 1400 degrees Fahrenheit to cremate somebody. So the burn cage that was delivered to the house that was purchased with gift certificates was delivered to the home under a fake name. That burn box or burn cage or whatever the hell you want to call it, it was never unboxed. I have always said this. Why in the hell was David D4VD standing in a remote area in Santa Barbara? Unless this is my opinion, guys. Take it or leave it. Put it in the comments and tell me what you think. Unless David D4VD had planned to take little Celeste's body, decomposing body from the trunk of the Tesla, and burning her out there in Santa Barbara. That is what I am thinking. As you can see, guys, they said that David D4VD evidently unalived her. And at this point, I'm sure, and guys, this is just speculation, I am sure he probably put her in the freezer, okay? Because it took him some time to come back, and later on, evidently he went on concert or whatever the case may be, came back and then chopped her up, okay? I have always said this, guys. Where has she been all this time? TMZ actually got on the mic, got on social media, and was saying that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was beheaded, that she was chopped up into little pieces and she was frozen. And then later on, people were sitting up there saying there was a great possibility that their informant was incorrect. But guys, I'm saying something had to happen to her. Okay, either she was held in captivity or whatever the case may be. But something had to happen to her where she could not go back to her family. Even her half brother got on social media and he sat up there and said that the last time he talked to his sister, that she said that she could not leave wherever she was. And that made me think there was a great possibility that she was being held in captivity. Okay. He wasn't sure, he wasn't sure where she was. He was not able to help her. That's the whole sad thing, and my whole thing too. Why wasn't she able to leave? Because she evidently, guys, was in an abusive relationship, an abusive physical relationship, and an abusive SA relationship, allegedly, with David D4VD. That's what was going on in this particular case, and it is sad because there's a lot of people that failed this young lady. There's a lot of grown ass people that failed this young lady. By no means do I blame little Celeste Rivas Hernandez because she was the child. Okay, she was a child. She was 14 years old. 14 years old. She was found in the trunk of David D4VD's Tesla. Okay, a day after what would have been her 15th birthday. That is sad. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. And please go ahead and push that notification button. Guys, if you want to call me live, we can get on here live, or you want to schedule a time when you want to get on a live, guys. There is the phone number there, 682-812-9713. Or you can text me and say, hey, Kelly, I want to do a live. I want to talk about this case, whatever the case may be, guys. I would love to have you. And my contact information is right down here. Guys, we're going to be talking about the dark secret behind David D4VD's romantic homicide. Real murder case explained. This is so sad. This is so sad because I'd be the first one to tell you, I never thought that David would spend as much time, even though he has only been in jail since the 16th. I never personally thought that he would be in jail this long. And the thing is, they have not given him no bail. Okay, no bail was ever set. So he is not to get his monkey ass out of there. Thank goodness. Because, guys, if he really did this to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guys, he is sick. I'm not even joking about this. You have to be sick to do this. Okay? And my whole thing, and guys, put it in the comments and let me know what you think about this. Guys, do you do this kind of thing on your first rodeo? You don't do this kind of, not to this extent. Not the way you unalived her. You don't do this out the gate, the first rodeo. No. Okay? You start off with little animals, a little gerbil, unaliving that. Start off with maybe with a cat or a dog. Start off with that. Then you start off with something bigger, a lamb or whatever, sheep, whatever the case may be. You don't start off doing this like that. Unaliving her to that extent. That is crazy to me, guys. Put it in the comments and let me know what you think. That is weird. You do not start doing that right off the gate. Okay? If you do, you're weird. Okay, you're weird. And everybody had been saying there was a great possibility that David D4VD was in some type of cult. Okay, and that cult got on the internet and they were roping these young kids. Okay, they were roping these young kids, belittle them, make them pay money or whatever the case may be, take inappropriate pictures. And guys, they said there was some pictures, inappropriate pictures that David had on his cell phone. Okay, this is weird. This is like some child pornography stuff that's going on here. David, like I said, guys, he had a fetish for young girls. Okay, who knows? Boys too. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know if David was straight or whatever the case may be. The relationship that he had with Neil Langston was a little bit on the peculiar side. And I was thinking there was a great possibility that Celeste Rivas Hernandez might have been unalive because she was going to tell everybody that David was on the DL with Neo. Okay. And I also said that I believe that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, if that was not the case with Neo, her telling everybody about the relationship David had with Neo, then there was something else she had hanging over his head. And that was the fact that they were having an inappropriate relationship because there was a 5-year age difference between little Celeste Rivas Hernandez and David D4VD. This is beyond sad.
I got to tell you something. I read the autopsy report for Celeste Rivas, And there is one word in that autopsy report that I think is going to become the center of this trial. And I think it's a big problem for prosecutors. It's the word may. That they say in this autopsy report that Celeste may have had 2 puncture wounds in the abdomen and the chest.
Disgusting.
And that were caused by a sharp object. So it wouldn't be dismembering the body, it was penetration. But they say it may have been caused. This is a reasonable doubt case. And, the coroner, it's hard to understand this because the coroner is definitively calling this a homicide. But the only link to a homicide is if those penetrating wounds were, say, knife wounds or some sort of homicide, but they can't even conclude that because they use the word may.
So I have cross-examined my fair share of medical examiners.
You know what, guys? Every time I watch TMZ, it always puts some doubt in my damn mind about David possibly getting out. It always puts some doubt in my damn mind. It's crazy.
And they are always going to say that when they make in fact, just this year, an LA County medical examiner on the stand admitted under cross-examination that the determination between homicide and undetermined is context. And I will tell you that this cross-examination of whoever they have testify, because it may not be the medical examiner, it may be a deputy, is going to admit under cross-examination that it was context, that it was LAPD giving them information. And I'm going to also say again, I've made this prediction, and I'll bet you it's true, that we're going to learn that when they go through the 40 terabytes or whatever of information, that the defense is going to point out, and the prosecution may actually try to preempt it, that they had to go to outside so-called experts in order to get to this point.
Well, that wouldn't necessarily blow up their the prosecution's case if they went to an outside person.
Well, if you've got a timeline, which I believe you will have, you and I have talked repeatedly, including this week, about the fact that it's been unprecedented that a medical examiner would be basically shut down by the investigating agency from releasing the information. In fact, that latest statement by the medical examiner is damning with faint praise when he says, "I'd like to thank our partner agencies for allowing us to," and basically saying it's what was the term? Unfathomable or unconscionable that they were not able to give some kind of closure to the family. All of those things are basically the medical examiners saying, hey, you can't just shut us down or shut us up and expect that we're going to go quietly into the night, which is unprecedented. And to your point, or to answer your question, going to outside experts does not signal a death knell necessarily, but what it does signal is a defense theme that they could not get the medical examiner to sing from the same sheet of music that they wanted. And that, to me, is a problem in this case.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Now I've got a timeline. So in November, which is September, well, at least a little more than 2 months after, actually 2.5 months, we contacted a source connected to the medical examiner. And what we were told was that they could not determine the cause of death, and they may never be able to determine cause of death. In December, that's when they...
This is when they start talking like this, guys, it really puts a lot of doubt in my mind that this shit is going to stick. When I watch TMZ, I'm like, oh, shit. It puts some more doubt in my damn head. That's why sometimes I don't like watching this shit, but let's check it out.
Ruled it a homicide. So we now know the time frame. So we're told 2.5 months after her body's discovered that they haven't determined it and may never. And then the next month they call it a homicide definitively, but the support for that is qualified with the word may. And I found that interesting, but I think that, you know, the defense is going to just grill the medical examiner and the police department and ask, you know, what changed? You know, why did you have such trouble for 2.5 months?
True that.
And then a month later, you call it a homicide, but you can't definitively say she was stabbed.
So
So it's
where
like,
in the timeline was it when you reported specifically LAPD said we're not even sure a crime was committed? I mean, that was
Okay. They can't say definitively that she was stabbed, but somebody punctured her. Okay. Maybe it wasn't a knife, maybe it was something else. See what I'm saying? This shit is getting weird, guys. And this play on words, I can't stand it. It frustrates the shit out of me. But guys, when I watch this, I'm telling you, I feel like there is some doubt. Okay? And guys, we already know, and I've said this in other videos, that California got this crazy ass law. If you are found concealing an unalive body, all you're gonna get is a year in jail and a $10,000 fine. That's it. There's a lot of people who do that with their damn eyes closed. There's just so much doubt in this case, guys. There's so much doubt in this case. It's unbelievable. And the family, they really deserve justice, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think about this situation.
a position of the LAPD
early on. Yeah, early on. They said
Early on, they said we're not sure a crime was committed. Then you have the inordinate amount of time. By the way, also kudos to you because you reported and you would not be backed down about the fingers. That was in the coroner's report that the fingers were what I think the term was waterlogged.
Yeah, they did not. They said our report was wrong.
Yes, it said the report was wrong. They also said it was an investigative grand jury. Well, they stood up in court. They, meaning Beth, stood up in court and said, not one, not two, 3 grand juries has seen evidence in this case. So all of you people who kept saying investigative grand juries, sorry to tell you, that was not, I told you in real time that was nonsense. It's still nonsense. And it will continue to be nonsense, as you will see as this case unfolds. Number 3, the idea that they found and they announced not once, not twice, but 3 times in court, child porn. What was the purpose of the child porn? He's not charged with that. They announced wiretaps. They announced child porn. There was a singular purpose to that. Can you guess what that was?
What was it?
Dirtying him up.
Of course, because they're trying to push back because the defense did not waive time. The defense said, we're ready. Get your ducks in order. And who, by the way, as we discussed last week, who was it that's trying to garner more time right now? It's not the defense. It's the prosecution.
Yeah, because, help me out
See
here.
what I'm saying?
If they would have gone to the grand jury and gotten an indictment, there would be.
So the prosecutors are really the ones who really holding this case up. Okay. So if you got a solid case, then what the hell are we waiting for? Okay. Somebody put it in the comments and let me know what you think. If you got a solid case and you're the prosecutor, what the hell are we waiting on? That's weird.
Be no preliminary hearing. So given that they had 3 grand juries, why didn't they just go that route rather than doing what they did, to arrest him and then charge him?
So this part is pure speculation. I don't think let me break this up. It's not pure speculation. Nobody has definitively given an explanation for this because, as I told you last episode, the LAPD called the DA's bluff. I don't care what the DA says about them being in lockstep. That's nonsense.
Yeah, they quadrupled down on me on that and said you were wrong.
Correct. And they've only got one problem. If that was wrong, what was the explanation? Remember, you and I talked offline about what is the legal strategy for having the LAPD arrest somebody without a warrant or without a criminal complaint or an indictment.
And it's official now. The prelim is going to go down on May 1st. And It is a big deal because the prosecution will have to present enough evidence to show that there is cause for the judge to say he should stand trial for the murder of Celeste Rivas. So the prosecutor told the judge today, told the courtroom, that they found a bunch of child pornography on David's phone. You remember, they seized various digital equipment, including his phone.
You see what I'm saying? See what kind of sick individual you are dealing with. Seriously speaking, this guy needs help. He really needs help.
During the process of the search warrant and the arrest. So they say they found child porn. They didn't disclose what that was, whether there's video of Celeste. We have no idea. And we also have no idea what the nature of this is. It's going to be interesting to see
if they have. And I know he probably took some videos, allegedly, guys. Guys, remember, everybody I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until we find out they're guilty. Okay? Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Guys, push that notification button. If he was dumb enough to have video of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez and him having relations, or any of those kids that was on his phone, that is going to be a wrap for his ass. Trust and believe.
if a judge allows that into evidence.
Let's pray on it.
There's going to be an argument whether allowing child porn in would unfairly prejudice a jury in hearing this. And I don't know how the judge is going to rule, but one of the things judges are concerned about is getting reversed on appeal. So even though the prosecution says they have it, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be part of the trial.
Renee Reed's Atlanta.
Break it down,
And
girl.
I just want to say that I feel like David, the child pornography being in his phone, I do feel like he's indulged in some indecent behavior with Celeste and, her being underage. I feel like he does like underage girls, but I don't think he's guilty of killing her.
Well, that's going to be listen, this is not dissimilar in a sense from Diddy, where they were going after him for racketeering and
Okay, guys, put it in the comments. Now, I know some of you type a 1 if you think he did it. If he unalived Celeste, type a 1 if you think he unalived Celeste, and then type a 2 if you think that he didn't do it, that he didn't unalive Celeste, guys. Because there's some people out there, believe it or not, that think that David D4VD is innocent. I don't know how in thy hell that's possible, but there are some people out here that do believe it. And guys, I got to do the fingers. It's a great possibility. Maybe he did not do this, okay? But what's up with the child pornography on the damn telephone? That is weird. That is really weird. So, guys, go ahead and type a 1 or type a 2. A 1, you believe he did do it. A 2, you believe he didn't do it. Because this is weird.
Trafficking, but, they ended up getting him on the Mann Act. So, could David theoretically be found guilty of having sex with an underage girl and at the same time being found not guilty of murder? That is a possibility. We will have to see.
This case can't get no sadder, guys. Let's check this out. The unaliving of Celeste Rivas Hernandez on September 8, 2025, the remains of the 14-year-old little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And guys, I keep saying little. I say little because this girl could have been my damn granddaughter. Okay, so I know it don't say little here, but I'm going to say little because she's a little girl to me. She was discovered in L.A., California, inside the trunk of a impounded Tesla registered to David Burke. David Anthony Burke is his real name. He's a musician known professionally as David D4VD. In April of 2026, Burke was arrested and was charged with first-degree murder and lewd and lascivious acts upon a child under 14 years old and mutilating a body. Okay, and I've said this before, guys, and I'm not even trying to make fun. This guy was sick. You don't start off doing no crazy, ill shit like this, okay? Celeste Rivas Hernandez, beautiful, beautiful little girl. Her middle name is Abigail. She was born September the 7th, 2010. And guys, they said she was unalived, or she was found unalived or this is the day David lured her to the damn house and cut her up. And then I guess he went on to a tour, whatever the case may be. And then he came back and he chopped her up. And so, guys, they're saying that her date of death was April the 23rd, 2025. She was 14 years old. She was from Lake Elsinore, California. Both parents were immigrants from El Salvador. Rivas was reported missing 3 times in the final year of her life, according to the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. She last ran away April of 2024 and was last contacted by her family around May of 2024. Surveillance footage and digital evidence revealed that Rivas was alive in September of 2024 and then again in January of 2025. See, this is weird. And I believe when they're saying that the digital evidence say that she was alive during that particular time frame is because, guys, and I've said this in other videos, that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was having an argument with her parents' neighbors. She was having an argument with her parents' neighbors, and it was caught on Nest Cam. And guys, the reason why I'm believing in that date around September, they said September 2024. This is when they believe that she was last seen alive. And then again, January of 2025. The reason why I'm believing this the September 2024 date, because, guys, it was right around her birthday. So she was found on her neighbor's Nest Cam on the 8th, September the 8th, having an argument with them. And I believe she had came home to celebrate her birthday with her parents. Okay, so this is the timeline that I really believe in. Now, the January 2025, I'm not really sure what happened with that particular timeline, but evidently, guys, they're saying they have some video footage saying that there was a great possibility that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was still alive around those particular dates. David D4VD, his real name is David Anthony Burke. He was, and I'm going to say was, guys, because he's no longer a professional musician. He's an American singer-songwriter, best known for his songs Romantic Homicide. And how freaking weird is that that's what I'm saying, guys. All of his shit, his music, I've said this in other videos, his music, his lyrics, his artwork from his damn the artwork for his albums or whatever the case may. Guys, I know we don't do albums or CDs, whatever the hell you want to call it, guys. All of that has pretty much told us what he did to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. However, we have yet not been able to decipher what the hell is going on. So David D4VD, a professional, known as David D4VD, a professional songwriter, best known for his song Romantic Homicide. And here with me, his music often explores themes of love. Yeah, right. Heartbreak. Yeah, that's true. And relationship struggles. Okay, this guy, and I've said this in other videos, guys, he was homeschooled, and he even said himself when he started being homeschooled, guys, his friends eventually dropped off because they were busy, dealing with their friends at school. They ain't had time to visit David at his house because he was homeschooled. So, guys, struggling with relationships, that's what all of his music is about. In 2025, Burke released an album, Withered, and announced a world tour with performances across North America and Europe. And all that shit got canceled when they found the unalive body of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez in the front of his Tesla. So let's talk about the relationship between Burke and Rivas. After the discovery of the body, photographs allegedly showed them together surface. Rivas's mother stated that her daughter had a boyfriend by the name of David, and Rivas and Burke had matching tattoos. Rivas' brother told KNBC that she went missing after Burke picked her up in his car. I didn't know that part. I didn't know he actually picked her up in his car. Now, I know he had taken her in the car before, picked her up from Lake Elsinore before, but I thought the last time that she was ever seen is when they were going to the movies. Okay, but she did not know who the mother did not know who David D4VD was. And guys, I've said this time and time again, I think that's very peculiar. You are the mother and you do not know who your daughter is going out with. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think. Sources report that she resided in a rental property with Burke and met him through the freaking internet. Okay. Rivas was apparently a member of Burke's official server in a messaging app, Discord, as early as 2022. And guys, I have said this over and over and over again. I already knew that Celeste Rivas Hernandez was trying to rat David D4VD out. I already knew that, guys, because she was in his Discord. She had been in there ever since she was freaking 10 years old. She had been in the Discord ever since she was 10 years old. And then when she turned 14 years old, she sat up there and said, and I'm paraphrasing, guys, she sat up there and said, I'm a minor. I'm 14 years old. Why are you bringing this up, Celeste? I've said this in other videos. Why are you bringing this up now? Because you have been in the Discord ever since you were 10 years old. So evidently she met him in the Discord of 2022, evidenced by the presence of the user by the name of Celeste, whom after users at that time referred to as Burke's girlfriend. So evidently this particular user, Celeste, they were calling her David D4VD's girlfriend. And then in August of 2024, months after Rivas was reported missing, Burke claimed to be in a song crisis in the same server, to which a anonymous user replied, "Drop the one with the missing girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez." And then Burke did not reply. Burke did not reply when somebody said, drop that song about the missing girl. See, guys, all of this is really, really peculiar. On September the 9th, 2025, Burke performed the Fillmore, Minneapolis as part of the Wither Tour. And the day before, heavily decomposed human remains were discovered in LA inside the trunk of an impounded car registered to David D4VD. The discovery came after LAPD was called by a tow yard worker to investigate a foul smell emanating from the vehicle. The remains were found in a black bag. They said, well, guys, it was, what I understand, it was 2 black bags in the front of that Tesla. And that's what I'm saying. People sitting around here saying that it was a great possibility that David D4VD is, innocent. He was framed. But guys, her body had to make this make sense now. Her body had to have been in the front of the Tesla before it left the mansion. Okay, because nobody's going to bring an unalive body to the tow yard and think you're going to get past the workers and put this unalive body in the front. That just makes no sense whatsoever. And then, guys, the LAPD captain told KABC TV the body was at least partially dismembered, but not decapitated. The car was first parked on Blueberg Avenue in Hollywood Hills in late July of 2025. September the 3rd, the vehicle was cited for violations of the 72-hour parking situation, and it was impounded and towed to the Hollywood tow yard. 2 days later, guys, the LAPD confirmed that the vehicle was ticketed 11 times before the discovery, suggesting that the body was likely in the front of the car the whole damn time. So her, this is the part that doesn't make any sense, guys. It was in the damn front of the car for 11 damn days in the heat, in the elements, and the Hollywood Hill is hot as hell out there in the Hollywood Hills, California. This whole plan made no sense, but I've said this in other videos, guys, because one of you guys actually told me your freaking idea. Okay, your idea became my idea, that it was a great possibility that somebody was supposed to come and take that car somewhere else. Okay, crush it, burn it, whatever, drown it, whatever the case may be. But I believe somebody got lackadaisical on us and they did not come and get the car. Okay, either they got scared because they knew that little Celeste Rivas's unalive body was in the front of the Tesla, or they did not know and they just got lax. And by the time they went to go take the car to burn it, crush it, drown it, whatever the case may be, they probably had to call David and say, hey, dude, I know I said I was going to pick up the car, but however, it is missing. And remember, David D4VD, he turned around and purchased another Tesla, a red one. Okay, so we're not really sure what's going on. On September the 16th, 2025, the LA County Medical Examiner identified the body of a little Celeste Rivas Hernandez through forensic examination due to advanced decomposition. Found a day after what would have been her 15th birthday, she was believed to have died a considerable amount of time before her body was discovered. That is sad. Identification of the cause of death has proven to be difficult due to the body's advanced state of decomposition. Sources close to the investigation told news outlets that she had died in the spring of 2025. And guys, this is the sad thing. Her mother is the one who had to identify her body. Okay, that is just sad beyond belief. So, September the 18th, 2025, the LA investigators executed a search warrant at the Hollywood Hills property occupied by Burke and seized electronic devices, including a computer. A private investigator hired by the homeowner reported finding a burn cage. Okay, so remember, an incinerator was delivered to the house. They had used some gift certificates in order to purchase the burn cage. Whoever purchased the burn cage, and it was delivered to David D4VD's house, but it was delivered under a fake name. Burke's manager terminated the property lease shortly after the search, and he moved out. Burke has retained a criminal defense attorney known for representing celebrities, and we already know that is Blair Burke. The LAPD homicide captain Scott Williams stated that no suspect has been identified in Rivas's murder, but guys, we already know that this is not true, that David D4VD has since been arrested. Okay. On November the 26th, the LA Times confirmed that there was an investigative grand jury, and they had convened over the course of the month to hear evidence regarding the possible charges related to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So, guys, we know that the grand jury, evidently, guys, they came out and they got David D4VD's little friend, Neo Langston, and everybody was thinking there was a great possibility that Neo actually pled the fifth because he was only in there for about 45 minutes, but come to find out there's a great possibility that Neo actually did say something, and we're not really sure what the hell he said, but guess what? Whatever he said, David D4VD, allegedly, guys, we're not really sure if this is true or not. Evidently, David D4VD and Langston are no longer friends. So I'm not sure it's because of whatever was said while he was in there talking to the grand jury, while Neo was in there, whatever the case may be. But evidently, here we are today. David is arrested like a mofo. Guys, put it in the comments. Let me know what you think about this entire situation.
So from a famous singer arrested for murder to a string of break-ins in the Valley, it's been a busy month for LAPD.
LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell is here to talk all about that. Good morning.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Want to start with the David case. We've been talking about this. He's been charged with murdering 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, currently segregated from the other inmates, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. You know, first, our thoughts go out to the family for what they've had to endure, family of Ms. Rivas.
Sad,
it's horrible to even imagine what they've been through for the last year.
Did you meet with them?
I personally have not. Our detectives have.
Yeah. And what have they, I'm sure it's been a long, confusing process. I can't imagine what they're going through.
You know, a lot of speculation because of the notoriety of the case. You know, so many people come up with their own ideas of what happened or didn't happen, and some of it was so far off the mark through the middle months of this in particular. And, you know, the family, while it may be entertainment for some, the family, it's certainly not. It's something very, very serious. And, you know, I think we all need to take a step back on some of these major cases and let the process work its way through. Our detectives did a tremendous amount of work on this under very, very difficult circumstances and ended up being criticized for not making an arrest fast enough.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. I think, you know, this case is getting a lot of attention not only because it is a singer and famous to many people, But also, she was just 13 when she left her
That is
house,
sad.
and then murdered at 14 when she was just 14 years old. And it took 7 months after her body was found for him to be charged. And a lot of people are wondering, why did it take so long?
Yeah, there's an awful lot that goes into to the investigation. The state of the body when it was found was degraded, decomposed, and that creates another set of circumstances of complexity for the investigators and the coroner staff to be able to come up with a determination as to cause and manner of death. Whenever we have a death, and it's appropriate, a toxicology has to be done on it. And a tox takes up to 6 months to be able to get the results back from that. But that's critical to know what other factors other than what might have been visible were involved in the determination of the cause of death. So a lot of times it takes a while to be able to get the full picture, and this was one of those cases.
Outside of the timeline of the investigation and the timetable, what have been some other big misconceptions about this case?
Oh, there was things that were ludicrous that were put out there during the middle of it. The condition of the body, that part of it was frozen, and the body was found in a vehicle, in the trunk of a vehicle, and things like that are. I can only imagine what the family was going through while this was playing itself out.
Horrific.
But things that made no sense at all.
Because we know that his music has almost like art imitating life in a way. If you look at some of the lyrics, "Romantic Homicide" is one of the songs.
Right.
Could his lyrics and his songs be even a factor in a trial like this?
Yes.
Oh, it'll be certainly introduced, I'm sure, and that's something that will get attention during the trial, and we'll see how that plays itself out. It'd be speculative for me to say anything at this point about how that will look.
And you talked about the body being degraded to a point where it's a little bit more difficult to pull clues from that, extract clues from that. Obviously, there are things that you have not really told the public, or clues or things that you in your fact finding here that you have not released to the public. Because it on the face of it, some people might look at it and look at this case as a circumstantial one.
Yeah, sure. No, there's things that certainly we don't put out there. It's not our role to be feeding the news media, if you will, or the concern of some of the public. We have enough to be able to have probable cause to make an arrest, and we present the case to the district attorney. They view all of the evidence and weigh it, and then be able to put together a presentation for a jury at some point. So to say anything beyond what's necessary at this point could potentially jeopardize the case, and we don't want to do that.
You go.
Are you looking at only him, or are you looking at the possibility of other people?
The investigation is ongoing, so I wouldn't say
They look at other people.
Ever that it couldn't lead to other places. But I wouldn't comment on that much at this point.
So this is the official timeline. After the FBI to put out all the information, this is the official timeline according to ABC News. On September the 8th, 2023, 18-year-old David D4VD begins SAing and abusing little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who had just turned 18 years old, according to the complaint. The complaint states that he resided with and had reoccurring access to her. Okay, so this was an ongoing thing, this SA that was going on with a little girl who was only 13 years old when you're 5 years older. Okay, he was 18 years old and she was 13 years old at the time. Then on April the 5th, 2025, Celeste Rivas Hernandez was last reported missing by her family. Police have described her as a runaway, and she had been reported missing previously. So evidently everybody's alluding to the fact that there's a great possibility that Celeste Rivas Hernandez was running away to be with David. Okay? A lot of people going to sit up here and say, well, why does she keep running away over there, guys? When you're being abused by somebody, and guys, I do not know it offhand, firsthand. Okay, but when you are being abused by somebody, guys, it's a control thing. I don't know why she kept going back there, but I'm sure it was because of it's a control thing, and I'm sure maybe there was a great possibility it was because of the money, because Celeste Rivas Hernandez grew up in a very poor area. Those of you who have been following me you will know that I live in California part-time and I live in Texas part-time. So I am not that familiar with the area, but I have been there before. April the 23rd, 2025, Celeste Rivers Hernandez was last seen alive, according to prosecutors who allege that David D4VD invited her to his home in the Hollywood Hills and intentionally unalived her on this day by means of lying in wait. So evidently he was waiting in the cut for her to unalive her. He invited her to that home to intentionally unalive her. This guy is sick. The whole thing in a nutshell, guys, people were saying there was a great possibility that he was already under investigation, and it was a great possibility that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was hanging it over his head, that they were having an inappropriate relationship, and that there's a great possibility she's about to tell the Popo about that. And he was already under investigation for some other situations, because evidently this guy, and I've said this before, he has a fetish for young kids, young girls. You remember Celeste Rivas Hernandez was actually on a doggone Discord live, and David sat up there in the live, and guys, I know you already recall this, when they're on the live, and David D4VD is telling her, no, something to the fact, don't say that, or whatever the case may be. We have to delete that because the Celeste Rivas Hernandez sat up there and said that he likes to grape kids. So it's a great possibility that Celeste was aware that he was doing this to other people besides herself. Then, guys, we have April the 24th, 2025. Tickets for David D4VD's tour, they go on sale. Okay, like anybody gives a damn. I don't know who would go. But anyway, April the 25th, 2025, David D4VD releases his debut album, Withered. On May the 5th, 2025, David is accused of mutilating Celeste Rivas Hernandez, her remains. According to the complaint, prosecutors allege he cut her up and stuffed her remains in 2 bags that were then left in the trunk of his Tesla for months. So that happened on May the 5th, 2025. So she had been in there decomposing in the front of this Tesla. Guys, this is weird. On August the 5th, 2025, David D4VD kicks off his Withered tour with a concert in Del Mar, California. This is weird. September the 8th, 2025. And see, this would have been the date, a day after what would have been her 15th birthday, on September the 8th, guys. Celeste Rivas Hernandez, badly decomposed, dismembered remains were discovered in the trunk of a Tesla registered to David D4VD at a impound lot in Hollywood. Officers responded to the lot for a small odor that was reported by the people at the tow yard. LA police said that her head and torso were found in 1 bag. See what I'm saying? This is sick motherfucker right here. Her head and torso were found in 1 bag and her arms and legs in another, according to the court filings. The Tesla had been at the impound lot for about 2 days after being reported abandoned at the Hollywood Street, investigators said. So evidently that Tesla, like I said, guys, it was outside of David D4VD's mansion, being parked at different locations. And guys, it got a bunch of dust on it. It had tickets on it. They said there was over 17 tickets on that damn car. And then it already had a dent on it. And guess what, guys? Somebody called the Popo. And they towed that car to the tow yard. After it had been sitting there for 2 days, guys, they found her remains in 2 bags. Her head and her torso were found in 1 bag. And then, guys, her legs and her arms were found in another. This is sick. On September the 17th, 2025, guys, LA medical examiner identifies the body that was found in the Tesla. It was identified as being little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Beautiful, beautiful young girl. And I've said this time and time again. I'm going to say it again. She did not have a chance to be a teenager. This guy stole her childhood, if he actually did it. Okay, we're not really sure if he did it or not, but it sure in the hell seems like he did it. A lot of you out there believing that this mofo was framed. I don't know who would frame him. That makes absolutely no sense. Who would frame him? Who would take the risk of taking her unalive body parts and taking it to the tow yard? Okay, it already had to been in the damn car. Now somebody could have took her unalive body parts and put it in the car. Yeah, okay, and then it got towed. Yeah, okay, that makes a little sense. But tell me who in the hell would do that, guys? This is where, guys, if you believe he was framed, tell me who would frame him. Somebody said to me one time that it was a hater. Okay, yeah, I can see how he can have haters. He's a young guy. He's a millionaire. He's got all kind of records out. You know, he's living in a mansion, driving several cars, had a pretty girlfriend, even though she was a baby. I could see how, he can have a hater or two. But who in the hell is the hater who did all of this? Okay, could it have been one of his managers? I don't know. Could it have been his brother? I don't know. But I will say this, guys. David D4VD didn't do this shit by himself. He did not. He had to have had some help. And that's the sad part about it. September the 19th, 2025, the remaining dates of David's D4VD Withered Tour was canceled. His record label, Dark Room Interscope, ain't that a trip? Your label is Dark Room, okay, and your ass is dark than a mofo. Dropped him at some point in 2025. A source with knowledge of the situation confirmed to ABC News. So people are dropping his ass like a hot motherfucking potato. Okay, nobody want to be associated with this guy. Okay, because the story does not make any sense. November 2025, and guys, I will tell you something. If I'm wrong, I'll get on here. I'll get on the mic and tell you I'm wrong like a mofo. If I'm wrong, if we find out that I am wrong and other people are wrong, I will get on here and apologize. I don't have no problem with that. But guys, make the math. Okay, the shit is not making sense. November of 2025. The first of 3 secretive grand juries look at the case. According to prosecutors, they were investigative grand juries to help compile testimony and not to gain indictment. So that's what that particular grand jury was for. And then, guys, on November the 18th, 2025, sources confirmed to ABC that David D4VD is considered a suspect in the death of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Then we have November the 25th, 2025. You see what I'm saying, guys? The family is supposed to be out enjoying their holidays, and now they got to deal with all this whole half-baked bullshit. This is crazy. A court places a security hold on the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's report on little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, her death. According to a statement from the medical examiner, the hold was initiated by the LAPD, bearing the release on the case and manner of death and the report until further notice. Okay, because guys, people were just going ape shit with all of the information that they thought happened to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, including TMZ. Back in December of 2025, however, the second grand jury looks at the case according to the prosecutors, and then back in February of 2026, the third grand jury looks at the case according to prosecutors. And then in April of 2026, April the 16th to be exact, they got his ass. David was arrested as the suspect in the murder of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez and is being held without bail. Okay, so that is nice. And there's the picture. This is damn mugshot, guys. They said he was 5'5". I'm sorry, guys. The picture's not going to get any bigger. I think they said he was 5'5", 125 pounds. He ain't going to last 2 hot days up in that camp. Guys, he's not going to last 2 hot days. So he was arrested on April the 16th, guys, of 2026. This is when he was arrested. Okay. And so April the 20th, 2026, what happened? David is formally charged with the murder of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez in the SA, the unlawful mutilation of her body. The charges allege he committed this particular SA act with Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Guys, she was underage because at the time, guys, before her death, she was only 14 years old. She never got a chance to see her 15th birthday. Okay, this is sad. So, guys, I will keep you updated on what's going on with this particular case. But as you can see, oh boy, don't look too happy here. On April the 21st of 2026, the family of Rivas Hernandez spoke out following the charges, saying in a statement released through their attorney that Celeste was beautiful. She was a beautiful young girl, a strong girl who loved to sing and dance. Every Friday night was movie night, and we spent wonderful times together. This is what the family said, guys. This is a memorial, guys, that was for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and it says down here, biggest day. We loved her very much, and she always told us that she loved us. We miss her deeply. They said in the statement, all we want is justice for Celeste. And guys, I want justice for Celeste too, guys. I mean, this is really, why in the hell did he do this? Okay. Why didn't he, when she said, hey, I'm going to tell everybody what's going on with this, inappropriate relationship, why did he just pack her shit up and take it back to Lake Elsinore? Guys, put it in the comments, guys. Make sure that you like, comment, share, and subscribe. And see, David was obsessed with her. I've said this in all kind of videos. He was obsessed with little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Looking at this picture alone, guys, she liked this old Hello Kitty stuff. Okay, you can see Hello Kitty in the corner. Okay, and guys, if you look at David's pictures, he's got a lot of pictures with him wearing the Hello Kitty hat, the Hello Kitty backpack, the Hello Kitty belt, the Hello Kitty pullover, the Hello Kitty shoes. He was obsessed with little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. He was, in my opinion. Okay, guys, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Go ahead and push that notification button. And if you ever want to call in and give some comments or whatever the case may be, guys, as long as I'm live, you can go ahead and call in. If you want to make a comment, guys, and you don't want to be here on the live, you can make a comment on that phone, and then I will share your comment with everybody else. Just text me, say, hey, Kelly, I'm about to make a comment. So I won't answer the phone, guys. But anyway, guys, get on the mic and tell me what you think about this particular case. This is beyond sad. And yes, we all want justice for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Some really disturbing details here, and it really is the first time that we are hearing the prosecution lay out their case as to how David Burke, they say, murdered Celeste Rivas Hernandez. It's also the first time we're hearing about a possible motive behind those actions. New court filings today outline disturbing allegations from the prosecution claiming David Burke went to great lengths to murder, dismember, and then conceal evidence after the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. They claim David snapped after Celeste began getting jealous he was seeing other girls. She threatened to make their relationship public, which started when she was a minor, claiming he knew it would end his career and destroy his life. With an impending album and world tour, they say he killed her to keep her silent. They say among evidence they plan to present in court, proof he bought 2 chainsaws, body bags, and other tools to kill her, even using a blue plastic pool to conceal any blood that might spill onto his floor. However, they claim to have found Rivas Hernandez's DNA in his garage.
So really graphic details, but also what David did to cover up these purchases, buying them through an alias.
Documents also claim the links David went to in order to pursue the teen. Before her death, Celeste's family first reported her missing to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department in February. Detectives questioned David about her whereabouts. He claimed to not know she was 13. After she returned home on February 24th, her parents took away her cell phone. That's when the prosecution claims he gave a kid in junior high $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone that he purchased so they could keep communicating.
And on that cell phone.
And you know what, guys? You remember when they had David like standing in the street in Lake Elsinore, and it looks like he was paying somebody something. I am thinking now that's when he gave this kid the $1,000 to deliver the cell phone to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Okay? See, this whole thing is not adding up. How you did not think that she was 13 years old. You are weird. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and tell me what you think. Go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe, and push that doggone notification button right the hell now. But how in thy hell can you sit up here and say you did not know that she was underage, that she was just 13 years old? That's weird.
They would exchange sexually explicit images, talk about pregnancy, abortions, Plan B, birth control.
What?
I mean, this is not something that is appropriate for any young teenage girl. It's going to be very hard for David to overcome that.
That was former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani breaking down what we learned today from those court documents. Now, the defense actually made a motion in court to try and keep the details of that filing sealed so the public would not be able to learn those details. The judge ultimately denying that request. When it comes to when we will see David Burke back in court, he said just 2 words today to that judge, yes, ma'am.
Oh, Marla, I just literally ran out of the David courtroom.
Break it down, girl.
Everybody, because what's happened today we did not expect. They're setting a preliminary
He
hearing.
wants his 2 minutes of
May
fame
26th.
in the back.
And what happened today, the big deal today, was that there was actually an argument between the defense and prosecutors, because the prosecutors filed what they believe is their case to be presented at the preliminary hearing. Now, at that point, the defense stood up and said, we don't want the public to hear this. They tried to seal it because it is very disturbing.
Hiding shit.
I have been able to obtain this. The judge agreed that it does not have to be sealed, so we, the media, can get it and present it to the people.
Bring it on, girl. Bring it.
Before I read some of these elements, this is disturbing stuff. And it's a good reason why they wanted it sealed, the defense. Let me show you some video, but please be aware, I'm going to try to be as tasteful as I can.
Bring it on.
But in essence, what the prosecution is saying is that David Burke met Celeste Rivas when she was 11 years old and he was 18. They started dating when she was 13. He was 18, and they started a sexual relationship. Now, they believed her parents found out, took her cell phone away because she kept on running away from him. And we've heard about this before.
Horrible.
But he actually bought her a cell phone at her junior high school and actually, had it delivered to her.
What?
Now, they did have a sexual relationship.
Check it out. Now, guys, don't forget to go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And push that notification button. Okay, guys, everybody I talk about in my videos is presumed innocent until we find out that they monkey eyes is guilty. But did you hear what she said? She said that the parents evidently found out about the relationship, and I guess she had been running away, whatever the case may be, took her cell phone as punishment. He bought her another cell phone and had that cell phone delivered to her junior graduation. Okay, so please don't tell me you didn't know that she was underage up in the camp. Don't tell me that. Do not tell me that. And to tell you the truth, guys, I really sort of kind of believe that the parents knew, but listening to what she's talking about, I really sort of kind of believe that the parents knew that, David and her were dating and they were cool with it because evidently, guys, there was some rumors, guys, I got to put up the fingers. There was some rumors that the family was getting paid off to the tune of $10,000 a week to keep their mouth shut about the relationship between David D4VD and little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Okay, not really sure if that is true or not. Okay, with the whole thing in a nutshell, guys, she kept running back to this fool. Kept running back to him.
Relationship for quite some time. She ran away. But here is, and I warn you, this is where it gets really
Break
crazy.
it down, girl.
According to the prosecution, the night before they believe she was killed, April 23rd, the night of the 22nd, there was a big fight, and they went back and forth with text messages. She was upset because he was seeing other girls, and she was threatening in those text messages to disclose information about him that would get him in trouble and quote, ruin his career.
I said it.
So he actually gets an Uber for her, according to prosecutors, and has her delivered to his home that day, April 23rd, to come to the house. He pays the Uber to drop her off, and according to them, that is when he kills her.
Wow.
They say he stabbed her to death, and he actually waited, according to this complaint, until she quote-unquote bled out. Then he took her phone, traveled to Santa Barbara, and kept on calling, texting her, saying, where are you, as her body is sitting in her house, again, according to prosecutors.
My God.
I want to underline that David has declared himself not guilty, okay, of all this already in court, of any charges or whatever may happen. So he goes to Santa Barbara, and that's where, according to the complaint, investigators actually found her ID and some of her stuff.
There you
Then
go.
he returns home, and get ready for this. He starts ordering on Amazon the tools that they say he used to dismember her body, including, and I kid you not, a burn cage and shovels.
We
and
know
all
about
kinds of
that.
things.
We knew
Has
about
the
that.
stuff delivered. And according to them, because they served a search warrant in his garage, this is where he supposedly did this, he proceeded to dismember her body. Specifically, Jaring is taking away her pinky finger because his name was tattooed on it.
Boom.
Again, these are allegations by the prosecution. He has pled not guilty, and this is the case they plan.
And you know what, guys? You know why that makes a lot of sense? That he would cut off the finger that said David on it. He didn't cut off the finger that said shh, because that is the finger that was used to identify her by her mother. He did cut off the finger, allegedly, that said David on it, because he knew that if that finger was still intact when they found her decomposing body, that they would quickly find him. Okay? I can't even understand how people, and he could be innocent like a mofo, but I don't understand why people are thinking that he is innocent. Okay? Because who in the hell would take so much effort into cutting off one of the fingers that say David on it? Okay? If he was framed, and make it make sense, if he was framed, nobody would give two boo-boos about him, about little Celeste being found with the finger that says David. See what I'm saying? That's the part that don't make no sense. That is the part that don't make no sense. Shit, guys, I done solved the case. Okay? To hell with everybody thinking that he was framed. Because listening to this alone, he took some effort, allegedly, to cut off that damn finger that had David on it. Okay? Because he knew as soon as they found that finger that said that if she still had that finger intact on her damn hand, they was going to get his monkey behind. You see what I'm saying? That's how I know his behind was not framed. Because you took effort, allegedly, you took effort to make sure that that finger was gone when her decomposing body was found. That's how I know you're not being framed. It was your monkey behind, allegedly. And did you do this by yourself? No, you did not do it by yourself. You had some help.
Plan to present at the preliminary hearing on May 26. They say that they have a biological evidence, her DNA in the garage, in items left over from the pool, that kind of thing. Now, the defense wanted all this squashed because they said this is prejudicial to him, obviously. The prosecution in court was saying, of course it's prejudicial. It's our case against them. The judge decided, we do not seal this from the public. The defense said, well, how are you not going to taint the jury pool? And what the judge said is, LA is big enough, the jury pool is big enough, and they have enough cases like this that by the time we get to a trial, which probably will be in a few years, the jury pool will be able to find people who are not biased by this. Now, it goes on. I mean, I'm still reading through this paperwork, and I'm going to have a lot more at 5 o'clock. But, you know, supposedly he drove the Tesla and purposely he left her and the Tesla at the locations so that her body would decompose. According to prosecutors,
oh my God,
it would be much more difficult for them to tie her to him.
Okay, so he purposely left the Tesla outside in the elements so it can decompose. Why didn't he just leave her decomposing body in the little kiddie swimming pool that he purchased, the blow up inflatable swimming pool? Why didn't he just leave her in that damn swimming pool in the damn garage? Why would you leave her in the doggone Tesla? That makes no sense so freaking ever. Okay, guys, I have said this before because one of your ideas became one of my ideas. That I did not believe that leaving the Tesla in the elements right outside the mansion was the final thing, was not the final plan. Okay, I believe somebody either knew her unalive body was in the front of that Tesla and they were supposed to come pick that car up, including little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and they were supposed to burn it, crush it, drown it, whatever the case may be. Okay, your theory, you contacted me and your theory became my theory. Okay, so that's number one theory, that the person who was supposed to come get the car knew she was in there and was supposed to pick it up while he was on tour,
drown it, crush it, burn it, or whatever the case may be. Okay. Second theory is that the person who was supposed to get the car did not know that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez unalive body, decomposing body was in the front of the Tesla, and they were still supposed to come burn it, crush it, drown it, or whatever the case may be. That person did not know that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez unalive body was in the front of the car. However, they got laxed on our behind, and they did not go and pick the car up in a timely fashion. And then the car started getting all kind of dust bunnies on it, started getting a bunch of tickets on it, and then the popo was called, and then the car was towed. Okay, and then that person had to call David allegedly and say, "Hey, dude, I know I was supposed to pick up the car on Monday. It's Friday, dude, and the car is gone. It's towed like a mofo." Okay, so these are theories that you one of you presented it to me, and I'm like, "Oh shit, that makes a lot of sense." Okay, now she is saying the final thing was to leave her unalive body in front of the car of the Tesla, allegedly, and allow it to decompose. Okay, which is, guys, that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if you ask me. This guy is not playing with a full deck. Let's check it out.
It's a really gruesome, really disturbing.
That's beyond saying.
I'm just giving you the highlights.
Right.
It's disturbing. And he was in court. Obviously, this was not read in court today, but he looks scared.
He should look
very
scared.
Alert. He's working with his attorneys. He has 3 female attorneys, very good attorneys. The prosecution also has a female attorney, so it's all women around this little guy. He's tiny. It amazes me how little he is. He's a very small-framed man. He was very alert, but he looks scared.
He
and
should
if
look
this is what
scared.
the prosecution says they can prove in their preliminary hearing, this is scary for them. The May 26th, they wanted, the defense had initially said, "Hey, let's do it Friday," and the prosecution called them on it. Said, "Okay, let's do it Friday," but Friday's May Day, and they're expecting protests. The judge was saying, "We're going to have protests downtown. Do you really want to do this?" And then the defense, when they said they had just filed this motion, he said, "Wait a minute, no, we need some time to go over some evidence, and they're still getting stuff," so they decided on May 26th.
Well, it looks like David is in some big trouble up in the camp. It looks like he's in trouble up in the camp, guys. And guys, when I talk about whoever I'm talking about who is deceased, guys, please do not message me talking about, "Why are you laughing about this? It's not funny." Guys, I am not laughing about the decedent. I'm laughing about the stupid ass fucker who thought they could sit around here and unalive somebody and get away with it. That's who the hell I am laughing about. Guys, my contact information is right down here. I got my email, I got my YouTube, and I got my email, I got my Venmo, and I got my Cash App. Guys, go ahead and use it. And make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And guys, I have a new feature where you can contact me. You can actually call in as long as I'm live and tell me what you think about any case that I'm talking about, guys. The number is there. If you don't want to get on here, guys, you can go ahead and leave a message. Or guess what? You can text me and say, "Hey, Kelly, I want to be on the next live." Anyway, guys, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. But anyway, David D4VD, guys, it looks like he's a boatload of trouble up in the camp. So David D4VD ordered 2 chainsaws, a body bag, a shovel, and he ordered 2 chainsaws, a body bag, and a shovel after unaliving little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. This is what prosecutors are saying. See what I'm saying, guys? This is how I know, and I've said this before, that David D4VD did not do this on his own, okay? Why would you need 2 chainsaws? If you were doing it by yourself, she was a small girl, why would you need 2 chainsaws? See, that doesn't make any sense. I've always said, guys, and I've had the same 5 people over and over and over again, okay? The same 5 suspects, okay? Of course, it's going to be David D4VD. That was my number 1 suspect. But people who might have helped him, I was thinking it could have been his little brother Khalid. I've always said that. And then I was thinking also it could have been Neo, okay? And because Neo and him had a very peculiar relationship, guys. I'm not really sure if they were on the down low, whatever the case may be. It could have been his manager. Now, his manager would often live sometimes right there on the property with David D4VD. And that was his manager, Robert Morgenroth. That was the idiot who got in front of the grand jury and said he didn't think it was his responsibility. We're not really sure what he was talking about when he said that. He said he didn't think it was his responsibility, guys, and I'm paraphrasing like a mofo. He didn't think it was his responsibility to call the popo
to either tell them that his client was dating somebody who was underage, or his client put unalived young girl in the front of his Tesla. So we're not really sure when he was saying he didn't think it was his responsibility, but whatever the case may be, he went to the grand jury and said that. So that's my fourth suspect. My fifth suspect has been Josh Marshall, who is his other manager. Okay, so Morgan Roth is his touring manager, and then Josh was his regular manager. Okay, but I sort of kind of like strayed away from Josh Marshall, because guess what? Josh Marshall sat up there and said, and I've said this in other videos, that if he would have known, and this is the way I took it, guys, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm doing my own shit today. But he sat up there and said that he had a daughter that was 14 years around little Celeste Rivas Hernandez's age. And when he said that, that made me sort of kind of think that he was saying that, even though he never said it, there was a great possibility that if he knew that David D4VD was dating somebody that young, that he would probably intervene. That's the way I took it, guys. I could be wrong all day long. So anyway, he ordered 2 chainsaws. He ordered a body bag and a shovel. Okay, why would you need 2 chainsaws if you were in there doing that by yourself? Okay, that is weird to me. So we have a picture of David D4VD and little Celeste Rivas Hernandez here, guys. This is really, really sad. I don't even know, why did this have to happen? I don't understand it. There are other celebrities who date and have dated in the past young people. One that comes to mind right off the back is Elvis Presley. Shit, Elvis Presley was dating Priscilla and she was like 13 or 14 years old. Okay, so I know we live in a different time, but come on now, why did you have to do that? I've said this time and time again, when she would have, if I was David D4VD, when she would have started telling me, oh, I'm going to tell people that we having a relationship, this, that, and the third, guys, I would have packed her shit up. And sent her back to Lake Elsinore, where her ass came from, because I would have told her, basically in a nutshell, I would have told her shit, but I would have said in the back of my mind, okay, good luck, and try to pin it on me that we were having a inappropriate relationship. That's what I would have told her. Okay, but now, guys, David needs all the luck in the world, because guess what? It looks like they got some cell phone pictures, okay, that he had on his cell phone, and him and Celeste back and forth taking pictures or whatever the case may be. And guys, you remember that Celeste Rivas Hernandez was on that live with him when she sat up there and said that he liked graping young kids. And you remember David said, oh, no, I media trained you, or whatever the case may be. But guys, he wanted that to be deleted. Okay, so I am thinking maybe little Celeste Rivas Hernandez knew a whole lot of stuff on David D4VD. Evidently, guys, they were saying that David D4VD already was under investigation. And if little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, if word got out that they were having an inappropriate relationship, guys, that would have been the icing on the cake for his mofo behind. So I'm thinking that's exactly what happened. But guys, I tell you the truth. He lured her over there, okay? Got her in the Uber, lured her over there, and evidently unalived her. And I know the Uber driver probably is like distraught, like, oh, hell, I cannot believe that, well, they can't blame themselves, but really that Uber driver like took her to her death, if you really think about it. The whole thing in a nutshell, guys, she's a young girl, whatever the case may be. I was a young girl back in the day. We don't know when to keep our damn mouth shut. I don't know why she would even told him that. She should have kept that shit to herself. But anyway, guys, we can't do shit about it now. It happened. Why it happened is just crazy beyond to me. Guys, I want you to go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know if you think that David D4VD is going to get some serious time for this, guys. This is weird all day long. And guys, I'm going to have to apologize, because guess what? I normally allow you guys to have your little, I'm going to try to fix it, whatever the case may be. But I normally allow you during the stream, guys, I allow you to, put your comments on the screen. I'm going to try to fix this shit, guys. We're about to see what's going to go down. But anyway, it says here, David D4VD, and let me make sure, guys, you can see exactly what the hell I'm seeing. But David D4VD went to Amazon and purchased a couple of chainsaws after he unalived little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and then he stood over her as she bled out according to the prosecutors in this particular case. According to new docs filed by the prosecutors, investigators claim that the singer unalived little Celeste Stevens Hernandez to death at his Hollywood Hills home on April the 23rd, 2025, after ordering an Uber to bring the 14-year-old all the way from her family's home in Lake Elsinore. So evidently he had gotten an Uber and had her brought to the house. So I was thinking, how did they really narrow down the date? And I'm not really sure if they really have narrowed down the date. That's the date that everybody is saying, but that is the date that the Uber drove her there. Okay, that's the date the Uber had drove her there, which was April the 23rd, 2025. Okay, that is the date that the Uber driver drove her there. So this whole situation is sad. Like I said, guys, there was so many damn timelines. You can't even figure out what is what and who's who. People had so many damn timelines out there. Okay, so this is really, really weird. So let's continue on with this particular article. Once she was there, prosecutors alleged that David D4VD unalived her to death, and the next day ordered a shovel from Home Depot, which was delivered to his home through Postmates. I'm not really sure what Postmates are, guys. You guys probably could tell me that. Anybody, put it in the comments, guys. Tell me what Postmates are, but I'm not really familiar with it. But anyway, guys, he looked like death warmed over up in this camp. Okay, he does not look like himself. He looks sweaty. Okay, look like face is greasy. He looks unkept. He looks worried and a mofo right about now, which he should, because guys, they are on his behind. I just never thought that this day would come, because guys, she had been missing for quite some time. And guys, I had played the race card plenty of times. I've said is the reason why she's been missing for so damn long is because she was a young Hispanic little girl, poor girl. And David was probably thinking, oh, they'll be looking for her for a little bit, but they're not really gonna look for her anywhere. Her parents were immigrants from El Salvador. And he was probably thinking, oh no, they'll look for her for a little bit, and then after that, all of this shit would die down, guys. It's just unbelievable and unnecessary why all this shit had to happen. About a week later, on May the 1st, so that happened in, well, let me recap, guys. That happened in, they said she was unalive April the 23rd, 2025, and then on May the 1st, they alleged that he purchased the 2 chainsaws from Amazon that was delivered to his house 4 days later, followed up by buying a body bag and a heavy-duty laundry bags in a blue inflatable tub. Okay, my whole thing in a nutshell, and evidently, guys, they were saying that it was a great possibility. And guys, this is going to be a little graphic for some of you guys, so I do apologize. If you don't want to be here, guys, I understand, because this really turns my stomach. I do not like talking about cases that involve kids. It's just, something about it just unsettles my stomach. I can't stand it. But anyway, he bought the chainsaws 4 days later. And then he bought the body bags, and he bought the heavy-duty laundry bags, and then he bought the blue inflatable pool. And then, guys, that's when they said he, put her unalive body in the front of the Tesla to decompose even more and left it on the street. That makes no sense. Why didn't you just leave the car? Well, I guess he said from the elements in the Hollywood Hills, guys, it was hot as hell. Okay, that was going to break down the body even more. But guess what? Why didn't you just leave her in the damn garage? The garage can get hot as a mofo, too. I didn't understand that whole thing, guys. That just really does not make any sense. The whole thing was crazy. I just don't understand it, guys. Put it in the comments and tell me what you think. But brother man, look worried and a mofo, guys. That is his mugshot right there. They claim David D4VD purchased all of those items under a fake name, and the name was Victoria Mendez. Guys, that is just really, really weird. But guys, put it in the comments. But brother man, come on now, because it's not the same David D4VD we're accustomed to seeing. Brother man, he look worried, and he should be. So anyway, guys, let's scroll down and see what else we got going. The star allegedly placed little Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body in the blue inflatable pool to prevent her body from spilling over the garage floor. Her blood. I'm sorry. Let me rewind. The star allegedly placed little Rivas Hernandez's body in the blue inflatable pool to prevent her blood
I said body, guys, to prevent her blood from spilling over into the garage. Prosecutors say that he used a chainsaw and possible other tools to cut off her limbs and gruesome. And guys, this whole thing is gruesome. Okay, but I already knew, guys, that he could not allow that finger to still. And I'm holding my pinky finger, but I don't know what finger it was on. But the finger that said David on there, I already knew that was going to be the finger that was going to be missing. Because guess what, Mr. Man? If you would have left that finger on there, they would have tracked it right back to you very quickly. I'm sure the parents already seen that tattoo that said David on it. The parents already knew about the tattoo that said shh on it, because that's how the mother was able to identify little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, because that tattoo said shh on it. That finger was still present. And then this is the sad thing about it, guys. And I know her parents got to be sick with it, but the parents, the mother, identified little Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body by the remaining parts of her body by that little shh tattoo that she had on her finger. Okay, but I knew that David tattoo was going to be missing. Okay, you had to remove that. Okay, and that's how I know nobody framed your ass. Because if they really was going to frame you, come on, let's make it make sense up in the camp. If they really wanted to frame you, they would have left that finger there, so somebody can hurry up and pin it on you. See, that's when it don't make no sense, Mr. Man. Whoever was trying to frame you, whoever you guys out there, guys, let's agree to disagree up in this camp. But whoever was trying to frame him, allegedly, according to some of y'all, because I don't believe that, guys, they would have left that finger on there. They wouldn't have took it off. They would have left it on there. They would have kept that finger intact so they can hurry up and trace it back to you. But that's not what they did. Prosecutors claim that David D4VD amputated the ring and pinky fingers of Celeste Rivas Hernandez's left hand because she had a tattoo that had his name on her ring finger, which was, guys, that finger was never recovered. Okay? That doesn't sound like somebody trying to pin something on you. That doesn't sound like, guys, if it sounds like that somebody was trying to frame him, why would they remove that very finger that has his freaking name on it? See, that doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. Okay, that math is not mathing up in this camp. Okay, guys, those of you who don't know me, this is your first time here, guys. I am Kelly, K to the E, double L-I-E, from YIQU TV. Anyway, guys, this is a sketch of the autopsy, which is very graphic. Okay, very graphic. And guys, they said he punctured her liver. Now, those of you who don't know anything about the liver, guys, you puncture somebody's liver, they're gonna bleed out. That's just pretty much a wrap. If you survive something like that, guys, you're good. They said even one of her eyeballs were missing. Guys, it's horrific. It is horrific. We are looking at a body, a sketch from a girl who was 14 years old. She never got a chance to be 15 years old. Okay. That is weird to me. She never got a chance to be 15 years old. And guys, I have said she was found in the front of his Tesla on what would have been her damn 15th birthday. Okay. She was found in the front of the Tesla one day after, which would have been her 15th birthday. See, this whole shit is sad and unnecessary. She should have been out hanging around with her little friends, playing little games that little girls do. But no, she's out here doing grown folk stuff. And I already said this, guys, and I'm going to say it again. And I'm not trying to belittle little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. In my opinion, she grew up too fast. Because, guys, they had already said that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez had an older boyfriend right before David D4VD, and his name was Gus. Okay, so hypothetically, if y'all met roughly online, if David and Celeste met roughly online when she was about 10 or 11 years old, okay, when did Gus come in? And Gus was supposed to be older than little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and evidently Gus was unalive, but it had nothing to do with this particular case. But that's what I'm saying. She grew up a little bit too fast. And I don't understand for the life of me, guys. They were saying that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the last time that her parents saw her, she said she was going to the movies, okay, with somebody by the name of David. What I don't understand is, back in the day when I was going out, My mother would say, hey, he need to come to the house. He need to ring this doorbell. We need to meet him, whatever the case may be. Not, oh, mom, I'm going to the movies with some guy named David, or whatever the case may be. And my mother going to be cool with that? No, that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Guys, tell me what goes on in your household. I don't have any teenage kids or whatever the case may be, but tell me what's going on in your household. Would you allow something like that? My parents had to meet, or my mom had to meet whoever is coming to take me out. And to tell you the truth, guys, I wasn't dating at no 13, 14, 15 years old. I barely every once in a while my mother would, somebody was interested in me, we had to sit right there in the living room in front of everybody and watch TV or play a game, whatever the hell we're going to be doing. Guys, it had to be supervised. So I don't know what's going on, but I've said time and time again that this little girl grew up a little bit too fast, in my opinion. But guys, we had some very disturbing stuff going on here in this autopsy sketch. Okay, so when detectives searched David D4VD's rental property, because guys, the property that he was renting out, guys, they said he was paying over $20,000 a month to live there. Okay, so the boy was making bank. Okay, he was up and coming. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know why he had to do all of this. I don't even know why he had to date girls who were that much younger than him. Because, guys, there were some grown-ass women that would have went out with David D4VD. So I just don't understand. Why did you... There were some grown-ass women that would have showed him a thing or two. But no, you want to be in romper room. That is really, really weird to me. I do not understand that for the life of me. So, detectives searched David D4VD's rental property. Like I said, guys, he was paying in the upwards of $20,000 for that doggone rental property per month, and it used to be owned by Holly Berry. It no longer is owned by Holly Berry. Authorities say that they found evidence consistent with the dismemberment of the victim's body in the inflatable pool, which contained multiple linear cuts and then several biological samples, which tested positive for blood, guys, and that was all collected in the doggone garage area. And like I said, I don't understand for the life of me. If your plan was to have her body decomposing in the front of the Tesla, why didn't you just leave her in the garage? Why would you put the car on the damn street where it could collect a bunch of dust bunnies, a bunch of tickets? It already had a dent in it. The neighbors were going to be complaining. Guys, this ain't no regular ass neighborhood, guys. We're in the Hollywood Hills. That car was not going to be sitting out there. And then you take your ass on tour because, guys, it's already been divulged, sort of, kind of, that the last person, and everybody was thinking that the last person that drove that Tesla parked it right outside of his home in the Hollywood Hills, because, guys, that Tesla was being driven around to several locations, and David said the car was stolen. We didn't go for that, and he said he turned around and he sold it, but he didn't get chance to transfer the title, whatever the case may be. We didn't go for that. Guys, it's just too many stories going along with that Tesla. But Steve Fisher, who was a private investigator, guys, who was involved in this particular case, he sat up there and said that he knows who drove that Tesla, and that person who had parked that Tesla at his final parking spot right outside of David D4VD's mansion, that they wore some very distinctive clothing. And I've said this in the beginning, okay? There's only a couple of people who wear some distinctive clothing, okay? David D4VD, he wore some distinctive clothing, okay? His little brother Khalid, he wore some very distinctive clothing, okay? Neo, he wore some very distinctive clothing. Now, his manager, who is married and has children, Josh Marshall, no, he doesn't wear distinctive clothing, in my opinion. But Robert Morgenroth, he did wear some distinctive clothing. So I was thinking it could only be the four people. It could only be David, Khalid, the manager, Morgenroth, and then the third person, who is Neo. Okay, that's all. It could only be those four people, because the other, and that's why I'm saying that one manager, Marshall, I really don't think that he was involved in this. And due to the fact he sat up there and said that he had a daughter that was 14 years old, I don't believe that he knew what was going on. Or maybe he turned a blind eye, whatever the case may be, because this is really horrific. And as you can see, David is sitting there looking worried in a mofo, which he should. The medical examiner's report noted that there was blue plastic fabrics consistent with the blue pool material
according to prosecutors, okay, found embedded in Celeste's body parts. So that, guys, that's horrific. Could you imagine the parents sitting around and hearing this shit? This is weird. This is weird to me. As for when David D4VD and Celeste Rivers Hernandez met, prosecutors claimed that it was around 2022. Okay, 2022, guys. She was born in 2010, and they met in 2022. So that makes her 12 years old. They met when she was 12 years old. But it says here that she was 11 years old, because I don't know, guys. I don't know whose math is off. It could be my math. I don't know. But they say biggest day she's 11 years old. And the docs say that there was a SA relationship between November of 2023, when she was just 13 years old, and David D4VD was 18 years old. That's what I'm saying. Oh, the damn women in the world. You gonna pick a little girl? You gonna pick a little girl? There were women waiting for your little midget ass. Why you gonna pick a little girl? David D4VD, guys, they said he was only 5'5", 125 pounds, soaked and wet. There's some women that would have loved that shit. They could look past that shit. Okay, I don't like no short ass man, guys, because I'm only 5'4" my damn self. Okay, but guys, why did he have to do that? This is weird. Why do you have to date a little girl? He met her online. Guys, watch what the hell your damn kids is doing on the internet. It's weird. Guys, have some kind of parental controls on the damn internet. Watch what your kids are doing, because they might wind up meeting a damn weirdo like this guy. You know what, guys? This is a different time than when I grew up. Okay, the internet was not that big when I grew up. Shit. Guys, it is comical what we had back then versus what we have now. But guys, because we had an internet, guys, you can have these type of predator type of people preying on people, allegedly, if he did do this. Guys, that's a great possibility he might have not have done it. Who knows? I ain't sure, but it sounds like the mofo did. It sounds like it to me, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments and tell me what you think. Prosecutors also say it's clear when David D4VD that she was a minor. He already knew that she was a minor. Celeste Rivers Hernandez's family first reported her missing back in February and April of 2024. Okay, so remember, guys, she was on the Nest Cam arguing with her parents' neighbors. That was September. I think that was September. Was it, guys? Help me guys out with the date. So that argument was in September, one day after, which would have been her, I guess that would have been her 13th birthday, right? Her 13th birthday. Okay. Yeah. Guys, these dates are all running together. Guys, help me out. So according to the docs, Riverside County Sheriff's deputies called David D4VD on February the 17th after finding his number in Celeste's phone records. And he claimed he had last spoken to her February the 13th or 14th, but also said he did not know that she was a minor, nor did he know that she was missing. Okay. My whole thing in a nutshell, and I've said this before, when your ass went on concert and you found out that her unalive body was found in the trunk of your Tesla, you didn't think to say, hey, I'm not going to go on concert. I need to cut this tour off because my friend, if she was just your friend, because it's allegedly, guys, y'all had talked. Okay, y'all had talked on Valentine's Day. It looks like, or right around Valentine's Day. You never did, see what I'm saying? It's all peculiar. You never did say, oh, my friend is missing, guys. I can't continue on with the tour, or at least cut one of the days off to go back to the home to figure out what the hell was going on. But you act like you didn't even know her, like you just didn't give a damn. You know, that's how I know in my mind, in the back of my mind, that you did that. That's how I know. You just act like, okay, la, 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 whatever the hell, okay? So they say Celeste returned home 2 days later and her parents took her phone. And guys, this is the picture that I'm referring to. I referred to this earlier when David D4VD, they said he was out paying somebody $1,000 to deliver a cell phone to little Celeste Rivers Hernandez, okay, that he purchased for her because the parents had took away the damn cell phone, okay? Guys, there's all kind of rumors and allegations out here, guys. You just really don't know what's true. But I never thought we would see this day because I've said this before, guys. California got this crazy ass law
Okay, guys, put it in the comments and tell me what you think. Go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe. But California got this crazy ass law where if you are found concealing an unalive body, all you're gonna have to do is 1 year in prison and pay a $10,000 fine. This dude could do that shit with his eyes closed. I mean, look at the attorneys that he didn't hire. Okay, the attorneys are no joke. Okay, they have especially Blair Burke. Okay, Queen Latifah. These are the people that she has that has hired her. Queen Latifah, Mel Gibson, crazy ass Kanye West. She has dealt with a lot of people. What's his name? Weinstein or whatever his name is. Okay, she has dealt with a lot of people. So David D4VD, guys, this is going to be an uphill battle for the prosecutors. Okay, because his attorneys ain't no joke. Okay, ain't no Betty Boop from down the street. Okay, these are some real people that have dealt with some high profile people. Even though they said that Blair has never dealt with any kind of murder situation, but still, guys, she's on top of her damn game. But it seems like they're trying to buy for some more time. Like, they need more time or whatever the case may be. Okay, probably because she has never done this before. She want to dot her I, cross her T's, or whatever the case may be. But they've been some deep boo-boo right about now. But as you can see, guys, this picture, he's got some money in his hand, or what appears to be money. He's in Lake Elsinore, California. It looks like he's paying off a kid. Looks like the kid has a package. I don't know if it's a cell phone in the package or whatever the case may be. I don't know how much money that is, but why was your ass in Lake Elsinore? Okay, that's not the Hollywood Hills by no means. Okay, and guys, some of you are, well, how the hell you know? The reason why I know, guys, I live in two locations. I live in Texas. Texas is my real home, but I work in California, and I have been to this particular area, not right where she lives, but I've been in this particular area, guys. That's not a fun place to live. Okay, it's some poor people up in the camp. Okay. So that's what everybody is assuming that he's doing right now. Prosecutors say that through 2024, they traveled together a couple of times to Las Vegas, London, and Texas, where she met his family. Okay, guys, see, I don't want to get on the tangent with the family, okay? Because, guys, he got a black mama, okay? Black mama going to be looking at you sideways. You come in the house trying to date her son. Guys, there's no way in hell that when they first met, the father and the mother, when you first met little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, that she looked like she was 19 years old and she was a college student, because that's what David D4VD was trying to tell everybody, was trying to tell his family. In the beginning, when they first started dating off, guys, she looked like a little kid. She looked like a little kid, guys. So there's no way, barely had any breasts or whatever the case may be. There's no way you could sit up there and told me, if you were my son, that she 19. Okay, I would have pulled your ass to the side. Come here, son. What the hell's going on here? Okay, I would have asked him, let me see your driver's license. Let me see your, oh, you don't drive? Let me see your ID. I need to see it, baby. Break it out, sugar. Okay, because something ain't right. Something in the Kool-Aid is not right. Okay? Anyway, to make a long story short, so you are traveling with this young girl. You're taking her across state lines. I think that shit is illegal, guys. Taking a minor across state lines, I don't know about that. Anyway, she met his parents. Okay, guys, the parents cannot sit up here and tell me that they believe that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was of age. You cannot tell me that. Okay. Anyway, guys, there was plenty of text messages. They had some explicit photographs going on between both of them during the time they were dating. And guys, it looks like apparently they were having S to the E to the X, if you know what I mean. Guys, that's sad. That's what I'm saying. All the women in the world, you want to be in romper room. That is weird to me. Anyway, guys, it says, look at Celeste, beautiful little girl. It's sad. Why was this even necessary to do everything that you did to her? That makes no sense whatsoever. Why couldn't you just pack her shit up? When she would have started threatening me, if I was David D4VD, I would have packed her shit up, packed it up, and took her back and say, good luck in proving whatever you say that I did to you. Good luck in proving that. Okay, guys, I would have took that damn phone. I would have deleted everything. But guys, back this day and era, all this shit in the cloud, guys, you think you're deleting some shit off the phone, guys, you're really not. Look at the damn Nancy Guthrie case, and guys, I'm not going to get on that tangent. But look at the shit they found on the cloud with these guys at her front door trying to mess with the Nest Cam or whatever the case may be. Guys, so you think you deleting some shit off the phone? Good luck with that mofo. Okay. So anyway, it says the night before Celeste allegedly took the fateful 90-minute Uber ride to Davis D4VD's home, prosecutors say that a fight over text about her being jealous, and he was hooking up with other women, and she had threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with him to end his career and destroy his life. You know what I'm saying, guys? Let me tell you something. Young girls, and some old ones too, don't know when to keep their mofo mouth shut. Okay? Celeste Rivas Hernandez was talking too much up in the camp, and David wasn't liking it. And guys, he was probably getting angry, and she's still talking. I ain't trying to say she deserved this or whatever the case may be, but she's still talking. I'm sure I wasn't there, guys. I'm just, I'm just, sitting up here putting the information out. But I know I've been a young girl before. Can't keep your mofo mouth shut, okay? And you're sitting up here, you're threatening him, you're telling him he's already under investigation. They're already looking at him, and you're gonna add some icing to the cake, guys. Boom shakalaka. It's sad. It is sad. Anyway, and I'm not just saying young girls, guys. This is some old chicks too do some dumb shit like this. Okay? She should have never. What the hell you going over his house in the Uber for? Okay? You already know what you're going to do. You already probably knew that he was under investigation. And I've said this in other videos, guys. Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, she got into his Discord, okay? She had been in that. I've said this story, guys. I know I'm sounding like a damn broken record, but she had been in his Discord ever since you were 10 freaking years old. You had been in the damn Discord, okay? So you were 10. You were in there when you were 11. You were in there when you were 12. You were in there when you were 13. And then when you turned 14, you said, and I'm paraphrasing like a mofo, you sat up there and said, and I've said this before any of this happened, guys. Look at my other videos and you'll see. You waited till you turned 14 years old and you sat up there and said, I am a minor. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty much on point. I am a minor. I'm 14 years old. Why didn't you say that when you were 10? You were a minor at 10. You didn't say the shit then. You were a minor at 11, didn't say it then. You were a minor at 12, didn't say it then. And you were a minor at 13, didn't say it then. So you waited till you were 14 years old and going to go in his Discord and say, I am a minor, I'm 14 years old. That's what made me think, guys, right out the gate, that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was trying to rat David's monkey behind out. Okay, that's what made me think. But did she deserve this? Hell no. Nobody deserved this. Anyway. David's first studio album was scheduled to be released on April the 25th, just 3 days after the fight. Okay, prosecutors allege David D4VD starting covering. Oh my God, what was that noise? Anyway, I'm sorry guys, I heard a noise. Prosecutors allege David D4VD started covering his tracks almost immediately. Celeste arrived at his home at 10:10 p.m., but at 10:30 p.m., he sent text to her phone asking where she was. Okay, you feel me? You see what's going on here? Let's recap. Prosecutors alleged that he started covering his tracks immediately. Celeste Rivas Hernandez arrived at his house at 10:10 p.m. However, at 10:30 p.m., he started sending her texts like, where are you? Like she never had made it up in that BS. The DA's office believes that was part of his premeditated plan to cover up the murder. At 11:30 p.m. that night, 1 hour after the alleged murder, David D4VD drove to Santa Barbara County, attempting to dispose of Celeste's property and destroy evidence, according to prosecutors, and returned home early on April the 24th. To do a radio interview to promote his album on April, and then guys, on April the 26th, he allegedly sent his final text to Celeste's phone. Okay, so he was immediately trying to cover up the tracks, guys. She got to the house at 10:10 p.m. Then at 10:30 p.m. that very same night, he sent a text, where are you? She was already at the crib with him. Okay, and then that same night at 11:30, Guess what he did? He goes out, drives out to Santa Barbara. That's why he was in the middle of nowhere. I was thinking, and I've said this before, guys, I was thinking that he was sitting out in the middle of nowhere in Santa Barbara because he was trying to sit up there and contemplate what he was going to do with the decomposing body parts of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. But evidently, guys, he had not started unaliving her as far as cutting her up. She was already unalive, but he had not started cutting her up as of yet. But he drove all the way out to Santa Barbara, guys, attempting to dispose of her property and destroy some evidence. Okay, I was thinking that he was going to take that burn cage out there, because remember, guys, there was a burn cage that was delivered to David D4VD's house. Evidently, they used, and I'm saying they, guys, allegedly we're talking about David D4VD or whatever, his little crew. Evidently, they used some gift cards to buy that burn cage. And evidently, guys, that burn cage was sent in a fake name to David D4VD's mansion. However, they said the burn cage had never been opened up, and according to Steve Fisher, the chainsaw had never been opened up, and now we are finding out there was 2 chainsaws, not 1. So the chainsaw had never been used, and then the burn cage had never been used. The burn cage that was delivered to the house, guys, they said they had the capacity of getting up to 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. Guys, you only need 1400 degrees Fahrenheit in order to incinerate somebody, cremate somebody. Okay, cremate their body, you only need 1400 degrees Fahrenheit, and now he has an incinerator that can get up to 1600 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is off the chain line, what's going on. So prosecutors claim that David D4VD had 2 more trips to a remote part of Santa Barbara County after his chainsaw and body bags had been purchased on May the 8th and again on May the 31st, possibly to dispose of more evidence. They note Celeste's passport was found in the same area January of 2026. Now, I would want to think, okay, because they said, she had been to London, right? They said David D4VD and Celeste Rivas Hernandez had been to London. Okay, this was a poor little Hispanic girl. What the hell is she doing with a passport? Okay, has she gone somewhere? That's what I want to know. Has she gone somewhere with her family where she would need a passport? Okay, so anyway, guys, they said that they had David D4VD made 2 more trips to Santa Barbara County after he purchased the chainsaw and after he purchased the body bags on May the 8th and then again on May the 31st, possibly to dispose of more evidence. They noted that Celeste's passport was found in the same area January of 2026. They was on his ass. Didn't seem like it, but they was on his ass. On July the 7th, he ordered a burn case. Like I said, that's the same burn case, guys, he got from Amazon, used the gift cards, using Victoria Mendez. That was the alias, okay, which prosecutors think that he intended to use to incinerate evidence, okay? Guys, who knows? I'm not really sure what his mindset was. Like I said, guys, he was just all over the place on how he was going to finally, guys, we got a call. Let me see. Do we have a call, guys? I don't know. Maybe some shenanigans. Anyway. Anyway, guys. Thought we had a call. Anyway, to make a long story short, it was delivered under this Victoria Mendez name. As you know, Rivas's body was found in the back of David D4VD's Tesla back in September, and prosecutors say surveillance video confirms the singer was the last person to drive the vehicle on July the 29th, 2025, before he left to begin his tour. So biggest day, guys. It says that David D4VD drove the car, right? Rivas's body was found in the back of David D4VD's Tesla back in September, and prosecutors say surveillance videos confirm the singer. See, guys, the whole time I was thinking it was Neo. Okay? And then, guys, when they started talking about distinctive clothing, like I just said, the only people who wore some distinctive clothing, to me, in my opinion, was David, his little brother, Neo, and that manager, Robert Morganroth. So I was thinking those are the only people, in my opinion, who could have parked the damn car. Guys, distinctive clothing might mean something else to you guys, but that old baggy pants and big ass shirt that y'all be wearing and, pull over, whatever the case may be, with your drawers hanging out the back and all. When you bend over, you can see your underwear. Sometimes, guys, the pants, the waistline of the damn pants be right below some of these people's butts, you know, especially these men. It's just, I don't really call them men, I call them boys. You wearing your pants like that? I know it's some kind of fashion. I don't understand. To me, guy, and I don't mean to get off on the tangent, it takes more effort to hold your damn pants up like that. You all day holding your pants up. That's weird. That's weird. But to me, that's the distinctive clothing, because that's what the Steve Fisher was saying, the distinctive clothing. But guys, that is it in a nutshell. David D4VD was arrested 2 weeks ago, and allegedly, guys, was in he was in possession of 40 terabytes of child pornography. Okay, and guys, he has pled not guilty up in the camp. 40 freaking terabytes? What in the hell? That's a lot. That's a lot. And my whole thing in a nutshell. Who are these children? Who are these other children? That's what makes me think. Because you remember, guys, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, when they were on that doggone live session, it was just them two together, and she sat up there and said, and I'm paraphrasing, that he likes to grape kids. And he said, whoa, 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 whoa. I media trained you. Whoa, 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 let's delete that. Let's delete it, guys. You remember that now. My whole thing in a nutshell, did she know something was going on? Because it seems like, and like I said, according to what they're saying about David D4VD, he was already under investigation. So maybe there are some other kids involved in this whole situation. 40 terabytes? Jesus Christ. You know, that's a lot. That guy was deep. If it's true, guys, that guy was deep into some porn up in his camp. Okay, and guys, normally I can't say the P word. Deep into some corn up in his camp. Okay, and I've said this before. Why in the hell did this have to happen? It didn't have to happen. Okay, you were already under investigation. She was threatening to tell everybody what the hell was going to be happening with you and her, that y'all was in an inappropriate relationship. Okay, I would have shipped her ass back to Lake Elsinore, dropped her ass off there, whatever the case may be, Ubered her ass back there. She would have never seen me again. Okay, and then I would have just been up on these other charges with these 40 terabytes or whatever the case may be. There wouldn't have been no murder charge. Okay, there wouldn't have been no murder. Guys, this did not have to happen. Okay, and I have said this before. I knew David D4VD was weird than a mofo, because guys, there is a video out of David D4VD and I've said this before. David D4VD and his friend, his little friend Asia Collins. Guys, they were in one room on the computer. It looks like they were on a Zoom with two little bitty white girls, and those two little bitty white girls, they were in a room as well, and they had their own computer set up. Okay, and David D4VD told me, I'm a gooner. And guys, I had to look up gooner because I'm not familiar with all that shit. Okay, a gooner is somebody who likes, it rhymes with corn. That's what a gooner is. And I'm a gooner. And then, guys, he stands up in the freaking chair and he starts gyrating, and his little pecker man is going back and forth. And Asia is sitting there laughing. She's sitting there laughing. I ain't had too much respect for her ass anyway, but I had lost all respect for her. It was a nervous laugh that she had, but she was laughing. And the little girls were kind of looking kind of shocked. But he was like, I'm a gooner. And then he stood up and started gyrating. The little man was going back and forth. I knew then that guy had some problems. It looked like he had some major problems, but I knew right then. He had some major problems. Now, David D4VD, evidently, he grew up a Christian. He was into Christian music before all of this went down. And then he got on the damn Fortnite website or TikTok or whatever the case may be. Then, guys, he started getting copyright strikes because when he was playing the little game, I can't stand that game. But anyway, evidently he was using other people's music, guys, and he was getting copyright strikes. Okay, because he was using other people's music, guys. That shit can happen on YouTube. Anyway, to make a long story short, he complained to his mother, His mother was like, hey, son, make your own music. A light bulb went off in his freaking head, in the back of his head. But anyway, guess what happened? He started making his own music, and eventually he made that song, Romantic Homicide. Then, guys, he blew up. He opened for SZA. And now, since all of this went down, guys, ain't nobody fucking with David D4VD no more. All of those celebrities done pulled in any pictures that they took of his little midget ass, they done took that shit down. They don't want to be associated with him, guys, because this story is too hard to believe. How, guys, SZA don't fuck with him no more. Any pictures that SZA had with him, she done pulled it off the shelf. Okay? Nobody's fooling with him no more. His label has dropped his ass like a potato. Okay? Nobody fooling with David D4VD. This is the thing, guys. I've already said this in other videos. He's already divulged to us what the hell he done with little Celeste Rivers Hernandez. And his freaking lyrics. Okay? His freaking videos, guys. He got this. And his freaking artwork for his videos and his songs, guys. Little CDs, whatever the case may be. It's all in the artwork. It's all in the lyrics. It's all in the music. It's all in the videos. He has a video out, guys. I've said this before. You're standing there with a bloody shirt on. And you have like I think you have like a blindfold on. But you're standing there with a bloody shirt on. Okay? And then you're watching, and you got this blindfold on, and you're watching two people put an unalive body in the trunk of a car. In your freaking video, as your freaking song is playing. This your video. Ain't nobody else's video. This yours. And guess what? You're standing there with a bloody shirt on. These two people are picking this unalive person up and putting him in the trunk of the car. You can't tell me you didn't have no input on the damn video. I'm not on the slow bus, buddy. Not today. But you put this person, they're putting this person in the trunk while you're looking with this scarf on your eyes. With blindfold. You got the bloody shirt on. And then the same thing happens to you in real life? And we supposed to believe that that's just a damn coinky dink. That's where we at right now, I guess.
This kind of crap, okay?
Break it down.
Because when you make statements in court and you don't back them up, you lose credibility.
True that.
And what do we have as a lawyer but credibility? All we have is our name, right? You don't have anything else. So let's hear what Blair Burke said.
I believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity.
Okay. When you make bold statements like that, some people like to be bold right out of the block.
You gotta be bold in this situation.
Because you haven't seen one fucking thing that the government has yet. And she's a fine lawyer. Really good lawyer.
Yes, she is.
She's really fucking expensive. But she ain't gonna try this case. She is not gonna be the lawyer at the end of this case. I bet you.
Really?
$25. Then she's not going to be the lawyer at the end of this case.
In order to establish that. For April 23rd as a 3 of 10.
Get the coroner's department, which is now.
Guys, they say she's a great attorney. However, she has never tried a murder case. So I don't know. Maybe he's telling the truth. I don't know.
The medical examiner's department.
So now she, the prosecutor, knows all this stuff. You sit back and say, oh, you're more than welcome to have whatever we got. But it's a lot.
To release those materials.
This is weird, guys.
Your Honor, it's the news given the district attorney's office held a press conference this morning where they discussed the cause of death apparently
this is horrific.
Released by the coroner's office, as did the robbery homicide unit to the press. So
discussing a cause of death or something like that without specifics to the press is one thing. Releasing an entire medical report with a lot more detail is quite another.
It's disgusting.
Anyway, so remember, that's how this started, right? Now, let's take a look at where we're at now. So we got the issue of me calling her a woman out of the way, right? Right? She's a girl. There's no question. And when she met David, she was like 9, and he was grooming her from 9 to 11.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck? Romantic homicide. Remember that song? No,
exactly,
thank you.
Exactly.
So, and this is a picture of what she looked like. She's just a fucking baby. Just a baby.
This is the picture that I'm telling you guys about. Okay. This is the freaking picture. How can you tell me that David D4VD's parents can meet this little girl and think that she's 19? How can you? No way. No way can you tell me that y'all thought she was 19. Now, did they meet her right at this age? I don't know when he brought her over to the house to meet. But if they met her when she looked like this, there's no way in hell. Guys, put it in the comments. Tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. There's no way in hell you could tell me that the parents thought that she was 19 years old. She was a baby. Why would David even be attracted to somebody like this? This looks like a little bitty girl. Somebody who need to be jumping rope in the street somewhere. This is weird.
Baby. Just an absolute baby.
Yeah.
So the family issued a statement. We would like to thank the Los Angeles Police Department and the District Attorney's Office for their hard work. We would also like to thank the people of Lake Elsinore for all their support. Celeste was a beautiful, strong girl who loved to sing and dance. Every Friday night was movie night, and we spent wonderful times together, the family wrote. We love her very much, and she always told us she loved us. We miss her deeply.
That's sad.
All we want is justice for Celeste.
Yeah, we want it, guys. We want it.
You know, I just don't. You know, this. I confess a little ignorance because before this case, I had no idea who this guy was.
Me neither.
We don't run the same circles. I like John Denver.
I don't like John Denver.
Some rap, but you know,
that's you, bro.
So now here's the deal. Now you're in court, right? And the judge is Olmedo, and she. It's kind of known for high profile cases. She did the Danny Masterson case, you know him from that 70s show. Is not where he's from. And he wound up getting 30 years to life for putting his where it didn't need to be. You don't see women getting in these sexual cases. You know that? Honestly, it's like it's all fucking stupid, usually stupid white guys. But in this case, we're dealing with a stupid black guy. So she's married to a law enforcement officer. She's kind of pro-prosecution. She's been known to be tough but fair. Here's the thing. I'll take a tough sentencer, but a fair trial judge. That gives me an opportunity to beat the case. I remember one time I had a murder case in St. Paul, Ramsey County. It was Judge Flynn. I always really liked Judge Flynn. She was just so nice, and she just had such a nice way about
Come
her.
on, that shit. You're taking too long.
On the wrong verdict, she's going to screw your client, and she'll do it in a nice, happy voice.
Speaking of nice, Minnesota nice. Some say it's the younger, colder cousin of Southern hospitality.
And she said, before we started the trial, she says to me, oh, Bruce, I thought you'd remove me from this case because she's tough on sentencing. I said, well, Judge, you know, but she's pleasant. And she's really,
Come
I said,
on
if
with
I got
the
my ass
story,
handed
shit.
to me, at least you do it in a nice and pleasant way.
Come on, shit.
And she laughed. And,
That
but,
shit
you know,
ain't even
my client was
funny.
acquitted, so she never got the chance to.
Come on, dude.
But she was fair in her trial. You know, she followed the rules and
Look here. I love CLR Bruce Rivers to death, but you babbling like a mofo.
she was a good judge, really, really good judge. Now, there's been a lot of reporting on this case. Stephen Fisher is an investigator. He's following this case. You know, like we're all chasing this case because we want some views and whatever. You know, that's why we do this, I guess, right? Stephen Fisher, this is this guy. He says, the cause and manner of death in Celeste Rivas Hernandez was determined months ago. As stated in her official press release, the cause and manner of death were determined December 9th. The repeated claims by TMZ, now he's dishing on TMZ for some reason, that medical examiner was unable to determine a cause and manner of death due to the condition of her remains were never accurate. They were waiting on toxicology, which they were able to get in her state of decomposition. Now, they convened several grand juries. Why do they do this? Because the grand jury gives them subpoena power. You subpoena information to the grand jury. You can use the grand jury to investigate, not necessarily to indict. I have not been perfect in this case, but I will acknowledge that when I was wrong, TMZ, the other hand.
Now, I've said this in other videos. Gonna say it again. I'm not really sure how far along in the game we would be without Steve Fisher, but it looks like the LAPD, it looks like they did a great job. What I do not understand, guys, there was some speculation that a neighbor who lived like almost directly across from the mansion that David was renting out, that they had some high-tech cameras up in the case. In the camp. Not the case, but the camp. But they had some high-tech cameras there. And they were informed. The police were informed. We got some high-tech, by the people who own the house, we got some high-tech cameras and they're facing David D4VD's house. However, guess what? The Popo never came back to get the camera footage. So we don't even know what's waiting. I don't know. Can they get that shit from the cloud like they did with the Nancy Guthrie case? I don't really know. I don't even know if the camera footage is still even available. But this is what was going on with the LAPD. Now, if they never went back to that home to get that camera footage, yeah, they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball. But I think Steve Fisher did an excellent job, and I've said this in other videos. What I do not like is that Steve Fisher said he wasn't going to open his mouth up about what was going on with the case because he did not want to mess up the investigation that the LAPD was doing. But guess what he did? Every once in a while, he give us a little breadcrumb, right? Okay, he would tell us about the chainsaw. Okay, little breadcrumb about that. And then he would tell us about the bird cage, a little breadcrumb about that. And then he would tell us about who possibly could have drove the Tesla, a little breadcrumb. He was just giving us little breadcrumbs, guys. Never the whole sandwich. Never the whole sandwich. But here we are today. It looks like, and I thought the LAPD had dropped the ball completely, but it looks like they did a halfway decent damn job.
And reportedly, Celeste remains were still partially frozen when they arrived at the medical examiner's office, suggested that David Burke was the only recently arrested because the cause of manner had just been determined, and that information is incorrect. At this point, nearly all the information they have about pointing this case are false or misleading. You know, there's such a rush sometimes to get information, you know, through your channel or whatever, and so people get it wrong. But, you know, you get a soundbite right away. And TMZ did the same thing here, evidently. I don't know that for a fact, and I'm not going to dish on TMZ. I don't really have a dog in that fight. You know, I just think if you're going to be reporting on it, you should probably wear something other than just a T-shirt.
So, guys, we are watching. This comes from Mark the Shark. I don't know how these people get all this information anyway. He has tracked down David D4VD's Tesla, the one that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez unalive body was in. Remember that David said it was stolen, then he said he sold it. Now evidently it has been sold to somebody else. I don't know how Mark the Shark did it, but God bless him, and thank you, Mark, for allowing me to use this content. Guys, go ahead and subscribe to his channel. Beautiful channel. I don't know how he did it, guys. This is the Tesla and little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was in. This is so sad. Guys, go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. Put it in the comments. Let me know what you think. How do y'all find this kind of shit? Y'all like the FBI up in the camp. That's the car. That was Celeste's final destination. Sad. And for what damn reason? Thank you, Mark, for sharing. Senseless.
Yeah, I did drop you guys.
Senseless, senseless, senseless. This makes absolutely no sense, guys.
Look at all the damage. Yeah, it's like right in the open. Yeah, this is the car. This is the car she was found in. Look, it's the air freshener still in there too. There's that sticker too. Look, for Celeste.
That's sad. So remember, guys, they said whoever parked that car to its last destination evidently put a air freshener on the rearview mirror because they knew that little Celeste's unalive, decomposing body was in the front of the Tesla. So I guess they thought that little stupid ass Christmas tree freshener was going to keep the smell down. Guys, I don't understand this. This makes no sense whatsoever. And guys, the car had some damage on it. Now they said that there's a great possibility that David, we're not sure how true this part is, guys. This is pure speculation. That David D4VD had little Celeste Rivas Hernandez in the passenger side alive one time. And evidently, guys, they were driving around. And evidently, David was drinking and driving. Guys, these are all rumors, allegations. Don't put too much weight on it. But evidently, they said David D4VD was drinking and driving while Celeste Rivas Hernandez was on the passenger side. And they said David was involved in a hit and run. Okay? And unalived a Hispanic guy. Unalived him. And then later on, see what I'm saying? It's all in his music. And then later on, David D4VD wrote a song about drinking and driving. Okay? So they were saying that there's a great possibility this is yet another reason why little Celeste Rivas Hernandez might have been unalive, because she knew about the hit and run. That's another thing. But guys, come to find out, the model of the Tesla was different. Okay? The person who hit this Hispanic man, I believe it was in LA. Evidently, that model Tesla was different from the model Tesla that David D4VD has. But see what I'm saying? How people take shit and run with it, guys. I mean, it was a nice little stretch because I was starting to believe it, and it was a nice little coincidence because David actually made a song about that. That's what he does. He writes songs about the shit, makes video about shit he done. And guys, there was also some speculation. There was a great possibility that David, and that's not off the table, that David D4VD might have been in some type of cult, and that is the reason why he unalived little Celeste. Let's finish up this video, and thank you again, Mark. How do people find this kind of stuff?
This is David car. This is the car that Celeste Rivas was found in the front.
Sad.
In the front trunk.
This is sad. You see the air freshener?
We don't know who owns it now.
It's beat up.
But look at the damage on it.
Looked like it was an accident, right? Maybe a hit and run, but they said it was two different type of Tesla models. Two different. So I guess he could be ruled out for that. No, it's not
fixed.
Some good video footage there.
No, I don't want to go. I don't want to go in there. I'm staying in the public area.
Wow.
It's crazy. So much damage on it. That's wild, isn't it?
This is so sad.
Yeah, they released it right
like
away.
Her coffin. This is like her coffin. Horrific.
And when everything went down, Beth then turned to her team this way, which is directly in my face, and say, they want a continuance.
No, she didn't. David D4VD, are you man enough to take the blame for this? New picture download. Guys, we already know that David D4VD has since been placed into jail without bail for the inappropriate relationship he had with little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. We already know that. Don't play games. We already know that. The whole thing in a nutshell, guys, he had a ton of pictures, terabytes of pictures on his damn telephone. And I've always said this, guys, look at any of my videos if you think I'm making this up. I have always said this, guys. If he had any pictures of him and little Celeste Rivas Hernandez on his phone in the act, okay, he was going to be in big, big trouble. And guess what? It seems like those very pictures are on his phone. Not only does he have pictures of him and little Celeste Rivas Hernandez in the act, I guess he has still pictures and videos as well. But guys, he has pictures of other children on his phone. Evidently, this guy had an infatuation with corn. And I ain't talking about corn on the cob, guys. I'm talking about corn. Guys, it starts with a P. You know what I mean? I cannot say the word. Evidently, this guy had an infatuation with some damn corn. And here we are, fast forward to today. Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez is unalive because of an inappropriate relationship she had with David D4VD, who was 5 years older than she was. Evidently, she was about to rat his ass out. She was about to rat him out, and that is the reason, evidently, David D4VD unalived her, because he wanted to keep his career. Guys, I am getting scared than a mofo. I am getting scared than a mofo. David D4VD, guys, if he gets out of this, I'm going to be sick with it. That's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be sick with it.
Josh Colesrue joining us, veteran criminal defense attorney, former felony prosecutor.
Break it down.
Josh, motive is not required. The state doesn't have to crawl into the mind of a killer and show why. But don't you think, practically speaking, a jury wants to know why?
Exactly.
Yes, especially in a case where it seems like it's being largely built on circumstantial evidence. When you don't have a confession or an eyewitness, prosecutors need to weave in a story about why.
Okay, I said this before, go say it again. What the heck? The eyewitness? First of all, you forgot about the damn Uber driver. You forgot about the Uber driver. Guys, you cannot tell me that that Uber driver is not going to be there. And then secondly, okay, remember, somebody said, and I believe it was somebody from TMZ, they done sat up there and said that David D4VD stabbed her 2 times, once in the liver, watched her fall to the ground, and then after that, watched her bleed out. So please don't get up on here and tell me we don't have an eyewitness up in this camp. Please don't tell me that. Now, I'll tell you what, now the Uber driver might not have witnessed it, but the Uber driver did drop her off at that location. So that there is telling me a little something. Guys, this case is making me scared.
The evidence that they have makes sense. So here you have a very successful musician, and he inexplicably, again, is accused of killing his underage girlfriend.
Sad.
Did you just say inexplicably? Like you can't explain why he's charged? That's what inexplicably means. You said he...
tell you something. When Nancy Grace starts saying words one by one, we in trouble up in this camp.
He's
what I mean is,
charged with murder.
For doing that? What is his motive? Like, why would somebody do that? And that's why, because it's not apparent on the face of it, why somebody would do that. And that's why you need to...
Okay, we already knew why the hell he wanted to do this. She was about to mess up his damn career. Okay, we already know why he wanted to do that. That's motive right there. Okay? She wanted to mess up his career by telling everybody that they were having an inappropriate relationship. Don't play games up in the camp. Guys, I am Kelly, K to the E-double-L-I-E. Kelly, that's me from Why I Killed You TV. Go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe. And please, guys, go ahead and push that notification button. Guys, come on now. Please don't tell me this fool about to get off.
Have a motive to explain to a jury, why someone would do this under these circumstances when he has everything he wants. He has fame. He has the girl that he wants. He has everything. So why would he throw that all away and risking throwing everything all away by murdering his underage girlfriend? So that's why motive is important, and especially in a case like this.
Singer David was inside a Los Angeles courtroom today,
Break
wearing
it down.
shackles, orange prison garb, and he appeared to
Guys, that was yesterday. That wasn't today. Stop playing games.
wink at his lawyer, Blair Burke, when he was being escorted out of the courtroom at the end of the hearing.
Break it
We'll
down.
get into that in a minute or a little bit later, because that is beyond arrogant, in my opinion. And I think the main takeaway from today was that the pretrial hearing is no longer happening on May 26th.
Shit.
It's going to be happening on June 29th. And we will know for certain if it's happening on June 29th by June 17th, because there is another status conference that is set to occur on the 17th, which essentially is what kind of happened today. They met.
Are these damn attorneys ready for this? That's what I want to know. Are they ready for this? Okay, because it seems like the defense team is, I don't know what's going on with them, guys. They said Blair Burke, I don't know. She has never taken on anything of this magnitude ever before. So she got me nervous.
They went over the discovery process, where they were in that process, and they established that, you know, they weren't ready. Or I should say the defense really isn't ready here, because they feel
That's
like
a
they
damn
don't
shame.
have enough evidence. Blair Burke actually said in court, I
What'd she
can't
say?
defend what I don't know.
Oh,
and
shit.
I was very lucky, by the way, to have our wonderful reporter, Taylor, inside the courtroom. Again, she's the one that caught all of this and gave me the most amazing notes in order to put a story together for you guys and also do this video. However,
Come
I
on.
will be booking a trip to Los Angeles for the
Stop
pretrial
bragging.
hearing. It is supposed to go 5 to 6 days per the
Wow.
court.
Wow.
I personally don't think it'll go that long. They usually sort of overextend. I would probably think 3 to 4 days. But if you guys know me and you guys follow me, you know that it is driving me absolutely crazy not to be.
Guys, I love her content. Go ahead and follow her Los Angeles Magazine video. Okay, but stop bragging. I'm getting jealous. And I got one question for you. Take me with you. Take me with you. Anyway, guys, those of you, this is your first time here. I'm going to tell you something, guys. I am not making light of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez whatsoever. I make light of the stupid idiots who think they can get away with stuff like this. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe, and go ahead and push that doggone notification button. I would greatly appreciate it. Make sure you push that like button, guys, because that helps with the algorithm, okay? Let's get justice for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Let's get justice for her. Guys, any video that I make is for educational purposes and educational purposes alone. So keep that in mind.
Inside that courtroom, I cover so many trials, and I think that,
Oh,
you
shit.
know,
Stop bragging.
what I do best in general is reporting what goes on inside a courtroom from an objective perspective. So yes, I will be there should this happen at the end of June.
Take
And
me
I
with
think
you,
it will
girl.
at this point.
Take me.
Because Beth Silverman, she put her foot down. She's like, it's fine, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, that we're moving it now, but we can't keep kicking the can down the road. So
Thank
to
you.
speak.
Thank you.
You know, if we move it for what is a third time, because if you recall, this hearing was originally scheduled for just a few days after David's arraignment, and then it was obviously scheduled for the 26th, and now it's been moved to June 29th.
There you go.
So she's like, we're not moving it for a fourth time. That's that. Taylor also observed that David's defense attorney, Blair Burke, she wasn't as, I guess maybe the word is harsh or aggressive as she has sort of come off in prior
Break
hearings.
it down. Break it down.
And this could be because, they're starting to go through all of the evidence as it's turned over to them. And, maybe they have a lot more than she initially thought. Because look,
This guy had terabytes on the damn cell phone. Terabytes. And evidently the defense sat up there and said that it's going to take them a long time to download this shit. which I agree. It's going to take them a long time to download it. And guys, I don't want you to think that I'm on David D4VD's side whatsoever, guys. Remember, everybody that I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until we find out that they mofo behinds are guilty. Okay? But I am with the defense when they sat up there and said they have to know what the hell they're defending. Okay? And to go through all these terabytes in a matter of weeks, guys, that's that's hard. Okay? And that's not realistic. Okay? In order that David get a fair trial, we got to make sure he gets a fair trial, guys, because we don't want him to come back and say that he didn't. That's what we don't want to happen. We want justice for Celeste. Celeste Rivas Hernandez and her family have been dealing with this for quite some time. God rest her soul. They've been dealing with this for quite some time. And it's time for us to get some justice.
She's going off of what prosecutors are giving to her and also what her client is telling her, what David is telling her. That's pretty much all she has. I mean, I would say, obviously, defense attorneys, they hire their own experts. They hire their own experts for testing. They also generally hire private investigators to try to sort of snoop around, see what was going on in the lives of the victim, if there is a victim.
And Blair Burke is a force not to be fucked with. I'm going to tell you that right now. She sat up there and was hired by Mel Gibson. She was hired by that Weinstein guy. She was hired by Queen Latifah. She was hired by that silly ass Kanye West. I do not like his monkey behind whatsoever, but she was hired by him. Guys, she has clout. Okay, the celebrities hire her when they get themselves in the pickle of a mess. Okay, and everybody is starting to say that they believe that there's a great possibility that Blair Burke might be way over her head with this particular case. And I am sort of kind of starting to think so as well.
Maybe an accuser, maybe a witness, so they can kind of build what their defense is going to be. So that's what I think the defense team obviously is trying to do now in the midst of all of this. So I go back to Taylor telling me about this wink. And she actually said, you know, I know that you're really going to appreciate this little detail here. And I was like, yes, I really do, because this tells me a lot. And I am not a doctor. I am not a body language expert. This is obviously my...
So everybody making a big damn deal because evidently David D4VD winked at his defense attorney, who I believe he has 3 attorneys now. Don't get it twisted. But I believe they said he winked at Blair Burke. Okay? I didn't take it no kind of way. I thought he was just blinking at her like, okay, yeah, cool. I see you got it under control, which, guys, that's sort of kind of questionable. That's questionable right about now. But I did not take that any kind of crazy way.
Opinion. But it's really upsetting to me that David would be in court for something this serious, right? We're talking about a child, a little girl who came to a brutal end and was in his car.
Yes.
Dismembered.
Yes.
We see a relationship through prosecutors. They have showed us these text messages.
Boom shakalaka.
She has said to him, you know, all we do is have sex. Well, that is grape. And I'm saying that word for the algorithm here, but that is grape.
I see Regina walking up, and me and another reporter, we're looking and we start kind of laughing because Regina has this look of doom on her face.
Hell.
It just looks like I'm here doing my job, but this shit is like, he did it. And there's no way we're winning this case.
Oh my
God. That's how she looks, in my opinion. That's what I wrote down. Beth Silverman, she came in looking really refreshed. You know what? When you see a person, they're like, you had a good night's rest. She looked good. Her hair was brushed really nicely. She had on a olive or like a money green. It was like money green suit with gold accessories.
Go, girl.
She was ready and she looked freaking good. You know what I mean? But I also think that she knew that they were going to push back. And even in that, she's kind of like, and as she's talking to David's lawyers, she's like, we're ready. We've been ready. We're waiting for you guys to get with it. So like at this point, she's now getting frustrated.
Anyway, and put that on pause. Anyway, guys, I love his channel. Armand Wiggins, go ahead and check out his channel, guys. He actually went to the courtroom a couple of times. And I love his channel. But guys, as you can see, I'm not really sure if Blair Burke is going to be ready for this particular situation. Okay, David D4VD, and like I said, I just finished saying that, guys. I don't want nobody on this motherfucker think I'm on his side, because I am not on his side. But I want to make sure that he does get a fair trial, because, guys, this is very serious. Okay, and I've said this before. I'm gonna say it in other videos, guys. Okay, if David did not do this, guys, I'll be the first one to run to this damn computer and apologize. But, guys, everything is pointing to him. Everything is pointing to David D4VD.
So that's when she goes and says they want a continuance. And so then Regina goes back and she goes and starts talking to Burke, the other lawyer. I don't think Beth and Burke like each other because they don't ever talk. And I don't get to put words in her mouth or mine, but I think that Beth she did like a little point, and she said, well, we know she lied, but it was not out loud. This is in the middle of them talking, but my drum like this all in their mouth.
Didn't.
And it did go lie, and she pointed at the other lady, and then, Marilyn laughed a little bit because Marilyn, okay, so here's the thing. Bernarski and
break it down.
Beth are talking. But so, you're in the courtroom, you have David's side and you have the prosecution side. You have the table over here and you have the table over here. So what ended up happening was Burke stayed over at her table. Marilyn Bernarski, she comes over to this side. So now she's sitting at Beth Silverman's table. She's sitting like this, talking to Beth.
Yeah.
Burke is back there at another table. Beth is leaned in, facing her, talking like this. I'm 2 rows behind, looking like this. So I'm reading everybody's mouth because I'm looking like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I got a clear shot of what's being said. Okay. So they're talking. And so then when everything went down, Beth then turned to her team this way, which is directly in my face, and say, they want a continuance.
No, she didn't.
This is all before the record.
No, she didn't.
So anyway, Bernarski's sitting here and she's talking to Beth, but there's other lawyers here, like sitting on this couch right here. And so Bernarski's kind of like talking to everybody, explaining why they need more time before the judge gets here. Beth goes, no, hey, talk to me. You're talking to me. You're not talking to them. You're talking to me. I'm like, that lady, I like her. She's a bee.
So anyway, another reason why I'm believing that David D4VD did this to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, unalived her, is because he's an arrogant ass. I've said this in video at the motherfucking video. Okay. David D4VD was arrogant. He did not believe that a poor little Hispanic girl from Lake Elsinore, California would be missed. I've said this in other videos, guys. Guys, the parents, even though the parents of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, they have been cleared of any wrongdoing whatsoever. I have said this before, guys. Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, in my opinion, grew up a little bit too fast. Okay, she met David D4VD on the doggone internet. Guys, I think they started off on TikTok or Fortnite or whatever the case may be, but they met each other on the internet roughly when she was about 10 or 11 years old. Okay? Then all of a sudden, guys, things got up front and personal right about when she turned about 13 years old. My whole thing in a nutshell, the reason why I say little Celeste Rivas Hernandez grew up a little bit too fast, in my opinion, because evidently David D4VD was not her first boyfriend. Okay, that's right. I said it. Absorb it. David D4VD was not Celeste Rivas Hernandez's first boyfriend. So I am thinking she had a boyfriend named Gus before David D4VD. She had a boyfriend named Gus before David D4VD. At what age? And guess what, guys? He was older than David D4VD. My whole thing in a nutshell, at what age did she get this boyfriend? Okay, somebody please help me, Jesus. At what age did she get this boyfriend? Okay, so guys, this video that I'm about to play has been circulating everywhere. And matter of fact, I've already played it one other time, but not by this creator. Guys, check out her channel, guys, and I swear, oh God, I cannot pronounce her name. Her name is right there at the bottom, guys. Go check it out. I love her work. But guys, I am going to play this particular video from this particular YouTube creator. And guys, I've already played it before, but this is the scene where David, believe it or not, his arrogant ass, after he unalived little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, allegedly,
Okay. Evidently, this fool sat there and had a party the very next day in his home. And I guess Celeste Rivas Hernandez decomposing body was having a funky ass smell coming out throughout the house. And people started complaining. The whole thing in a nutshell, guys. When I look at this video or any other videos pertaining to this situation, it seems like Neo was really on the kind of like, I don't know. It looked like he felt sort of kind of uncomfortable, like he knew where this funky smell was coming from. Evidently, David D4VD sat up there and tried to make everybody believe that this funky odor that was coming from the house was from him taking a boo-boo. This is what he's trying to make everybody believe.
More disturbing when you realize that this video clip that I'm about to play is in the same video where we also see David saying that his bathroom smells, and Neo was really weird when David says this. We all know that this part was odd because prosecutors said in their brief that David lied to his friends, business associates, etc. about the bad smell that was around his house and his Tesla. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play this video that Nancy Grace put on her episode last night. I do want to say that it's a lot easier to hear than the other video clips that have been going around, but still you might want to turn your volume up, that way you can make sure you hear it clearly, because this conversation is a background conversation, so listen closely.
It's kind of giving probably questions. Okay. And then wait, look at this. Has a nose. Where's the body glitter? We go to the USA now. Where's the body glitter from Clarence? So body glitter from this. Okay, chat. I'm gonna show you guys my.
Now, obviously, none of us know that this is the context of that conversation that was being had, but I am going to say it does sound a lot like it. At the same time, I'm wondering what would even be the context of this conversation for this girl to say you unalived her and then somebody else say, yeah, me and David. Because out of that whole conversation, those two parts were the clearest to understand and hear. Adding this to the context of it being the same video where we see David randomly say that his bathroom smells and Neo is looking at him all strangely is just really disturbing. It's also important to remember the prosecution's allegations against David. They are trying to say that David lied to a lot of his friends about all of this, but the private investigator Steve Fisher is one person who has really stayed on Neo's neck. A lot of people.
The whole thing in a nutshell, guys, and I keep saying this over and over and over again. Gonna say it again. Gonna say it again. David D4VD, he did not do this by himself. He did not do this by himself. He had to have help. Okay? And guys, one clear indication, there's a great possibility he had help, is that this fool sat up there and ordered 2 chainsaws. Why would you need 2 chainsaws, David? That makes absolutely no sense. Why would you need 2 chainsaws for a little bitty girl? She was a small girl. David himself was only 5'5", 125 pounds. And I'm going to tell you what, guys, and I've said this before, once his little ass goes to prison, if he does go to prison, guys, because you know California got this crazy ass law. California got this crazy ass law that if you are found concealing an unalived body, all you're going to have to pay is $10,000, and then you're going to spend a year in prison. David is not going to last a year in prison. Not with that weight. Not with that weight. They are waiting for his behind. Okay, those of you who don't know me, guys, I'm a registered nurse, and I am telling you from experience, I have worked in a couple of jails, and I'm going to tell you this. All those guys do up in jail is sit up there and watch TV, lift weights, eat, and take a boo-boo. That's all they gonna be doing up in there in that jail. And guys, they are waiting for David D4VD. They have already seen this shit is all on the news. They wait for his ass. His ass is not gonna last 2 hot minutes up in jail. Well, prison. He's not gonna last 2 hot minutes up in there. My whole thing is, guys, I always said that it was David D4VD allegedly who did this to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. It could have been his brother Caleb or Caleb, whatever the hell y'all want to call him. Okay.
he might have been involved in it. It could have been his little friend Neo, because Neo and David D4VD, guys, they had a unusual relationship. I am starting to think that it's a great possibility that David might have been on the down low. Please, guys, don't email me with no BS. And since we're talking about emails, guys, my email, my Venmo, and my Cash App is right here below. If you want to buy me a cup of coffee, I would greatly appreciate it. So anyway, back to the story. I am saying there's a great possibility that I'm thinking that it was David D4VD, his little brother Caleb, his friend Neo, who he had a strange relationship, and then I'm thinking that it's a great possibility it could have been his touring manager, Robert Morgan Roth. That's who I'm thinking. That's my lineup, okay? Now, I did have Josh Marshall also in the mix. And I'm not really saying that I have excluded him, because he's one of David D4VD's. He's another manager. The whole thing in a nutshell, and I've said this before too, the whole thing in a nutshell is that Robert Morgan Roth, guys, he was often at David's home. That's the touring manager. He also wore some very peculiar clothes, and I'm thinking he was involved. His other manager by the name of Josh Marshall, I do not believe that he could have been involved, because he sat up there and said, and when he said it, guys, it made me think. He sat up there and said, I have a daughter that could have been a little Celeste Rivas Hernandez's age. And when he said that, that made me think that if he knew that David was actually involved with somebody underage, that he would have stopped it. Okay. That's why I'm sort of I want to remove Josh Marshall off the table. But right now, I'm really not 100% sure about that. Guys, put it in the comments and let me know what you think.
Feel like the person in this conversation with the girl and David was Neo. And another thing, we know that Neo did testify to this grand jury against David, but we don't know exactly what he testified about. He also went on a rant right after that, saying that he has receipts for everything and legally he is fine. Seeing the context of that whole video is even more disturbing. And also when you realize that it's literally just 2 weeks away from when they allege that David parked the Tesla for the very last time before he left on his tour.
You probably already know about the Tesla, and you probably already know about 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was found in the front trunk of that Tesla, registered to rising musician David. But what we didn't know for the last 7 months while David was walking around free was the detailed timeline that prosecutors now claim led to that murder and the body being discovered.
You talked about a chainsaw months ago. You talked about finding a chainsaw months ago.
And according to a gruesome new 9-page evidence brief, the timeline of Celeste's life, death, and decay is more disturbing than anyone could have imagined.
They met when she was just 11 years old.
Jesus.
Prosecutors actually say they have photos, text messages that talk about the relationship of Plan B.
Prosecutors are now claiming that the murder of Celeste was followed almost immediately by a calculated cover-up that kicked into action just minutes after she was murdered.
This is a key month. We start April 22nd, 2025. David and Celeste apparently fight. This is after what the brief says, that Celeste and David had taken trips to Vegas and Texas and London. And during this alleged fight, Celeste...
I said this in other videos, guys. How in the hell is David D4VD allegedly taking a minor across state lines, taking her to other countries? This shit is weird. Okay, and I've said this before. Okay, if Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and I was praying that she was, if Celeste Rivas Hernandez had been pregnant, guys, we would have got David. We would have got David. We would have got his ass. It looks like we already got his ass. For my whole thing, in a nutshell, and I've said this before, is it going to stick? Is it going to stick? It seems like now the attorney, guys, this attorney that he has, she ain't never been flaky before. Never been flaky before, but it sounds like she's trying to flake out.
to threaten to disclose damaging information about David.
But this was a cover-up that wouldn't stay covered up for long because David would be tracked, leaving a trail evidence through Uber records.
He orders an Uber to her house the next day. She takes that Uber from her house to his house, and investigators say that that night her phone goes blank. There's no activity. Yes.
Wow. iCloud messages and files, Tesla GPS data, Amazon orders to...
What I cannot understand for the life of me, why would your dumb ass order a Uber for Celeste Rivas Hernandez to come from Lake Elsinore, California to the Hollywood Hills, which is roughly about an hour and a half drive?
and you order it off your damn phone that has your damn credit card. And of course, when she gets in the Uber, I know she probably, guys, it was an hour and a half drive. I'm sure she was talking to the Uber driver. They said once little Celeste Rivas Hernandez got to David D4VD's house, he stabbed her 2 times, once in the liver. And then they said David D4VD watched her fall to the ground and watched her bleed out. Okay? That little last statement I made, watched her bleed out, David D4VD didn't make that statement. So who made that statement? That's why I am telling you guys. Somebody was there at the house. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think.
His own home, along with deliveries from Postmates.
They also say they have a lot of his Amazon purchases, which were made under another name, but were delivered to his home. Among those purchases are a chainsaw, an inflatable pool.
As well as forensic blood evidence and the autopsy itself.
There's multiple cuts into the tube top. What do these things mean? You can almost develop a picture in your mind of somebody being cut multiple times.
Oh my God.
Scraped and then stabbed fatally.
But once this information came out, in some ways, the case became even harder to explain.
They say he stabbed her to death.
Jesus.
And he actually waited, according to this complaint, until she quote unquote bled out.
Prosecutors say that their evidence is so comprehensive, it includes chainsaws that were used to cut up the body, a blue inflatable kiddie pool that was used to try and catch the blood, a body bag, shovel, and burn cage, all ordered under fake names on Amazon.
Let's talk about this blue inflatable pool. I think that was one of the smartest things. And guys, I ain't on here trying to teach a mofo how to unalive somebody. But I think that is one of the smartest things that David did to try to contain her. And I ain't trying to get graphic up in here, guys. But that inflatable pool, that was probably the most ingenious thing that he done. But his dumb ass sat up here and ordered this body bag. He also had a trash bag. He had a cadaver bag. He had 2 chainsaws. Guys, he had a burn cage. The burn cage was actually delivered in somebody else's name, and it was ordered using some gift cards. Okay? The burn cage had the capacity of getting up to 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Guys, you only need 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit in order to cremate somebody. But with all this said, the body bag, the 2 chainsaws, because remember, Steve Fisher, not Steven. I'm acting like I'm his mama. Steve Fisher sat up there and said one of the chainsaws was never used. He never mentioned that there were 2 chainsaws. He said that there was 1 chainsaw in the garage and it was never used. My whole thing is, David D4VD, you're not the owner of the house, sir. You're the renter, okay? He was paying $20,000 a month to live in that mansion, and evidently this mansion was owned previously by the actress Halle Berry, okay? He even said that the burn cage, this is what Steve Fisher said, the burn cage was never unboxed, okay? But the ingenious thing that he did, in my opinion, guys, take it or leave it, do whatever the hell you want to do with it. But the ingenious thing, in my opinion, that he did was that he had this inflatable pool that was able to contain some of her blood. But anyway, evidently it didn't work too well because they found all kind of DNA in the doggone garage.
Amazon to David's home.
A lot of people are shocked that you can basically order a kill kit to your home through Amazon.
Yes.
Items such as a body bag, 2 chainsaws, a burn cage, and a blue inflatable pool, all delivered to singer David's home after he allegedly murdered a 14-year-old girl.
Sad.
Not to mention the Tesla that was left sitting in the California heat while David went on tour. And since all this evidence has come out, now the question has shifted from how on earth did David do this to how on earth did he think he was getting away with it?
We've been all on top of this. So I'm a little, I can get it, but I can't get it. If it was delayed, the defense is saying, hey, listen, we don't have all the evidence right now. We're not ready for preliminary hearing. They were the ones who were saying we want a preliminary hearing as soon as possible.
There you go.
To put the prosecution's feet to the fire to say you don't have a case.
What happened?
And remember, that's the difference between a grand jury where it's secret, it's one-sided, it's the prosecution, defense doesn't have a say. Why are they wanting to delay now?
Bluffing.
Well, because that's the game, right? You put their feet to the fire to make them, force them, give you all of their information. At that time, when they were demanding that immediate preliminary hearing, they were banking on the fact that they were not going to be able to produce that information. They were not going to be able to produce the witnesses that they needed to at the hearing, because they have to have live testimony. They can't just have.
Guys, when I hear shit like this, I get nervous. I get nervous. I'm not really sure what is going on. One day I'm on the defense side. It seems like the defense is doing very good. And the next day I'm on the prosecutor side. Look like the prosecutors are doing well. Guys, this teeter-tottering back and forth is making me nervous. I'm not really sure what was going to happen down the road for David D4VD. This is weird.
Somebody reading paperwork and testifying to something that somebody else said. In certain circumstances, in a preliminary hearing, they can. But when there is a massive amount of charges like there are here and enhancements, the prosecution is going to have to prove every single element of every single crime. And at that point, the prosecution was saying there is so much evidence in this case that we can't produce it right now. So in that situation, you force the preliminary hearing because they may not be able to make all of those
Terabytes.
charges. But then once they turned over the evidence,
Terabytes.
It's ineffective assistance of counsel if you don't go through all of those pieces of information before you have that hearing.
But how are they going to exactly challenge it? It's a low burden for the prosecutors to establish probable cause. They don't even have to present their whole case. And they have allegedly surveillance footage, cellular data, DNA, witness testimony, text messages. How is the defense going to challenge that at a preliminary hearing if it should happen in June?
In a case like this, a preliminary hearing is really a tool for the defense.
See, I don't like when he said if it should happen in June. Are they going to keep pushing this shit back for years and years and years? The family needs justice for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. They need justice for little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And guys, I have said this in other videos. I blame both sets of parents for what happened to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Okay? I blame Celeste Rivas Hernandez parents because, guys, I believe she grew up too fast. Okay, to already have two boyfriends and both of them way older than you. David D4VD, there was a 5-year age difference. And guys, they say Gus was even older than David D4VD. Okay, and then when you look at David D4VD's parents, there's no way in hell you could have told me, because evidently Celeste has been to visit David D4VD's family, okay, in Houston, Texas, okay? So she went from Lake Elsinore to Houston, Texas to visit his family. I'm not really sure how old she was when he introduced her to the parents, but guys, if you look at some of the earlier pictures of little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, there is no way in hell you can sit up here and tell me that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was 19 years old. David said, everybody said that David was trying to make everybody believe that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez was 19 years old and she was a college student. Okay? There is no way in hell you could have brought that little girl over to my house and tell me, you tell me, oh, mama, this is my girlfriend. She's 19. Hell to the no. If you look at some of her earlier pictures, guys, check this shit out. If you look at some of her earlier pictures, she's flat-chested. She looked like a little tomboy. Okay, so no, you couldn't have told me that she was 19 years old. So I blame both sets of parents. And guys, believe it or not, and I've said this before, David actually grew up a Christian. He was into Christian music at one point. Okay, when he started getting on that Fortnite and that TikTok website, guys, he started getting copyright strikes. Okay, so he complained to his mother, hey, they about to pull my shit off the shelf. I'm getting copyright strikes. One thing led to another, and his mother said, hey, son, create your own music. Okay, he started creating his own music, and then, guys, he blew the hell up. Okay, he wrote that song, Romantic Homicide. And to tell you the truth, guys, I didn't even know who the hell David D4VD was. I did not know who he was until this happened to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez, okay? But I will tell you that Romantic Homicide, it had a catchy beat, but that damn lyrics was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. His old mother sat there and said, son, I don't like this music. You're talking about unaliving somebody in your music. I do not like it. I don't know what the hell went wrong with David D4VD if he allegedly did this. Guys, go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. Guys, my contact information is right below there. You have my email, you have my Venmo, and you have my Cash App.
It's your opportunity to cross-examine the police officers for the first time and to test that evidence. And then that transcript gets used at the trial later on. So if a witness changes their testimony from the preliminary hearing to the trial, you have an opportunity to impeach them. So it's really a massive tool to test the evidence before you get to trial. Sometimes charges are dismissed. Sometimes evidence is uncovered in those cross-examinations that leads you to motions to dismiss some of the charges. So really at this point, it's a tool. Now that they've got all that evidence, they need to use that evidence to work on those witnesses to get the answers that they want to use at the trial.
Dave, let me go to you, prosecution point of view. Look, they don't want to delay this. They really don't, right? Does this hurt their case? Because the longer something is delayed, couldn't you make the argument witness testimony may be affected, evidence could get stale? They don't want to delay in the preliminary hearing.
There you go.
At the same time, they took a long time to go forward with charges.
Come on now. What the hell?
Did Dave freeze? I think Dave froze.
Oh, hell no.
Let me go to you, Alex. I'm going to you.
Dave is frozen.
We got Dave. He's frozen, but he's talking. Okay,
I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Dave, what do you think?
Come on, Dave. What the hell?
No, I don't know if we have Dave.
Okay,
Dave, I'm going to put you to the side. There's a little bit of delay. Alexandra, I'm going over to you. Is this hurt the prosecution?
You know, I think it's a good thing that they took a long time to file. A lot of times you see prosecutors rushing to file a case, and then sometimes they have to dismiss and refile. Sometimes there's holes in their evidence. So I do think that it's a positive for the prosecution that they...
And guys, I've said this before. Don't mean to cut the video off, but guess what I did? I'm not sure how far along we would be in the game if it had not been for Steve Fisher. Okay, the private investigator that was hired by the homeowner to figure out what the hell happened in his home to little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I am not sure how far along in the game we would be. Okay, but it looks like, and guys, I'm not here to dog out the popo. Okay, but it looks like the LAPD, even though everybody was thinking, oh, hell, they're dragging their feet, but I sort of kind of believe that they were dragging their feet. But guys, it looked like that they were on top of their game. I'm not sure how much information that the LAPD actually got from Steve Fisher, who was the private investigator. But guys, it looks like this is moving along. But now his ass is in jail. There is no bail set. I'm not really sure what's going on with all these damn delays.
They took so long to get to this point. And yeah, there are issues for the prosecution if witnesses become unavailable. But at this point, I think their evidence is what it is. And it seems to be a lot stronger than it was before they dropped all this evidence. So I don't know if aging the case really hurts the prosecution.
Oh my God.
As much as you would think it might.
By the way, do you think there's more charges ahead? I did a whole sidebar episode on this, but I wonder about federal charges if you're talking alleged child pornography, sex trafficking, if you transported Celeste across state lines and international lines. Real quick, about 20 seconds.
That's always a fear for the defense. If you don't settle a case soon enough, there always could be superseding indictments. But I think they took so long and they had this information long enough that if they were going to file heavier charges, they would have.
Prosecutors say that Celeste was murdered on April 23rd.
The person who potentially committed this heinous crime feels like they can get away with it and no one else knows what happened.
He pays it to have Celeste brought to him like she's a pizza.
Oh my God.
Straight to the courthouse. Joining us, Taylor Parise, investigative reporter from LA Magazine. Taylor Parise, thank you for being with us. Tell me what happened in court. Is it true David Anthony Burke, D4VD, winked at people in court?
Yeah, Nancy, thank you for having me. He was very casual.
Y'all be making a big deal out of some dumb shit. Okay, I think, and I just said this before, I believe he just gave his attorney a wink like, go on ahead, girl, I know you got this. This is the way I took it.
As he walked out, his defense said something to him. He smiled and he winked as he was taken out of the courtroom.
So what?
Okay, right there. My teeth are on edge. Who was he winking at, Taylor Parise?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so he was winking at his defense team. Blair Burke was specifically who was speaking to him.
Taylor Parise, was D4VD, David Anthony Burke's family in court?
I did not see them in courtroom, no.
Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting. How did he look? What was he wearing?
He was wearing his orange jumpsuit as he has been. Last time he was clean shaven. Today we saw the beard was growing in a bit. But he was very casual. He had his arms on the armrest. He was leaning forward. Yeah, he was very comfortable.
Okay, what the hell did you think he was wearing? Nancy Grace? Great. Guys, Nancy could get ignorant up in here. What the hell did she think he was wearing? Of course, the orange jumpsuit. Damn.
Seemed like
Very comfortable. Good to know. You stated he was smiling and winking at his lawyer. Taylor Parise, was he shackled? Was he handcuffed at the wrist, the feet,
What do
the
you
waist?
think? Damn.
yes, every time he's been in the courtroom, he has been shackled in all of those places.
Come on, slow bus.
He's brought in by an officer and he's taken out by an officer.
Does he look like he's lost weight?
Oh,
or
hell.
does he still have a good appetite?
Guys, David D4VD, his ass do not need to lose any more weight. Okay, he only 5'5", 125 pounds. Okay, he is already down to his crackhead weight. Okay, he does not need to lose any more freaking weight. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Seems like he still has a good appetite. He looks very young. Very different now that he doesn't have the beard that he had originally came in the courtroom with. You would not know that he was in court for murder.
Don't move. With us, Taylor Parise, investigative reporter with
Break
Los
it down.
Angeles Magazine.
Come on, Taylor, break it
Dr.
down.
Bethany Marshall is joining us, and boy, do I need a shrink, possibly a drink and a shrink. But Dr. Bethany Marshall, renowned psychoanalyst out of this jurisdiction, LA, star of a new podcast, On the Couch with Dr. Bethany, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Bravo and Peacock, and find
Break it
her
down now.
at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany Marshall, he's smiling, winking, very at ease. He has altered his appearance to make him baby-faced. Thoughts?
Symptoms would be consistent with a personality disorder called antisocial or sociopathic personality disorder, where the person does not get anxious or become anxious at the thought of negative repercussions to their actions. And this would be consistent with what we've seen about him all along, having her hold up a Louis Vuitton purse, Celeste, so that her face is not seen.
There you go.
So kind of like hiding in plain sight, all of the...
And I've said this about this picture before, and I'm going to say it again. I do not like this picture. Because we're talking about a teenage girl who is 5 years younger than you. She idolized you. She met you on the internet because she said she liked your music. Okay? And if you thought that she was of age, why does she have the freaking purse in front of her face? The average teenager who met you or was dating you, whatever the case may be, they would have said, oh, hell no, we're going to take this purse down. I'm going to show my face, and I'm going to show all my girlfriends I'm here with you. Okay? If she was of age. Celeste Rivas Hernandez knew she was underage, and David D4VD knew that she was underage. However, we have to look at this. Look at the big picture. Celeste Rivas Hernandez, she is the child. David D4VD, he should have known better. She was hiding her face because she knew she was underage, and David D4VD probably told her, girl, you better put that purse up to your face because I cannot be seen out with you because you know you're not 19, you're not a college student. I cannot be seen out with you. Now, what I will say, David D4VD, he did look young. He did look young, and back in the day, guys, I looked pretty young my damn self. People thought I was a lot younger than what I was, but still, you a grown-ass man. You know you're not supposed to be dating this girl, and you did. But the whole thing in a nutshell, why you had to unalive her is bewildering as hell to me. There are a lot of celebrities who date people who are underage. So freaking what? I believe this whole thing, guys, this is my personal opinion. I believe this whole thing would have boiled over. Now, if she was pregnant, that is going to be a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother ball of wax if she was pregnant. But if y'all were just dating, shit. Look, I've said this before. Look at Elvis Presley. Hell, Elvis and Priscilla, they were going out for the longest. But the whole thing in a nutshell, if Celeste was pregnant, then we'll open up a whole new ball of wax.
These criminal activities, and now he is smug. He feels like he's at the center of things,
arrogant,
and that nothing bad is going to happen
there
to
you
him.
go.
So how high his clicks are going to vault after he beats this murder charge. Back to Taylor Parise joining us, investigative reporter, LA Magazine, at the hearing, outside the hearing. Taylor Parise, again, thank you for joining us tonight. Taylor, what was the purpose of the hearing? Because on all the dockets, it's reported as a preliminary hearing, but this is not a traditional preliminary hearing as we know it, such as when the state calls witnesses and brings on evidence sufficient to have the case formally charged and bound over for a felony trial. So what was it? Is it more, let's have a hearing to set up a hearing?
Yeah, exactly. They originally had the preliminary hearing set for May 26th. Today was a status hearing to find out if the defense was ready to move forward in court. They decided they were not. Both the prosecution and defense agreed to move.
So damn, we got a hearing about a hearing about a hearing. This is some bullshit.
The date, it's going to now be on June 29th with a status hearing like today on June 17th.
Taylor Parise, you're stating that the defense isn't ready to move forward and the state says it also is not ready to move forward, possibly because there are volumes and volumes of evidence easy to find if you're willing to go mining online. For example, watch this, Taylor.
It's kind of giving Harley Quinn.
Okay.
Aw, cute.
And then, wait, what is this? Stickers. Has a nose. Where's the body glitter? We go to the USA now. Where's the body glitter from Claire?
The body glitter from Claire.
Okay, clear glitter.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna show you guys my face makeup.
Just Scott Morgan, maybe that is some of the evidence. I mean, if I can find it, the prosecutor can find it. Did you hear what was said? Now, it's in the background. You have to listen very carefully. I'm going to play for you the pertinent part.
It's kind of giving Harley Quinn.
Okay.
Aw, cute.
And then, wait, what is this?
You want to tell me those girls cannot hear what's being said through that open door, just on the other side of that very thin wall? And you see the one girl in front of the mirror pause and listen. What was just said by witness one, which is a female? I think I know who she is. The female says, "Tell me more about Celeste." Then you hear the woman say, "Yeah, you killed her." And then you hear witness two state, "Yeah, me and David."
Jesus Christ.
They're so casual. And the other girls are just talking about finding their body glitter. And I want you to listen to the long form one more time because a speaker is identified by name. Joe Scott Morgan, listen.
It's kind of giving Harley Quinn.
Okay.
Aw, cute.
And then, wait, what is this? Stickers. Has a nose. Where's the body glitter?
We go to the USA now.
Where's the body glitter from Claire?
The body glitter from Claire.
Okay, clear glitter.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna show you guys my face makeup.
I feel sick. I feel
sick too, but I'm gonna tell you what, guys, these damn kids, they always taking pictures, they always video recording. I've said this from day one. David D4VD talks too damn much. And that's how his ass gonna get caught. Well, he's already even got caught. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
sick. Because I believe the prosecutors will be able to show that is David Anthony Burke, D4VD's home, And in that home, Celeste was murdered. And they're all talking about body glitter, and they can hear what's being said. Joe Scott, analyze. You hear the female state. Tell me more about Celeste. Oh, the woman, yeah, you killed her. And then someone says, yeah, me and David.
Oh my
and then,
God.
Listen. You hear who? They're all in the bathroom. In other words, they can hear us, idiot. And the girl says, don't look at me. Then they go on, and the woman is saying, well, what does she look like? Am I close to her? Talking about Celeste. What did Celeste look like? I'm very close to her. In other words, do I look like her? And you hear the other male say, give him a second. And the woman says, you don't know what she looked like? It's past tense. What she looked
There you go.
like.
There you go.
What? Are they that arrogant?
First of all, guys, y'all could correct me, because all these people started to run together. David ran around a bunch of freaking goofballs. If you ask me, guys, go ahead and make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. And guys, I really want you to comment on this. Tell me this. It looks like the two girls that's in the video that Nancy Grace is talking about, it looks like for sure I know that is a little crazy ass Asia Collins, who's David D4VD's good friend. And then the other one, I'm not really sure, but is that girl, Shakira? Shakira is her name. I don't know, guys. Put it in the comments. If that is the case, why are both of them saying, what does she look like? Because Asia definitely knows what Celeste looked like. Asia definitely knew what Celeste looked like, so I'm bewildered as to if Asia said that. Now, Shakira, I'm not really sure if Shakira ever met little Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I'm a little bewildered on that. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments and let me know what you think.
I can't find that online, much less the prosecutors. I want you, Joe Scott Morgan. You're the death investigator. While they're all laughing and looking for their body glitter, where's Celeste?
Decomposing.
Oh my
there,
God. Oh my God.
At that residence. I can tell you what she looked like. I can tell you what she looked like relative to their current, their present at that moment in time. And yeah, they did use past tense, but let's understand her mortal remains are just on the other side of those walls, Nancy.
Oh my God.
Let that sink in just for a second. He's in an advanced state of decomposition. He's been packaged. The child has been packaged after having been rendered down. He's in multiple elements, Nancy, and not all of them are solid.
Horrible.
The ME actually talked about liquefaction of remains. That's what she looked like.
And you know what? So maybe that's what they're talking about. How did she look after she became unalived? Okay, because as right now, I'm lost. Okay, that is weird. The whole thing in a nutshell, some of you guys sat up here and said there was a great possibility that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez had overdosed. Okay, let's just say she overdosed. If she overdosed, why in the hell, when y'all found her at the house or whatever the case may be, maybe she went in the bathroom, maybe she got something out of David's cabinetry and took it and she overdosed. Okay, so how in the hell did she get into 2 bags in the front of his Tesla? Okay, that's what's not and decomposing in the front of his Tesla in 2 bags. How does that happen? How do you go from overdosing to becoming unalive, decomposing in 2 bags in the front of somebody's Tesla? Okay, the Tesla belonged to David D4VD. It was registered to him. See, that part doesn't make any sense. What the freak happened? Did she trip and fall through some type of osmosis and fell in the front of the Tesla and then decompose in 2 separate bags? See, that shit does not make any sense whatsoever. So I'm not really sure what the defense is going to say to get David out of this shenanigans. It's weird.
And I think that people need to strap in and understand that it's not just the principal that's been named, that's been charged in this case. It's all the circle that surrounds this individual that is inside of that domicile. You're going to tell me that no one smelled anything? You're going to tell me that no one saw flies? that they're just going on about their business
Oh
as
my
if it's
God.
another day. It is absolutely positively disgusting, Nancy. Yeah, I
Exactly.
can tell you what she looked like.
You mentioned once it's like they are dancing on her grave
Disgusting.
and her coffin, so to speak, from our friends at Fox 11 is David Anthony Burke, aka D4VD's Tesla. We just showed you the video of that aerial shot where her body had been discovered
Disgusting.
due to the stench of human decomposition. Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst. Dr. Bethany, what is wrong with these people?
They
It's
cray
all,
cray.
they're like,
They cray cray.
you're in there. Don't let them hear what we're talking about. And you see the girl putting on makeup. Listen and pause.
That's weird.
It's so arrogant.
His friends were so freaking crazy. They would have done anything to just hang around David. Anything. Even possibility of unaliving this girl, allegedly. They would have done anything. I don't know if David was patting their pockets or whatever the case may be. And guys, yes, if you look up in the corner, it does say Shakura. It does say Shakura. So this girl right here is Shakura. And to the immediate left, depending upon how you're looking at the screen, guys, the only other girl right next to her is Asia. Yeah, I had it right. This was Shakura. So the whole thing in a nutshell, guys, they would have done anything that David D4VD said. So I'm starting to think that one of them rat David out. Maybe it was Asia. Maybe it was Shakura who was there, who watched David watch her bleed out after he stabbed her. Okay, in the liver. That is weird to me. That is weird. Guys, this whole group of friends is weird as hell.
This girl, this little girl that he met at age 11 and started wooing her at age 11, still wearing Hello Kitty outfits.
Disgusting.
She's dead.
Oh my
God. And they're
God.
so flippant.
Yeah. The arrogance did not start with her death, Nancy. It started way before, when she was 11 years old. All these people in this house saw him parading an 11-year-old in and out like she was his girlfriend. There were probably a lot of little Celestes coming in and out, and these young women putting on body glitter and hee-hawing and stars on their face. They saw a lot before they saw her death.
Joining me now, veteran trial lawyer, defense attorney Randolph Rice. He's located in Baltimore, Maryland, never lack of business there for a defense attorney, former prosecutor, defense and civil attorney at Rice Law. Randolph Rice, why don't they just go ahead and roll over and plea after that video we just showed?
Exactly.
Did you not hear the male speaker? Did you not hear who we believe to be David Anthony Burke? You hear the male speaker say, when the woman says, you killed her, and he says, yeah, me and David.
Oh my God.
Roll over.
Nancy, I respect what you're saying, but I think you might be wrong here. And here's why. Somebody else just admitted to this crime. He said me and David. That means there's an alternative suspect.
Oh my God.
And David Burke may not be the killer in this case.
Oh, you're so happy. You have the quote, other dude, and the SOD, some other dude did it defense. Okay, I thought you were going to go on a riff about how this isn't real, that it's AI. That's what you said before.
I don't think this is AI. This is too real. This is a defense attorney's dream to hear that somebody else admitted to killing her.
Wow.
That's my first piece of evidence. If I'm David Burke's attorney, I'm putting it up there and go, whoever that voice is,
Hold
that's
your
the guy that
horses.
killed her.
Hold on, Nelly.
Oh,
the first time I told you and showed you this video, didn't you?
This guy. This guy about to get nervous because Nancy Grace can get egged like a mofo.
Say, that's not real, that's AI. Didn't you say that?
Uh-oh.
I think it's real, Nancy. I think it's real based on what I'm seeing now.
Make up your mind.
You say it was
shit.
AI.
Here we go.
You said that the first time I threw this video at you. You said it's AI. That's not real. You can't prove it in court.
Yeah,
That's what you said the first time. Now you've come up with another angle. It's like a Rubik's Cube. It's like a game for you. If I can prove it's not AI and it's real, then you go, oh, yeah, okay, it's real, and some other dude did it. You're amazing. You're amazing, Randolph Rice. Are you denying that you first said it's AI?
I think I'm changing my opinion on this, and I think this sounds like it's real, and this is a great piece of evidence for Mr. Burke in court.
Wow.
Okay, you're an amazing defense attorney, Randolph Rice, and this is why you win so many cases. Okay, moving forward to Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Celeste Bestie drops a bomb.
Nancy, when we looked at this story and wondered, when is this going to come out, that Celeste Rivas' best friend said that in January, about 12 weeks before Celeste was murdered,
Oh my
Celeste
God.
was at her parents' home, and her best friend is sitting there trying to talk her out of running away because Celeste wanted to run away to David. Now, the friend thought she was talking about a classmate. She wasn't, but Celeste gave her the reason. Thought she was pregnant.
Oh my God.
Celeste tells her best friend, I'm pregnant and I'm going to run away to David's. It is the shocking motive we've been waiting for.
Okay, right there.
Oh, baby.
Of course, Randolph Rice, you're the veteran trial lawyer. The state doesn't have to prove motive at all, but practically speaking, we know the jury will want a motive. I want to hear, okay, how you're going to spin that out in court. Because first, there are claims the video I just showed was artificial intelligence. It wasn't real. Then when you rethought it, you came up with a much better idea. Now it is real, and you can...
Guys, put it in the comments. Make sure you go ahead and like, share, subscribe, comment, push that notification button. Guys, I don't think it's AI. Guys, do you think it's AI? I do not think that it is AI.
fabricate, create, argue that some other dude did it defense based on that video. But what are you going to do with Celeste pregnant?
I still think we need to get the DNA back, and we need to match that up to see who exactly is the baby, who is the father. Because, Nancy, the father may be this alternative killer, this person's voice
Oh my
we
God.
hear in the background who says, I did it. Maybe he's the father.
Okay, you really are amazing. See, you threw a curveball at me right there, Randolph Rice, because I thought you were going to say, what baby? Nobody can prove she was pregnant. But instead, you're like a dog with a bone and you're running with it.
Oh my
yes,
God.
she is pregnant, but it's somebody else's baby.
Stop,
And
Nancy.
they killed her. Okay, I don't believe any of it, but I have to admire your thinking, kind of like a fox. Joe Scott Morgan, help me out here.
Help
Joseph
us.
Scott Morgan is a professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University. He is the author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. He's the star of a hit podcast, Body Bags, with Joseph Scott Morgan. But for our purposes, he is a death investigator. In fact, that's how I first met him in the Fulton County District
All
Attorney's
right.
Office. He
Come on
was
with it.
working with the medical examiner's office with 10,000
Hurry up
plus
now.
death scenes under his belt. Why don't I know whether Celeste was pregnant or not?
Break it down.
Well, because the ME actually in their report stated that there was no evidence of pregnancy. And then they had to go back and amend it. And at which point in time they said it's undetermined. Essentially, or indeterminate is what it comes down to. I can tell you this. According to the findings that they had at autopsy, they didn't show, and I'm talking about the physical findings. She had had a pregnancy that had at some point in time had been terminated at some point in time, either through, I don't know, morning after pill, or we're talking about some kind of terminal event where she goes and has a child aborted. So that's difficult to understand. And what even complicates matters even more, Nancy, is the fact that she is in such...
Look at, guys, and I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Guys, I'm going to back it up. Oh, did I mess it up? Oh, Lord, did I mess it up? I think I messed it up. Anyway, guys, I was trying to go to there. This is so sad to me. This is so sad to me. Guys, and I've said this before, some of you guys are in the belief that David D4VD was framed. It makes no sense. Because guess what? She had 2 tattoos on her fingers. One had shh on it. It had shh. Her and David had matching tattoos that said shh. I don't know what shh mean. Does shh mean keep it a secret or whatever the case may be? I'm not sure what shush mean. Okay. Then another tattoo that only Celeste had. It had David's name on it. Okay. That finger was missing. There was actually two fingers missing. However, the one that says shh on it was still intact. So two fingers were taken off of her body, and one of the fingers had David's name on it. If somebody was trying to frame David, guess what they would have done? They would have kept the damn finger there. But they didn't. They took the finger off. This is how I know, allegedly. This is how I know, allegedly. There's a great possibility that David D4V did this because he took the very finger that had his name on it. He took the very finger off of her body, allegedly, that had his name, that had David on there. If somebody was trying to frame him, they would have kept that finger intact so the popo can go ahead and lead everything back to David. But that's not what happened. And guys, this is sick as hell. Evidently, he took one of her eyeballs. Okay, he cut off her limbs. It is weird. He stabbed her in her liver, guys, and he sat there and watched her bleed out. Now, looking at Nancy Grace's video that she produced with Shakura and Asia in the bathroom talking, guys, I am starting to believe that it could have been one of those young ladies that sat there and watched David do this to her. Why did she deserve this? This girl was 14 years old. She never got a chance to be 15. She was found in the front of his Tesla, decomposing in two separate bags on what would have been her 15th birthday. She was already deceased when they found her. She was already decomposing when they found her. She never made it to be 15. Who does this kind of disgusting stuff?
Nancy, is the fact that she is in such an advanced state of decomposition. This is a very difficult road to go down. We do know, however, that they didn't find anything that would indicate she was pregnant at the time.
Okay, let's recap what you just said, Joe Scott Morgan. Number one, the body was in extensive, advanced state of decomposition.
Disgusting.
Number one.
Yeah.
You stated at first they said nothing was remarkable about her uterus.
Right.
Then they had to go back and amend that and state, we really can't tell if she's pregnant.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. Why did they have to go back and amend their own report?
I have no idea. And that's the big mystery here because they don't do a follow-up, like a follow-up report from a pathology standpoint where they say, okay, this is physically demonstrative of why this is indeterminate now, where you have a descriptor of the organs and the tissues that we look at both with the unaided eye and also microscopically. That doesn't exist.
So bottom line, we can't tell. We've got the best friend's word for it.
And guys, this is the picture that I have talked about this picture to death. David D4VD and Celeste Rivas Hernandez, they were on a live, I believe within a Discord. Okay. They were on a live. And guys, you already heard this story. Don't fake the funk. They were on a live. Okay. And then Celeste Rivas Hernandez sat up there and said, and I'm paraphrasing, something to the fact that he likes to grape kids. Grape kids, guys. I can't say the word. You already know I cannot say the word. This is what she said. And then David said, no. I media trained you. No, delete that. Mods, can you delete it? He wanted it deleted. My whole thing in a nutshell, I am starting to believe that little Celeste Rivas Hernandez knew that David had a fetish for young kids. And she said, and I said, guys, I'm paraphrasing, that he likes to grape kids. Okay, and now, fast forward to today, they found all of this corn. Guys, I cannot say the word, put a P on it. They have all this corn on his damn telephone. And it's a bunch of kids. And they said there were still pictures and videos of Celeste Rivas Hernandez and some kids. Okay, why did he have to unalive her? I do not understand it. Why did you have to unalive it? He was already under investigation, guys. He was already under investigation for these kids, I believe. Okay? And then, guys, they got into an argument. And at some point, little Celeste Rivas Hernandez threatened him and said, hey, and I'm paraphrasing, okay, evidently she pretty much told him
that I'm going to tell the popo that you have been dating me, and there's a 5-year age difference between you and me. Guys, I've said this before. Little Celeste Rivas Hernandez got into his Discord when she was 10 years old. She got into that Discord when she was 10. And guess what happened? When she was 10, she went in there. He let her in because, guys, I guess you have to ask to get in there. I don't know too much about it. But anyway, she got in there at 10 years old. She was in there at 10. She was in there at 11. She was in there at 12. She was in there at 13. But the microsecond she turned 14 years old, she got a wild hair up her ass, and she sat up there and said, and I'm paraphrasing, I am 14. I am a minor. Why the hell you say that now, Celeste? You hadn't been said that. That's the whole thing. You hadn't been said that you were a minor and you were 14. That just lets me know that things were getting rocky between Celeste Rivas Hernandez and David D4VD. And that's how I came to the conclusion there was a great possibility that Celeste was going to rat his ass out. Now, originally I thought Celeste was going to rat him out because he might have been on the down low with Neil Langston, okay, who went to the grand jury. And guys, he ran to his mama's house. They brought him back from Montana to California. He was in the grand jury for 45 minutes, and everybody was thinking that he pled the fifth. Come to find out, there's a great possibility that Neo might have rat David's ass out. Now, from what I understand, David D4VD and Neo don't even talk anymore. I'm not really sure how true that is. But this shit is weird. This shit is, why did he have to do this to her? Okay? Just take your licks with whatever the popo had on you with these kids and these pictures that you have on your phone of kids. This corn that you have on your phone with these kids. But now you got a freaking murder case on your behind. This is weird.
And Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, we have what the prosecution lays out in their brief, and that is evidence of an abortion and evidence of the Plan B morning after pill.
Uh-oh. Those text messages between Celeste and David Burke talk about the Plan B. They talk about pregnancy, and Nancy, they talk about threats on his career. Remember, the week Celeste Rivas was murdered was the first week David Anthony Burke's album Withered and the world tour were kicking off. And Celeste dropped that bomb on him because she was tired of him seeing other little girls.
Wow. Plan B in the text, abortion in the text, and we uncovered this text, purportedly from Celeste to Burke. Things are getting so heavy. I'm scared about everything. They're starting to ask questions. Call me when you see this. I need you.
Uh-oh.
So, Dr. Bethany Marshall, it's going to be a cold day in HELL that David Anthony Burke is going to allow any evidence of a pregnancy, an abortion, or the Plan B pill usage to come out from a little girl that is now 14 that he started romancing at age 11.